those applications in. So my biggest plea is for process improvement, that it be consistent across all 3 MCOs, and that there be a process to get people home. And I will stand for questions when that is time.
Thank you very much, Janet. Next, I have Haley O'Doin. I'm just never going to get it.
It's all right. You got it right the first time.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Haley O'Doin. I'm here on behalf of the Kansas Adult Care Executives. We represent senior living, those that serve in that capacity. We represent the administrators and the operators. First off, I want to thank you for your support for the KDAD's budget this last year that provided a rate increase for us. It's a huge show of support for our industry, and we want to graciously convey that appreciation. Starting a new year, our priorities will continue to be focused on a few things: reimbursement structure of Medicaid, the workforce shortages, supplemental nursing agency oversight, and the Medicaid processing delays that we are experiencing. We're once again going to be here eager to promote an increase in reimbursement rates, and there's a few ways that we could see that this be done. Full rebase with the inflation to the midpoint, such as what was done this last session. An overall rate percentage increase. This has been done in the past, but many are reporting that they're only being reimbursed up to 80 to 85% of the actual rate of providing the care. And with inflation, that continues to decrease that coverage. And the third, which is the most boldly, and I would absolutely have to phone a friend to explain this in further detail, a review of the caps to the cost centers on our annual cost reports. We realize this would be a larger act of legislation that would involve multifaceted collaboration, but we're eager to do our part for that dire need. Workforce shortages. Many facilities are still having to suspend services, decrease bed count, stop admissions because of this. In our experience, there is a correlation between the workforce shortage and the need for supplemental agency oversight. There's currently no parameters for these agencies to meet, and as a result, there's less accountability to them. We're seeing our full-time staff leave, and I think that some of the numbers on unemployment are skewed because of this. We're seeing our staff leave to go to work for these agencies, and they work a smaller amount of time, but for either the same amount of money as they were making previously or more. So it shows that they're still employed, but it's decreasing the actual workforce that is there. Finally, we're once again, unfortunately, seeing the delays in the Medicaid application processing. 75%, almost 75% of our members are reporting that they're not having applications processed within the 45 days. And unfortunately, that affects bottom dollar and operations funds. And our understanding is that oftentimes the delay is not on the facility end or the individual's end. It's on the care score needs and processing at the state level. So, as always, thank you for your time, and I'm happy to stand for questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Next, I have Heather Braun with Kansas Action for Children. Welcome to committee, Heather.
Thank you. Chairwoman Landwehr and members of the committee, my name is Heather Braun, and I am the Health Policy Advisor with Kansas Action for Children. Today, I have 2 topics to raise with the committee. First, we ask that when the committee makes recommendations to the 2023 legislature, it requests that the legislature permanently fix an almost 15-year error with the Children's Health Insurance Program, or CHIP, eligibility threshold that has prevented hundreds of Kansas kids from qualifying for CHIP. Kansas kids qualify for CHIP if their family's income is less than 250% of the federal poverty income guidelines. But when CHIP was last significantly updated in 2008, the legislature accidentally pegged eligibility to the 2008 federal poverty income guidelines. As a result, the state has had to annually convert the eligibility level to 2008 numbers. The converted percentage had declined to 225% by 2021. KAC advocated for a bill, Senate Bill 407, during the 2022 session to address this error, and it did pass out of the Senate Public Health and Welfare Committee. However, it never received a floor vote. A temporary fix for the issue was included in the budget, resulting in temporarily ignoring the 2008 year reference in statute. Over 500 Kansas kids were estimated to benefit from this change. But this fix is only good through the end of fiscal year 2023. The legislature must pass legislation to permanently fix the issue. You can find many more details in my written testimony. Second, when the public health emergency ends and Kansas restarts redetermining eligibility for all KanCare beneficiaries, we are especially concerned that eligible children are at high risk of losing their coverage due to administrative churn or procedural reasons when the state doesn't receive information back to verify eligibility. Reasons can include parents never receive a notice even when their contact information is updated with the state, information parents send in to the state may never be received, or parents can't get through to a call center to attempt to address issues. When eligible kids lose their KanCare coverage due to procedural reasons and must re-enroll for that coverage, waiting for coverage to restart delays important, time-sensitive doctor's appointments, immunizations, screenings, and treatments. Delay in medical care for kids is serious, and it will cost the state additional money to re-enroll these eligible kids. We recognize that the state is already working on a plan for the work ahead, but as kids rely on their parents or caretakers to update their contact information, we hope that more work will be done to directly engage parents and caretakers of kids with KanCare coverage, asking them to make sure their kids' contact information with the KanCare program has been updated. Your oversight of the program, along with the detailed attention of KDHE staff, will help mitigate the impact of these coming changes. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'll stand for questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Next, I have Tony Johnson, Chief Operating Officer, Recover Care, coming in virtual.
Good morning, Madam Chairperson and members of the committee. I'm Tony Johnson, Chief Operating Officer with Recover Care. We own 22 facilities in the state of Kansas, and the one I want to discuss today is our hospital located in Gardner, Kansas, by the name of Meadowbrook Health and Rehabilitation Center. We have the first and only brain injury program in the state of Kansas. It's been established for over 20 years. And at that time, the rate was set at $750 a day. Since then, we haven't seen an increase. And if I count my fingers and toes and compound the interest, that would equate to around $1,200 a day increase if we were routinely increase the rates throughout the 2 decades. I have submitted written testimony today, and I'll be concise with my ask that we be considered for an increase to $1,400 a day to help us keep up with the staffing challenges, inflationary pressures, and the like that we have especially experienced the last 2 years. At this rate of reimbursement, I am concerned that our long-term sustainability is at risk. So I am asking for consideration of $1,400 a day increase to our rates so we can maintain our services to those in need of brain injury assistance in our facility. There are more details in my written testimony. I'll stand aside and answer any questions that anybody may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tony. Next, I have Matt Fletcher, Executive Director, Interhab. Welcome to committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee, and thank you for your efforts during the 2022 legislative session to secure resources for the IDD system. Those resources have already begun to make a significant positive impact in reducing turnover among vital direct care positions. The members of Interhab greatly appreciate your efforts. Interhab recently asked IDD service providers to indicate if the waiver rate increase passed by the legislature in May had begun to impact shortages of direct care workers, their responses show that the increase, which went into effect in July, is having a positive impact, although challenges still exist in segments of the workforce. Now, I'm going to ask you to take out a pen because over the weekend, after I submitted my testimony, a slew of additional survey responses came in, which moved these numbers ever so slightly. So I have some updated numbers for you that I'm going to present now. In a recent survey that we conducted of providers, we found that 93.18% have raised direct care wages as of August 31st. That's significant progress, undoubtedly due to the rate increase. Direct care wages increased on average by 24.87% between January 31st and August 31st. Again, excellent progress. Providers reported an average direct care starting wage of $15.07 as of August 31st, which is up from $12.07 as of January 31st. In all, providers reported utilizing around 74% of the rate increase they received for direct care wages and benefits. Now, in addition to direct care workers, we have another segment of this workforce that we really need to begin to pay attention to, and that's targeted case managers. TCM, as it's referred to, is not a part of the HCBS IDD waiver, so it did not receive an increase last year as a part of that provider rate increase. TCM has not received a funding increase in over a decade, and as a result, we are starting to lose TCM providers across the state of Kansas. This is a critical core service, so we must take action to ensure that we do not lose that capacity within the service system. The current rate is $43.32 an hour. Our members have looked at that rate and found that it doesn't even cover half of the cost of providing the service currently. Further, other states are offering much, much more. Missouri, for example, offering $100 per hour to provide this service. So we would highly encourage the legislature to examine an increase in the TCM rate during the 23 legislative session. Thank you for the opportunity to present this information to you this morning. I'll answer questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Matt. Next, I have Nick Wood, Associate Director of Interhab. Welcome, Nick.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Nick Wood. I'm the Associate Director at Interhab. And one of the things I do at Interhab is facilitate a complex needs task force that we have that focuses on what we consider sort of complex needs, which are separate and apart from generally their long-term care services. So there'd be behavioral health services, medical health services, and age-related conditions. Today I'm really focusing in on crisis support services. There was a lot of discussion and a lot of progress made being able to take steps toward implementing mobile crisis services statewide last year. There will be points in the upcoming session and even prior to the session to kind of move that conversation forward. So I just want to let you know that we've been talking about it and also let you know how important it is to the discussion around the IDD waiting list, which, as you know, is 10 years long. I believe it's getting toward about 5,000 people. All of those folks who are on the waiting list should be eligible for behavioral health services. And I say all, but there may be some that are not Medicaid eligible, but most are. The problem is, how do you deliver those services to them? We don't have a good model. We are just not set up well in Kansas to be able to deliver those services. It probably would help some people stay in the home and community to be able to receive those services, even if they're not getting waiver services, and we'd be able to take them off the waiting list. But Kansas has a high relatively high numbers of crisis exceptions for the IDD waiver, meaning that kind of one way onto the waiver is if you've had law enforcement contact, contact with Child Protective Services, or contact with Adult Protective Services. Last I was told it was around 165 a year, but it's been climbing. It could be as high as 200. We have a lot of kids in Kansas relatively entering foster care as SNC NANs who are kids with disabilities. So a SNC NAN is non-abuse and neglect. So the presumption there is that those kids are in foster care as a result, something resulting from their disability. We also have a relatively high number of people in Kansas who are incarcerated, people with IDD who get incarcerated. Now, that really shouldn't happen under our laws, because a person who with IDD is not able to stand trial, but what happens is they go to jail anyway, or they become sort of indefinitely incarcerated at warranted via the civil commitment statutes. We will give you, I'd love to talk about that more in the future if you have any questions. We'll definitely be around giving you updates for the rest of this year and then into the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nick. Next, I have Sean Gatewood, Co-Administrator, KanCare Advocates Network. Welcome to committee, Sean.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of you once again at the Bethell Committee. First thing on our written testimony, I don't want to necessarily go over what other conferees are discussing. So we're kind of adding an us too on some of the children's issues, dental issues. We want to be there in support of those. But I want to spend a little more time talking today about a couple of other issues. One, we wanted to say, just like the folks that came before me, a heartfelt thank you on some of the rate increases to the KanCare program broadly, but specifically to the IDD waiver. And I would ask that we consider parity among the rest of the waivers now as well. The folks come from largely the same labor pool, and now it can be a little bit more difficult to support folks on the physical disability waiver because of the rate increase over here. Again, wonderful that we got it, but I would ask that we consider parity among the waivers. And the other two things that I want to talk about, they're a little bit broader, larger ideas that I hope that we work on toward the future. One, as we are moving into the reprocurement process once again, coming up this year for the entire program, that we resolve the conflict of interest and the low utilization rates issues that I've talked about in front of you before. Again, the conflict of interest is that the managed care organizations, they set the plan of care for folks that are on the HCBS waivers, and then they set that plan of care, and then they're obviously the payer. They have a pretty clear conflict of interest. And then if those care needs are not being met, there's no carrot or stick to ensure that folks are actually getting the plan of care met. And I think that is something that is just structural in the contracts, and we need to cure that in this next reprocurement process. And the other broad idea that I think that this committee should start to think about is, instead of this kind of ad hoc, all of us lobbyists coming up here and saying, hey, we need a rate increase on this or that, I think that we need to seriously consider trying to find some structural assessment for the entire program and how we set rates, instead of it being so sort of individualized. I think that would be a much better, more consistent way of going about things. It's a broad idea. I don't have anything prescriptive for it, but I think it would be the better way of going about it. And with that, I will stand for questions at the appropriate time. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Sean. Appreciate it. Next, I have David Adams, Service Director, Riley County Emergency Medical. Welcome to committee, David.
Good morning, Madam Chair, committee. Thank you. As you said, I'm David Adams. I'm president of the Kansas Ems Association, and I'm here as we represent over 2,200 EMS professionals and over 119 EMS agencies in Kansas. We represent EMS agencies that are volunteer, privately owned, hospital-based, combined fire and EMS, as well as county-based services. So I'm here first to say thank you for the rate increases that we received earlier this year. While they were significant, EMS systems in the state of Kansas still face significant roadblocks. The rate increases you gave us will help buoy the systems for a short term. They will help the operations of our systems, and we're not done yet. Unfortunately, EMS departments will continue to adjust their staffing models, which means that they're going to lower some of the operations and some of the capabilities that they have. They're going to have to make difficult decisions when it comes to operational costs as well as personnel. We appreciate what has been done to this point, but we ask that you consider some further increases as they become available. So that is all I have. I just want to say thank you again on behalf of all the EMS agencies in the state of Kansas, and I will stand for questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Next, I have Rachel Monger, Chief Advocacy Officer, Leading Age Kansas. Welcome to committee.
Thank you so much. Good morning. I am Rachel Monger with Leading Age Kansas, and as you have just heard from CASE and we'll hear from KHCA, our members are really struggling due to delays at KDAD's on-care assessments, which turn into Medicaid eligibility processing delays at KDHE, and as we know from some past disastrous days gone by, Medicaid eligibility delays do cause serious hardship to nursing homes and HCBS providers who have to go additional weeks and months without payment from the state. We do continue to hear from our members who are feeling the pain of those delays, and as fragile as our long-term care system and providers are right now, we do fear that it does not take much to push that over into a disaster. But we do thank KDADs and KDHE leaders because they have been really transparent with us about those delays and the issues behind them. They've made themselves available to us and our members to try and head off the worst of those struggles. And it is clear that they are working hard to find some solutions for it. So we do ask that the legislature help us by keeping a close eye on the issue and assisting the agency with any needs they have in fixing it now and into the future. I next want to point you to the situation report I've attached to our written testimony. Last week we hosted a listening tour for House candidates all across the state. We had a lot of great conversations, and we wanted to share with you the same data we shared in the listening tour about the current state of aging services in Kansas. Spoiler alert, it's not real great right now, and we're still looking for solutions. So in my written testimony, you also see some quotes that we gathered from over the course of the week and the main buckets of help we could use from the legislature. And of course, we're going to be talking to you guys about that more detail in the times that come. But those are fully funding Medicaid rates, reining in temporary staffing agencies, and a focus on workforce development and workforce-friendly policies. So we appreciate your time as always and are available for questions at any time. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Next, I have Leslie Anderson, Executive Director, Kansas Association of Area AAAs.
That's why I'm just going to say K4AB.
It's
Leslie
like, no,
Anderson.
wait a minute, they're AAAs, that's what we call you.
Yeah.
All right, welcome to committee.
We're the AAA. You know, the other auto is the other.
No, you're the important one.
It works.
To us.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for your time to hear from the AAAs this morning and how they impact KanCare and your constituents. Since 1973, the AAAs have been providing a set of core services and coordinating services according to the specialized needs of older adults and available resources in the local community, which is why no AAA is the same. As the majority of older adults wish to age in place, AAAs focus on the success of partnerships with KDADs, KDHE, MCOs, and you by coordinating services to help older adults remain at home with supports and services. The AAAs are the one-stop shop for information, assistance, and referral, regardless of income, to help Kansans conserve resources and maintain independence. So it makes sense the AAAs are the statutory contractor for PASSAR Level 1 assessments. In addition, AAAs are the ADRC and perform assessments for Kansans to access the BIFEPD waivers and the PACE program. The ADRC call center is available to anyone who wants information about resources and services in the community. More than a listing of a phone number, the call center provides information, the phone number, and a warm transfer. The Senior Care Act is another service option available to an older adult who wants to conserve resources, avoid costlier services or premature nursing home stay, and contributes to the cost of their services. During the pandemic, less than half of the previous year's clients accessed services. Yet with only 1,874 clients receiving services, the cost avoidance to the state was $7.1 million. It is a reasonable expectation for older Kansans to age in place with high-touch, cost-effective services, which is why we recommend the statute remain unchanged regarding eligibility. I highlighted these programs because it takes a reliable management information system to measure performance of coordinated services. Like MCOs and CDDOs, the AAAs use KMIS to enter client data and run reports to operate programs, measure performance, and make informed decisions. As the Medicaid Inspector General discusses in his recent audit, the process needs improvement. Our recommendation not only considers the high-level decisions and performance by KMIS users, but also the impact on Kansans, KDADs, and KDHE. In a coordinated care system, data is crucial to awarding contracts, and appropriate services are the link to having a high quality of life. I'll close and stand at the appropriate time for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I have Tanya Dorff Bruner, Executive Director, Oral Health Kansas. Welcome to committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Happy to be here this morning. Good morning again. My name is Tanya Dorff Bruner. I'm the Executive Director of Oral Health Kansas, and we are the state's oral health advocacy organization. I'm going to share 5 things today. I'm going to talk like an auctioneer, so I'll go fast here. First of all, I want to share an update on the new adult dental coverage in Medicaid. As a reminder, the legislature and this committee were champions in passing a $3.5 million appropriation this year to extend dental benefits to adults. After that happened, we did some stakeholder research, and you've got details in testimony. We try to determine really what services are most important for the target audiences. We really want to appreciate, too, the Division of Healthcare Finance's stakeholder-driven process to select the codes that would be covered. So you've gotten the testimony there. The codes are, or the services are fillings and crowns and periodontal care and something called silver diamine fluoride. I can answer questions about that later if you have them. The MCO's value-added benefits are going to continue to cover the exams, the x-rays, and the cleaning. So really the package is a combination of the VABs and those new state plan services. Also wanted to say I'm pleased to say the Division of Healthcare Finance also passed a policy to clarify that non-emergency medical transportation is going to be covered for these services. We are working on creating several consumer and provider educational materials, and we'll be able to house those on our website. And I want to thank again this committee for your support of this big step forward in coverage for Kansans. Second is there's a new Medicaid adult dental coverage checker. This is a really great tool that was created by several national partners. There's a link in my testimony to it. Just launched this month. The data in it right now is from 2020, so it's old and doesn't cover what we have here now, but it's going to be updated annually beginning next year, and I think it's going to be pretty cool for all of us. The next thing is kind of where we go next on adult dental coverage. First of all, dentures are not covered. That was something that many people said is very important. We heard loud and clear that people want and need that coverage. So there's a lot of details in my testimony about the importance of dentures to overall health, and we really asked this committee to recommend adding dentures to the Medicaid program next year. The next issue is sedation dental care. That's something that you've heard about many times. It came up over and over again, and the process of getting the adult dental coverage this year. It's a vexing issue. We've formed a sedation dental care task force. This is going to meet through the end of the year to study the myriad issues around this service is often out of reach. The task force includes all 3 MCOs, the Community Care Network of Kansas, Kansas Dental Association, Interhab, family member, and a provider along with his office scheduler. Our goal is to have by the end of the year a set of recommendations about some things that could be done to fix that. My 5th and final update is about rates. I'm happy to share that earlier this year, thanks to Chairman Carpenter, we did a little update on the rate increases that you had passed in 2019 and 2020 to see how they compared with the rates in our neighboring states. You've got the data in my testimony there. I just wanted to highlight this because the comparison is going to change. This year, the Missouri Legislature passed a major increase in their Medicaid dental rates. An estimate from our counterpart says the rates may be double what they are right now and are probably going to be very close to what the commercial rates are. I just want to highlight that for you because I think that's going to have an effect, especially in our border counties. We're going to keep track of that issue and really would encourage the committee to think about keeping track of that as well. So thank you, and I'm happy to stand for questions when you're ready. Thanks.
You did a good job as an auctioneer. Thank you. Okay, next I have, is it Elsca Adams coming in virtual? Are you with us?
Good morning. My name is Elsca Adams. Thank you for allowing me to speak with you on the ongoing crisis we face in Kansas when it comes to direct support professionals. Yes, we have made some progress. However, there are some challenges we still face related to Kansans who have disabilities and those who support them. These challenges include being able to give our workers raises but knowing the raises are only temporary, trying to hire staff when you cannot pay them without a temporary waiver which allows for higher wages, and wondering if the worker will leave once their pay returns to the original pay. All of these questions are faced by individuals with disabilities and their families every day in Kansas. In the mid-90s, when I was in high school, the state told me and my parents that they wanted me to live in my community. Support needed for me to do so. They told me staying in my community for me, and I totally agreed. My parents and I asked them how they were going to sustain the program, and we were for me to live in the community even if I wanted to live in my own home. We took them at their word. When I was in my early 20s, I have shared that story before. My point is I relied on what I was told in high school, believing that the support needed for me to live independently would be provided. Today, to keep moving forward, tackling the direct support worker crisis facing individuals with disabilities and their families in our state. Are told their loved ones will have the services that they need, they can rely on it. These steps can be categorized into three main categories: stability, priority, and ensuring that direct support workers and individuals with disabilities have what they need to thrive in their community. Currently, we have a system where individuals with disabilities, their families, and their uncertainty. For the last 7 months, I have been able to pay my workers above average because my care coordinator for me service to pay my workers more than the waiver's going rate. These plans are helpful. However, when they expire, workers' pay drops back to the original rate. If you erase it at the beginning of the year and took it away 6 months later or at the end of the year, we are asking them to trust us. The raise we are giving them will not be taken away. Yet, we are doing exactly. We should not totally get rid of this valuable tool. However, we do need to look at ways to ensure so direct support can rest assured their pay will remain stable. The first thing we need to realize is everyone's needs are different. I may have a disability which requires personal care. This person needs help with everything from bathing and dressing to eating and transferring. His direct support staff is paid $10.90 per hour. He has been trying to find a caregiver for 8 months. The problem he has is the pay is so low that it makes hiring difficult. So he talks with his care coordinator to get easier for him to hire staff. His care coordinator is able to get an exemption. Pay more. Currently, his workers are making $22.50 per hour. This increase. The new wage is going to end at the end of December, which means his workers' pay will return to their original pay of $10.90 an hour if the agreement is not renewed. Now, let us look at person number 2. Medical needs related to her disability. This woman is a seizure and is completely nonverbal. Her family has been trying to find direct support workers for about a year. However, they have not been able to find anyone to work with her. The family understands how challenging this young woman's care is, and they would love to be able to pay staff more. Her parents speak with the young lady's care coordinator and explain the problem. The care coordinator says they understand. However, they are unable to do anything about it. The family tells the coordinator they have heard other families were able to find a way to get raises for their staff. They are confused. Because if other families can do it, why can't they? These are all examples of the challenges facing families around the state when it comes to feeling like we are always on shaky ground. How would you like to always be on edge, wondering if your pay is going to be cut? Your staff and their pay drops back down. Doesn't every day. We live wondering how long we will be able to keep the staff. However, there must be some way that the state can provide some sort of stability so we can rest assured that our workers' wages will not suddenly drop. That stability would consist of a way for families and self-advocates to renew these agreements before they expire. Most that it is only good for a year, and then they must make sure it is renewed to retain the higher pay for their direct support workers. This in fact sets individuals with disabilities, their families. There must be a way for us to ensure that Kansans with disabilities, families, and their this so we do not have to
Askia? All right, thank you for your testimony. And for those that are listening online, we know it was somewhat breaking up, but what was being read electronically is in written form and is online with the legislative research for anybody that was wanting to follow it. So thank you very much for being here with us this morning. Thank you. All right, next I have Rick Elsca. Welcome to committee, Rick.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss this. I'm totally new to all this, so not a very good speaker either, but appreciate the opportunity. My name is Rick Elsca. Me and my wife Anna have our oldest daughter Sheridan. We're parents and legal guardians for her. She started out having delays when she was young. We learned through doctor visits and whatnot that there was issues, and found out she has developmental delay, intellectual disability. We both worked full-time, busy lives, but fortunately had jobs that had good benefits, and we made it through her school years. Through the school years, we were advised to check about IDD waivers. We really had no idea what that was, and did get on the list. That's primarily why I'm here today, the wait list. Around age 12, we got her into the system, got her approved for IDD waivers, but of course was on the wait list, and at the time we were told it was a 7 to 8 year wait, which would have coincided with her aging out of the high school program, and thought all would work out well. So here we are today. She's aged out of the high school program, and she has no services as far as funding. She does get SSI, and that is very expensive for her to go to day service, and she has no money left over. It takes out all of her money plus out of pocket for our expenses. So due to this, and really recently knowing that we needed this funding, I kind of spent several hours looking through all the policies, everything online I could learn about, and I realized this is not a new problem. It's been going on at least since 2013. There's seems to be over 4,000 people that are on the wait list as of the latest data over 4,700. We realized that really to maybe get her funding, we pursued crisis funding submission, which we were advised that it probably would not pass, and it hasn't, but we still continue to fight for Sheridan and what she deserves as far as the benefits. Overall, we just had a poor experience with our CDDO. We asked to attend to the funding committee meetings, and we were initially told we could, and then next thing we know, we got our denial letter, and we weren't allowed to attend. We said there was a certain procedure to do that, so I was very frustrated in our initial dealings with this system, and just here to give voice to Sheridan. And the recent pay rates are a good step, but now we're looking at it could be another 1 to 3 years for her to still be on the wait list, and that's just a disservice and a disgrace for the people that truly need the help and aren't able to work and fend for themselves. So I appreciate the time. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Dan Goodman with, sorry.
Sometimes it takes me a little longer to make my notes, and if I don't make them now, then I'm behind.
I understand.
Okay, Dan Goodman, Executive Director of Kansas Advocates for Better Care. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you. I was just trying to get a jump start.
That's all right. You're fine. You're fine.
Pressed on time. I'm Dan Goodman. I'm the Executive Director of Kansas Advocates for Better Care. I'd like to thank the committee for this opportunity to listen to our suggestions. I will only speak to the first two of our requests that we've included in our testimony. The first request is in regard to Charlie's bill, formerly 2004, House Bill 2004. We are optimistic that the 2023 version of Charlie's bill will be discussed in the upcoming session. This bill will provide older adults the right to appeal an eviction when attempting to remain in their residence in an assisted living or Homes Plus. The issue is currently under consideration in the Kansas Judicial Council. We hope to report those recommendations to you when you meet again in November. In the meantime, we wanted to update you on the status on this issue and hope that you will support our efforts to secure due process rights for persons who live in assisted living in Homes Plus. The second request is in regard to reestablishing case management services for frail elderly, physically disabled, and brain injured waiver populations. The IDD population retained case management post KanCare and has acknowledged that case management is a key to the IDD's waiver success. The Nursing Facility Mental Health Settlement Agreement also recognizes that case management is needed to successfully divert and discharge residents. And a few years ago, the Legislature provided dollars to fund a service called Administrative Case Management for the FE, PD, and BI populations. Using that funding, KDAD's built a program to assist recipients with financial eligibility for Medicaid. To be clear, admin case management has been successfully implemented across the state by the Kansas Network of Area Agencies on Aging, but initial financial eligibility does not address the client's ongoing need to troubleshoot and maintain their in-home supports like individual case management services would. Residents of nursing facilities have long-term care threshold scores of 26. However, all do not require physical assistance for mobility transfer, using the toilet, or eating. Those that require physical assistance are called low-care residents. Now, I've been working in long-term care in Kansas for about 30 years, and I've still yet to come across a Kansan that says I can't wait till I can move into the nursing facility. And yet, Kansas ranks 47th in the nation in high number of residents in low-care nursing homes, or nursing facility residents, 47th, and Kansas can do better. Restoring case management services could help the residents in the community and in their homes. Home is where they want to live. Let's provide FE, PD, and BI populations the same services available to the other waiver population. We believe a service can be provided to the 13,300 people served on these waivers, and we believe it can be done for about $1,100 per client per year. And we have a blueprint designed that we can demonstrate it could be done, how it could be done in the state with one contract for all three populations. I will close by thanking you for listening, and again, appreciate you listening to the opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Craig Knutson, Policy Analyst, Kansas Council on Developmental Disabilities. Welcome to committee.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Craig Knutson, Policy Analyst for the Kansas Council on Developmental Disabilities. You have a copy of my written testimony, so I'll just briefly touch upon some of the main points contained in it. First and foremost, we currently have an ever-growing waiting list for IDD waiver services that today numbers 4,758 Kansans with intellectual and developmental disabilities. People who are now coming off the waiting list have waited, on average, a decade for their needed supports and services. The Council appreciates the Legislature's initiative in establishing an IDD Waiver Modernization Special Committee to look at Kansas-specific solutions, or as I like to call them, sunflower solutions, to address this problem. The Council believes that we need to follow a three-step plan to ultimately end the waiting list in Kansas. Number one, we need to ensure that as a state, we make data-driven decisions to better understand the root cause of the problems we face and point us towards potential solutions. The Council applauds KDADS for recently awarding a contract to study the waiting list. When we have a greater understanding of people's actual needs, we can provide just the amount of services they need instead of waiting until someone enters into a crisis level and needs more intense and more costly services. Also, the study will allow us to predict services needs at both a systemic and at a local CDDO level so that appropriate services can be made available when needed. We must not stop at a study, however. We must turn our findings into action. So that leads us to number two. We need to expand our offerings of individual and family supports. In order to impact the waiting list, we need to provide Kansans with new and different options for supports and services. Options that are person-centered and focused on the family. Options that are focused on independence and employment. Unfortunately, Kansas currently lags behind the rest of the nation in how much we invest in individual and family supports spending per capita. If you will, please refer to the IDD comparison chart on page 4 of my written testimony to see how Kansas ranks. Right now, Kansas spends 1/50th of the national average on individual and family supports. In order to meet the needs of Kansas families, we need to invest in innovative waiver authorities and initiatives that empowers individuals and families to access supports and services that meet their individual needs that may not be covered by the current IDD waiver. And then thirdly, we need to continue to build current systems capacity. We need to continue to ensure that the IDD system receives adequate funding so that a quality trained workforce can serve and support Kansans with disabilities. Along these lines, the state should provide a budget enhancement for the reimbursement of targeted case management services that reflect the recent increases for IDD waiver reimbursement rates. We know that eliminating the waiting list will take time, and in the interim, to help bridge the gap for families and individuals waiting for supports and services, the state could develop a waiting list navigator position that can help Kansans access non-waiver supports and services that they might need. Finally, in closing, I would like to add that the change needs to be led by families and self-advocates, fully embracing the independent living philosophy of nothing about me without me. When change is guided by self-advocates and families, the changes better meets their needs. Thank you, and I'll be open for questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Next, I have Casey Seitz, coming virtual.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. I live in Shawnee, Kansas. My husband and I have 2 children. Our daughter Hudson is our most medically complex after suffering a grade 3 brain injury at birth. She is 100% G-tube fed, in a wheelchair, is nonverbal, and battles a rare form of epilepsy. Our son is 9 and has level 1 autism and moderate ADHD. I'm here today to raise awareness about retaliation. After filing a formal grievance in July with United Healthcare against Phoenix Home Care and the delivery of promised in-home nursing, Phoenix removed our only full-time nurse, Alicia, from our schedule. Alicia was proactively sought out and offered a different position by Phoenix in one of their other divisions by significantly increasing her pay and offering her a more sought-after schedule. Because I had filed the grievance in July, and after talking with Jen DeVaughn, Phoenix's director of private duty nursing, they had no intention of replacing nor offering a plan to replace Alicia. Therefore, I can only assume after Alicia being with us for 7 years, this was a direct retaliation. I let our UHC care coordinator know about Alicia giving notice, and she has been actively working to find replacement care with 5 different nursing agencies. From August 23rd, when Alicia officially left, we've had 2 phone calls and 0 interviews. All were canceled or declined at the last minute. As of today, we still have 0 nursing and 0 plan to remedy this issue. United sent a letter on August 5th stating they were dismissing the grievance because Phoenix has been unable to staff the authorized hours due to workforce shortages. That leads me to believe there's been a staff shortage for 9 consecutive years. We have 360 hours of specialized medical care authorized. Currently, my husband is being paid as a parent caregiver for 180 of those hours. While we appreciate the parent pay, which started during COVID, it's not guaranteed to last beyond December, and it still doesn't solve our issue of needing in-home nursing support. I was assured by many people, both at the Bob Bethell Committee, KDADS, and the TA waiver management, that the grievance process can be done without fear of retaliation. I believe this to be false. Because I spoke up and asked for help, we are being punished, and we are given the worst punishment possible, which is removal of care completely. Yet United Healthcare continues to receive Medicaid dollars for Hudson. What is their consequence? Where is the check and balance in this system? I don't know of a job where you can get paid and provide 0 benefit to an employer. Do you know what it's like to be a prisoner in your own home? We do. Without in-home nursing, we can't leave the house together. My husband stays up until 2 in the morning and I get up at 5 a.m. every day. If Hudson is having a bad night, my shift starts earlier than 5 a.m. I then work all day from home running a very busy financial practice. And if Hudson is home while Dan is with our son for his therapy appointments, which is typically twice a week, I'm bouncing between Zoom calls to do a G-tube feeding, administer meds, change a diaper, catch a vomit that frequently occurs due to her reflux. This is not normal parenting. Our marriage, physical and mental health, all are at risk. Most importantly, our daughter's safety is at risk. There are no after-school programs, day programs, or residential environments in Kansas for medically complex children. There are no breaks, vacations, or respite for the caregivers of the medically complex. Imagine what happens to single parents or those who can't afford to have one parent stay home. The system is funded and in place to support families, has effectively taken all support from us as soon as I spoke up. I ask that you help us create a concrete long-term plan to resolve not only the in-home care crisis, but hold UHC and Phoenix accountable for their actions. Families need to feel comfortable coming forward to discuss challenges with the MCO system, its service providers, and all agencies involved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I have Dan Seitz. And Dan, if we are trying to stay on a 3-minute limit, if you could kind of highlight on your testimony, I would appreciate that. Welcome to committee, Dan. Dan, are you with us? Casey, do you know where Dan might be, or?
Yeah, he's actually at an appointment with our daughter right now, and I don't know
Okay.
if it's unmute.
All right, well, we can come back if he becomes available.
If you could maybe move him to it, that would be fine.
All right, thank you. All right, Emily Trester, virtual?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can, thank you.
Great. I'm Emily. I'm a registered nurse with over 15 years of hospital-based experience and specialized training in caring for medically complex children. Up until July of 2020, I have always worked in the hospital setting with a fair salary and benefits, caring for medically complex children. In July of 2020, I left my full-time job and became employed by a home care nursing agency, caring for my son, William, who is on the TA waiver. Will has several life-threatening diagnoses. He spent over 10 months of the first year of his life in the hospital. He still awaits a 3rd open heart surgery. He has a genetic disorder, an immune deficiency, blood sugar instabilities, a seizure disorder, and many other diagnoses. He receives continuous G-tube feeds 24 hours a day, along with a variety of medications, shots, and infusions. As a pediatric nurse, I am a well-trained caregiver for William, but I'm also his mother, which means I'm a fundamental reason why he has been able to remain living at home rather than in the hospital. Please realize that the pay I receive as his home nurse is negligible compared to the cost of inpatient hospitalization for months at a time. I'm compensated at a rate of less than 50% of what I would be earning if I remained employed in the hospital setting. William qualifies for 65 hours of home care nursing per week. While I am currently compensated for 40 of these hours, I provide 24/7 care. I never have had the opportunity to hire a babysitter, call grandma, or enroll him in daycare. He requires a trained caregiver. From September of 2020 through December of 2021, I independently searched to recruit a home care nurse so I could continue with my career outside of my home. The 5 or 6 agencies used were unable to deliver. I even recall a recruiter from one agency laughing out loud as I explained that I was looking for 60 hours of nursing care for my son. She explained that she didn't think she'd be able to find someone, but that she'd add me to the list. Then in late 2020, I thought I found a nurse, but we lost her before she ever started due to William's prolonged hospitalizations. In July of 2021, I finally found a second nurse, although she was only available to help for 5 hours per week for a few months. Then, finally in January of this year, for the first time in 18 months, an agency was able to provide us with a part-time nurse. She now helps me 16 hours a week, and because of this, I'm able to work outside of the home for 2 days a week. As December approaches and the parent pay expiration date looms, I have significant concerns that families, especially single parents like myself, are not only going to continue without in-home nursing support, but we will also have the added burden of new financial instabilities as we navigate care for our medically complex children. Either way, my duties in caring for William will not change. I will continue to give him the most attentive, specialized care that he needs, but I will continue to be restricted in my ability to pick up the higher paid hospital hours outside of the home because I won't have a trained caregiver to watch him. My first ask is to strongly consider raising the pay for home care nurses to reduce the extreme disparity and draw nurses to the home health field. All children have a right to train nurses for quality care. My second ask today is that you fully support making the Parent as a Paid Caregiver program permanent in Kansas for qualifying families. Parents, whether they are nurses or not, are the very best, most well-trained caregivers for their children. And in the absence of available nurses, qualifying parents deserve to be compensated for the care they provide. The funding is already designated for the care of these children. It should be used on them, not getting swallowed up by the MCOs or agencies contracting with them. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you very much. Next, I have Liz Long, Policy Analyst, Kansas Council on Developmental Disabilities. Welcome to committee.
Thank you for having me. Let's see. Are we on?
Yep.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you for having us. I'm Liz Long with the Kansas Council on Developmental Disabilities, and I'm here to speak about the continued struggles around staffing for individuals with developmental disabilities. I've mentioned in the past we need to increase wages and training for direct service providers. Today, I'd like to suggest that we consider ensuring that people in high responsibility but low-paying positions be given benefits of health care, paid leave, and retirement benefits. This could be accomplished by allowing them to join the state health and retirement programs. As with anything, it would come with a cost and have administrative processes to work through. I'm told this has been discussed before. However, I think it bears revisiting. I would also like to thank the committee for its support with the IDD Modernization Committee. There's no doubt this issue will be brought up during their brief work, as well as the review of the eligibility tools available to better assess persons' needs, new ways to manage the wait list triaging, individual budget authorities, self-determination projects, addressing the MCO conflict of interest, and lack of awareness of families around services, hence the need for the targeted case management and system navigators, while all ensuring that this focuses on person-centered decisions. As representatives of all Kansans, I urge you to consider increasing benefits that would impact direct support workers, providers of HCBS services, and indirectly the local economy where these services take place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I have Lou Ann Kibbe, Systems Advocacy Manager, Southeast Kansas Independent Living Resource. Virtual?
Yes, I'm here. You hear me?
Welcome. Yes, I can. Welcome.
All right, thank you. So thank you, Chair Landwehr and committee members. My name's Lou Ann Kibbe, and I'm Systems Advocacy Manager for Southeast Kansas Independent Living Resource Center, better known as SKILL. First thing I wanted to talk about is the workforce shortage. Thank you for the rate increases from last session. But the workforce shortage of personal care attendants, direct support workers continues, and in some areas has even gotten worse. Skill provides services to individuals across the waivers. So we've been aware of the past imbalance of wages with the IDD waiver being lower. With the rate increases, it has just flipped populations of waivers with low wages for workers. I included a chart with the wages that we pay. So wages for physical disability and brain injury waivers is about $3 less. The overnight enhanced or sleep cycle, as it used to be known as, is $25 less. We do not believe in profiling one disability population as more difficult to hire workers. It's really very individualized. Some workers do not want to assist with personal care, such as toileting. Some workers are limited on lifting. Some workers do not want to work with an individual who's quote unquote more difficult or has behaviors. These issues can affect someone in any of the waivers. So we now have workers not wanting to work for individuals on the PD and BI waivers because the wages are lower than IDD and FE. So we really ask for rate parity on the wages. We also believe Medicaid expansion would be very beneficial in providing health insurance to some of these workers. Next, I wanted to bring up a type of service coordination or case management. In the past, prior to managed care, we had independent living counselors that did a lot, provided a multitude of services to individuals to make sure they didn't fall through the cracks. Unfortunately, this has not happened since we've had managed care. So we believe a type of service coordination for individuals to who self-direct would be helpful for individuals on HCBS that struggle. Lastly, I wanted to talk about Centers for Independent Living. In a previous meeting of this committee, it was asked by Representative Carpenter, what is a SIL? So Skill Resource Center is one of the 10 Centers for Independent Living, one of the SILs in Kansas. SILs are cross disability, meaning we work with people with all types of disabilities. My written testimony gives you a little background of SILs, which the first 3 opened in the late 70s, so we've been around for quite some time. I include a description of our required services that we're required to provide, and then most of the centers also contract under numerous waivers to provide a variety of services through the waiver programs. So Centers for Independent Living haven't had an increase in state funds since 1997, 25 years ago. The SILs have played an important part of the support system throughout the pandemic, prior to the pandemic, and currently, providing PPE, transporting individuals to get vaccinated, holding vaccination sites, disseminating food, disseminating tablets. So we would ask that you please consider supporting an increased funding for Centers for Independent Living. And I want to thank you for your time, and I'll answer any questions at the appropriate time.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, I have Matt Johnson, Director of Business Operations, Maxim Healthcare Services. Welcome to committee.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee, for allowing me to speak today. My name is Matt Johnston. I'm the Director of Business Operations for Maxim Healthcare Services.
Did you provide written testimony?
I did.
Okay. If you will do that after this meeting, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely. Sorry, my name is Matt Johnston. I'm the Director of Business Operations for Maxim Healthcare. We're a home health care company that provides specialized medical care in the home. First, I wanted to start off with saying thank you, as many of the predecessors have said as well. I appreciate the support of the program. Over the past couple of years, the rate increases that have helped us, increase the pay, increase bonus structures, both single and reoccurring bonus structures, to help the recruitment and retention of our nursing staff that's in the home. I look forward to continuing to work with KDHE and KDADS, the legislator, and the governor on trying to create an even better program, evaluate the impact of the changes, and also report back to the committee of, looking at the program as a whole. The rate increases began in July, and so we have very limited data right now, but as we continue to evaluate, I think we will see a significant increase in the ability to provide these services in the home. Everything hasn't been solved, but we will see a significant increase in the amount of services that are provided. My ask today is that we continue to evaluate the program using data to see how things are actually being accomplished. Also evaluate the home health care regulations. There were some changes that were made that went into effect of May of this year. It significantly impacted the provider network to the point to where we had to go back to the departments and really start reevaluating some of those. My ask would be is that we look at those regulations to ensure the safety of the patients in the home while also eliminating any unnecessary burden that is put onto the provider or the network. I once again thank you for all the support with this program, and I'll stand for questions when the time allows.
And it appears you do have written testimony.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, I have Dana Peterson coming in virtual, private citizen.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, legislators, for taking the time to hear our story. Dana Peterson.
Oh, hold on just a moment. Can we get her volume up? Okay, we're having problems with your volume, Dana.
How about now? Is that any better?
Not much. Are you using a headset or the microphone on your computer?
Just the microphone on my computer.
Okay, yeah, just get a little closer to, that works.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
I don't have any makeup on, so I'm sorry.
You know what? Some of us don't worry about that, so you're fine.
So thank you for taking the time to hear my family's story. My name is Dr. Dana Peterson, and I'm the proud parent of two boys, ages 19 and 14. My oldest son was born with a rare genetic disorder, resulting in numerous birth defects, global developmental delays, and multiple medical diagnoses, including epilepsy, autism, and he's fed through a G-tube. He's endured more than 18 surgeries and is medically complex, requiring around-the-clock care and supervision. Combined, his unique needs require that one-on-one support and includes additional supports like nursing and applied behavioral analysis therapy. That's why I'm here today. The biggest overarching concern I have with the current home community-based service IDD waiver system is the lack of support and services for individuals with medical complexity and/or profound needs. The intention of the CMS final rule requirements is to assure that services promote community inclusion, choices, and quality of life. Here I highlight the lack of choices for supports and services for my son, who is a medically complex adult. There is a serious lack of one-on-one supports in day service programs. While day service providers can apply for extraordinary funding, it is my understanding most don't. I understand they cannot legally turn away anyone based on their higher needs, but there are ways around this that happen all the time. Providers can request what's called a trial run, and after 1 or 2 days of the trial, the provider informs the family it is not a good fit. I've also been told the provider's effort to obtain extraordinary funding is cumbersome, and along with low reimbursement rates, applying is not worthwhile. We are touring these providers now, and the common 1 to 4 staff to client ratio would put my son at severe safety risk. We need to streamline the process for providers, reduce their burden, to access extraordinary funding so that Charlie and others with profound needs can have even an option to attend a day service program. Lack of residential services for individuals with profound needs. I've met with providers and learned that due to worker shortages, the best model is like the foster care system, where the adult with disability moves in with a host person or family who would then provide their care. Does that mean foster care, adult foster care, is the only choice for Charlie? Does that only option provide him the best quality of life for others with profound needs? Again, there are no choices. The lack of nursing provided to those with medical complexity. Charlie's on the IDD waiver, and with his plan of care, he is eligible for 60 hours of nursing per week and also for personal care attendant services. 5 years have passed since we've had a nurse, and that was only for a few months. No interviews, nothing from the providers. We've been told it's because of the low pay rate, shortages, nobody wants evening and weekend hours. The nurses in the metro area work in Missouri where the pay is higher. So again, there is no choice for Charlie or for us. We work full-time and we come home to another full-time job as a caregiver. And as a result of not having nursing, this past spring, we were forced to delay a major surgery indefinitely because Charlie's hospital team at Children's Mercy determined that my husband and I could not alone handle the home recovery. So once again, there is no choice. We had no choice in a medical decision. Aging out of impactful therapy. Charlie ages out of a therapy, applied behavioral analysis, that has made a tremendous impact on his ability. ABA is a well-documented, evidence-based therapy to help individuals diagnosed with autism across the lifespan. ABA provides Charlie the structure and support to learn and showcase his potential. We have the data that shows this. Currently, these services are billed through federal Medicaid, and he will age out at 21. This gives us roughly more than a year to work on his adult life. We need more time. We need more time to help him reach attainable goals that provide a foundation for his adult life in the community. I recently asked our MCO if ABA could be continued past 21, as it's medically necessary for him to achieve a quality of life through a single case agreement, and they said no. Anyone in the field of ABA will tell you this therapy works across the lifespan. His autism does not stop at age 21. His behavioral challenges do not stop at age 21. Denying an impactful therapy based on his age is ageism. Again, there's no choice for us. There's no choice for Charlie to continue this impactful therapy. I talk a little bit about, I know my time is short, the lack of personal care attendance. We've done all of the searching, care.com, reaching out to academic institutions that have different programs that might have students. But in the end, we feel like without help, we were being held for ransom in our own home. And that if they were paid higher, we could find help. Currently, we have no respite, no breaks, no time for our own self-care. I can't even make a dentist appointment. And nobody seems to care that we are drowning in this. If Kansas wants to support the final rule, then make choices happen. For day services, employment, residential services, in-home supports for those with more profound needs. That may mean allowing self-directed nursing, pay scales for nursing and that are based on the member's need of care, streamlining the process for day service providers to obtain extraordinary funding. Next year, Charlie ages out of the school district, and without a choice for day services, employment, in-home nursing, or personal care support, we don't know what we're going to do. Where is his choice for his adult life and future? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I have Mike Burgess, Director of Policy and Research, Disability Rights Center of Kansas. Welcome to committee, Mike.
Howdy. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. So I'm going to jump in. Immediately, you have my testimony in front of you, and it highlights obviously there's a lot of issues that are important, and I think from what you've heard from Dr. Peterson and Ms. Seitz, and we hear that from a number of other parents of just the challenges of getting through a day, getting through a week. So please take note of that. That is also a very important issue. I had to pick three that are that you might not have heard otherwise, although some of them I think you have heard from other conferees as well. And so the three recommendations are to add $15 million to increase and equalize rates for personal care services across all the waivers. The second item I'll cover briefly is to ask you to make a significant investment in the HCBS waiver slots for all of the waivers that have a waiting list. And the third is to increase the targeted case management rates, and I know you'll hear about that from some other conferees as well. So again, as others have said, thank you so much for the increases that you did. You did do some increases across all the waivers for the personal care rates. That was important. You did some significant increases in the IDD waiver and the FE waiver, and again, those were very, very needed. The challenge that's created, and I think some of the other conferees have talked about it as well, is we now have disparate rates for, again, those frontline workers providing that personal care services. So they help people transfer, they help clean, toilet, get dressed, do those, the tough work that folks need every day on a daily basis. And so you heard from Ski a little bit ago. I mean, he does a great job of telling his story, and it's a compelling one, and he is not alone. I mean, there are so many folks, as I talk to people with disabilities, this is a big concern. I mean, they're worried about having to go into an institutional setting because they can't find somebody to help them. And these are folks that are living and thriving in the community today. And so it would be great to continue to make progress on that issue. And so the ask is for $15 million to help equalize and increase those rates. And KDADS can give you a more specific number there as well. So the second one, the ask is to add 1,000 slots on the IDD waiver, 500 on the PD, and then look at the other waivers as well, such as the autism waiver, where there are kind of hidden waiting lists, so to speak. And the reason for those numbers is they're roughly 20% of the waiting list, or what the waiting list will be. And I know the committee, Chairman Carpenter is getting ready to meet on the IDD Modernization Committee, and we'll tackle some of that. But I think, we need a plan, but we also need to do something, because that's been one of the hardest things to watch over the years I've been at the DRC, is the waiting list just continues to grow and grow. And I know that. And then the last piece, as you'll hear from other conferees too, is the targeted case management rate hasn't been increased. It's a state plan service, which is different. So even though you've done some increases to some of the waiver programs, that one has been stagnant since, I believe, 2007. And so I picked a number. You feel free to pick a different number. 25% is it's a significant increase. And there are challenges in some counties where they can't find a targeted case management. And so even though that's not technically a waiting list, so to speak, if there's literally no one to offer the service, we have a de facto waiting list there. And so thank you, Madam Chair, and I would be happy to stand for questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Mike. Next, I have Tara Jackson, virtual. Tara, are you there?
Hi, I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Thanks. I appreciate your time and allowing me to speak today. My name is Tara Jackson. I am in Lansing, Kansas, and my daughter, Alyssa, is 8. She had a stroke in utero, which she had a traumatic brain injury. And so now her new diagnosis would be cerebral palsy, along with now being diagnosed with autism. So we were able to get her on the IDD wait list when she turned 5. When we first were on the wait list, it went from about 5 to 10 years. Again, I think that's unacceptable for so many families of mine who struggle to get our needs met. I'm sure there's other families as well, as we've heard this morning. We're blessed to have private insurance, but when our benefits change from one provider to another, that means the plans change. So some of her basic needs aren't getting covered anymore. We would get services like diapers covered, and now, unfortunately, we're not able to. And because we don't have any additional coverage, we don't have any guidance on what we can actually get diapers. Somebody wants to talk to us because we either don't have private insurance or then we're not on any of the IDD services. So that means also that the whole, it makes it hard to fix that. And unfortunately, we don't have any means for that. These types of products and services are super expensive out of pocket, unfortunately. We both work full time, but again, there's just not enough money for us to be able to pay anything out of pocket like that. And IDD would help so much in being able to get these things. We'd love to make progress in the future to open up IDD and get the wait list. But we're opening up so my family and other families are trying to have peace of mind, knowing that we're doing our best to provide for our families. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I have Linda Mowbray with KHCA. Welcome to committee, Linda. I guess I should have said CEO. I did not do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am Linda Mowbray, Kansas Healthcare Association, Kansas Center for Assisted Living. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with all of you today. One of the things I'd like to start out by saying is there's a difference between trade associations and professional associations. And as a trade association, we don't just represent owners or administrators or operators. We represent the entire workforce within long-term care. And that is a challenge. The staffing shortages, all of you are aware, they know no boundaries, and it's not just health care. We've seen some significant challenges within the state and the agencies that we depend on for some of our services. And that would include the big shadow in the room for us right now, and that is Medicaid eligibility again. With changes in staff over at KDADS, there has been, since last April, a rising backlog in number of Medicaid cases that have gone over 45 days without being processed. And most of that goes back to the level of care score, the eligibility score. Now, there have been some significant improvements, and I want to give a shout out to our colleagues at KDADS and to KDH&E, Drew Atkins, Sarah Hussein, Doreen Beasley, and then over at KDH&E, we have LaTanya Palmer, we have Bree Dorman, and of course our very dear Chris Schwartz. They are working hand in glove with us. They have let us know when they're having communication problems with our facilities. We are working to help solve the problem when it's a communication gap and a breakdown. But every day over 45 days with a Medicaid application means a provider is not getting paid. It means that, you know, in this time of hyperinflation, it's a delayed payment and process. And that doesn't just affect the owners and the operators and the administrators, but it affects the residents because we need the cash flow to keep the lights on within our facility. So while I feel like we're making great progress, and I think that we are beginning to clear out that backlog, I want to ask a couple of hard questions of KDADS, KDHE, and to the MCOs. When the federal public health emergency comes to an end, which we have every reason to believe will be soon, we will begin to have to do eligibility redeterminations. And my questions are simple. Are we communicating with the KanCare individual recipients? Do they know that this is looming? Do we have a plan to talk with them, to get information from them? The last thing we want is to have a backlog on eligibility or to have people dropped from the rolls. And KHCA stands willing to help assist with that process wherever we can. Thank you for your time, and I'll stand for questions at the appropriate time.
Okay, I'm going to break my rule right here. What is PHE?
Public health emergency.
Okay.
The federal public health emergency.
All right.
My apologies.
That's all right. You can't do that to some of us that don't deal with it every day. Thank you. Next, we have Samantha Brandt, Family and Community Engagement Manager with International Rett Syndrome Foundation, virtual.
Hi, thank you for having me today. As you can see, I look a little tired today because I've been up all night with my daughter having 25 plus seizures overnight. I live here in Gardner, Kansas. My daughter is on the TA waiver. I have recently also become a single parent. I am the only care provider for my child. My daughter Macy has Rett syndrome. It is like having Parkinson's, epilepsy, autism, cerebral palsy, anxiety, breathing abnormalities, all wrapped in one little girl. She is cognitively aware of everything that is happening around her, however, is not able to be mobile, use her hands, or protect herself in any manner. She is a prisoner of her own body. Macy is 100% fed by feeding tube, nonverbal, and has seizures that can often top 60 in a day, as I shared with you earlier. I am her sole provider and the only parent who knows how to care for her fully and completely. We do have a nurse, which is rare in this time. However, she is only so many hours a day, and the rest of those hours is my two hands, my back, my muscles, my heart. I'm one human in this unforgiving medical complex world that neither Macy nor I asked for. We need help. We can't get help because the pay is so horrific for nurses and personal care service workers. There are days I not only do the medical procedures Macy needs daily, but attend Zoom meetings, offer support and resources to families in my exact situation. This isn't safe for myself, nor Macy. I work full-time at the International Rett Syndrome Foundation as the Family and Community Engagement Manager for our rare disease, Rett syndrome. This is on top of full-time care for Macy. She has multiple therapies and medical appointments weekly I oversee and attend. We wholly depend on others to support me so I may support other families. The pay scales need to change and allow parents to decipher how much their nurses or potential caregivers are paid. Why are our children suffering from low pay scales at the mercy of nursing agencies who aren't filling these roles for families? Why is this being allowed to our most vulnerable populations? My physical and mental health are not only suffering, but my financial health, on top of being a taxpayer and advocate for our Kansas families. Please consider continuing to allow parents pay beyond COVID, and please consider pay beyond the $14 an hour, so families like mine don't become one of your state statistics, costing our taxpayers more in the long run. Kansas, this is unacceptable, and we can do better.
Thank you, Samantha. Next, I have Colin Olnick, Legislative Liaison, Self-Advocate Coalition of Kansas. Welcome to committee.
Got it, Braun? All right. Thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Hello, my name is Colin Olnick. I work for the Self-Advocacy Coalition of Kansas as their legislative liaison. On Wednesday, we'll begin the IDD Modernization Committee, but since many of you will be on that committee, the testimony I will give will be the same. I'm here to talk about employment first and targeted case management. First of all, in Kansas was the first state to enact unemployment first law. However, we lag behind other states in providing and supporting employment first options, that is employment at competitive wages in integrated settings. With the final rule coming down from the Senate for Medicare and Medicaid, which require that Medicaid funds be used to support people with disabilities in integrated settings in the community, this would provide, the state will be required to provide supported employment to people in the community. The second issue I come to speak to you about is targeted case management. None of what we do here involving modernizing the IDD system will work without targeted case management. They have not had a rate increase for about 10 years, as you've heard. These people work very hard in matching people with services they need and want that meet their lifestyle. This is a vital service, and they are a service provider as well and should be treated like other service providers in the IDD system. And at the appropriate time, I will stand for questions.
Thank you very much. Next, I have Angie, is it Ranking, Executive Director, ARC of Douglas County?
Yes, Ranking.
Ranking.
Yes, thank you.
Welcome, committee.
All right. I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you all this morning. Again, my name is Angie Ranking, and I'm the Executive Director of the ARC of Douglas County. You've heard reference to TCM, or Targeted Case Management, a few times this morning. I am the face of Targeted Case Management. I'm the Executive Director of a small nonprofit that's been around since 1956, and we are proud of the case management services we provide. As you've heard, there has not been a rate increase for targeted case management for at least 10 years. In addition, we also took a rate reduction in 2012, and those rate reductions were restored for all the other IDD services, but not for targeted case management. You could read my testimony. Clearly, it goes into more detail about sort of where we're at as an agency, but I want to just highlight that case management is a critical service, and I want to make sure you hear this loud and clear. We've heard about waiting lists, yes? And we know that there's a 9-year-plus wait for services. For folks and families that are on the waiting list, targeted case management is the one and only service they can get during that time. Now, maybe they get some other medically related services, but that targeted case management is the lifeline for families that are waiting 9 years for service. Can we make services happen? No, but we can help advocate and work with families to access everything that's out there and to make sure we're helping them not fall through the cracks of what we have available. The other thing that's important about the ARC of Douglas County is we are very proud to be an independent targeted case management agency. What that means is we do not provide any of the other waiver services, and we will never provide any of the other waiver services, because for us, we feel it's very important that our case managers have no conflict of interest, real or perceived, with the services provided. Our folks do not work for a provider agency, and so they are there to help the individual and their family through this complex system and to say to providers, hey, you got to be doing this and this. So it is a challenge to imagine that there are people out there who cannot get case management right now. So again, de facto waiting lists. There are CDDO areas that have said we don't have any case managers available. They have approached us as an agency that's independent and I believe well respected around the state to expand our services. We cannot afford to do that right now without a rate increase. I really believe that this is a network adequacy issue that we need to loop in our MCO partners and say, how do we improve access to targeted case management? Rate is one of the important factors. And finally, I want to highlight that as an agency that's been around since 1956, we've worked to build a suite of benefits for our staff. a suite of benefits that today, I'm sad to say, are at risk. We are at a place as an agency without a rate increase for our one service where we're making hard decisions about possibly cutting back on the very benefits that we are so thankful to have built up to provide for our staff. So please know that we are advocating for a rate increase for targeted case management. It's a critical service. It's a network adequacy issue. And most importantly, we are the independent voice for people navigating this system. So with that, please, we hope that you'll consider a rate increase, and we're super excited about the IDD Modernization Task Force and the investment you all made last session. But as you know, that investment did not spill over into the targeted case management service. So thank you, and I'll stand for questions at the appropriate time.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, committee. Is there anyone else in here that thought they were on the list to testify in person that we didn't call on? Huh?
Chairman, Dan is ready.
Oh, it's Dan with us? All right, Dan?
Hey, can you hear me this time?
Yes.
Can any? Yeah. Oh, thank God. Okay. Sorry. We've been at an appointment. We were at a Botox injection appointment, and I could not get it to work, but I've downloaded this app, and I'm in the van, so here I am.
Okay.
Hi, my name's Dan Seitz. You heard from my wife, Casey, just a little bit ago. Because of our daughter's medical complexity, I was forced to quit my job very early on to provide consistent care for her. There are no home and community-based agencies that provide complex care for Hudson as a toddler or now. Casey and I are also fearful for what life looks like when she's an adult. At 2 years old, Hudson qualified for the TA waiver, which gave us much-needed in-home nursing support to help us manage the 24/7 care. This was a huge blessing because it allowed Casey to keep working and remain a tax-paying Kansan. Caregiving of this nature is rarely sustainable long-term, with two parents working full-time and having no support in-home. While the large number of monthly hours we're approved for is enormously important, we've never had all of our hours filled by any nursing agency. Even when we do get temporary nurses, they often no-show or cancel at the last minute. This problem is in large part due to how low nurses are paid by the agencies employing them. The paid caregiving during COVID has been a big deal for our family and many others. It allowed us to gain back a partial paycheck, which has allowed us to pay off debt, increase savings, and get back on track for things like an emergency fund, retirement, and relieve a huge amount of stress that we already feel on top of the 24/7 caregiving. Places like Colorado, California, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, and Massachusetts give regular paid caregiving hours with benefits to parents when nursing hours aren't filled, even for minor children. Families there can remain financially viable taxpayers in the community. Furthermore, when parents are happy and healthy, their children usually are happy and healthy, which then puts less stress on the medical insurance system and avoids long-term institutionalization of the child and or the parent, who inevitably become unhealthy and financially unstable after years of this lifestyle. If we can't serve the families with well-paid, trained nurses, get rid of the middlemen, give the federal Medicaid dollars directly to families, so they aren't forced to become financially unstable and thus reliant on other, more expensive state support. My ask today is simple. One, keep the paid caregiving approved after December for parents who have medically complex children on any waiver, especially when their nursing hours continue to go unfulfilled. And two, consider a percentage cap on agencies or the removal of them completely and force them to give the money to the front lines of caregiving where it's really needed. Thank you for being here today and for listening to each of us.
Thank you very much, Dan. Okay, committee, you also have written testimony from Monica Murphy and also from Amy Heighton with Topeka Independent Living Resource Center. Committee, are there questions for any of our conferees? We've probably got about 10 to 12 minutes for questions. Representing Concannon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think my first question will be for Kathy Keck.
Yeah, just when you're called upon by the representative, come up to the microphone, please.
Kathy, you mentioned in your testimony, you referred to retaliation. What are you being retaliated for, and how do they retaliate?
I put a little in my testimony, and I hate to call people out, but you ask me. So I believe the retaliation comes, so anytime I interview a nurse, agencies send nurses to our home to interview. I don't care which agency they come from. I tell the nurse that I educate them about the reimbursement rate for Medicaid services is $47 an hour now. Last year it was $43. And I tell them when you're negotiating with the companies, and I tell them to explore all companies, I say you need to ask for a rate that will keep you at my house, keep continuity of care for my daughter. That's it. That's not always appreciated by the providers, and I've been told that's none of my business and I shouldn't be talking to nurses about that. I do encourage nurses to talk to all companies. I did have a nurse that wanted to go to a different job, and she did get a different job making, I believe it was $4 more an hour, so not a huge amount, $4 more an hour. And so we shifted some of our nursing hours to a different agency. As soon as we did that, we were told by an agency that, well, we're not going to recertify your house. We're not going to just provide 9 hours a week in your house. So they canceled a recertification visit. A few weeks later, it was rescheduled. I think there might have been I sent out a pretty big email about this is retaliation. We should have choice. If you're not going to pay our nurses, if there's an agency that's willing, that we shouldn't get penalized for that. And then they did recertify our house, but then right after the certification, the only nurse that we had in our home was pulled from our house and moved to another home, similar to what happened with Miss Sites. So.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, do you want me to do all my questions now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
Well, wait a minute, all right, whenever there's someone standing up there, someone else has a question, let's go ahead, so we don't have them bouncing back and forth. Anyone else got a question for Ms. Keck? All right, seeing none, thank you very much. Go ahead, Representative.
So my next question's for Rachel Monger with Leading Age. And Rachel, in the last week, there was an article by, I think it was an NPR article maybe, but talking about 35 long-term care facilities closed. Do you know how many beds that represents? And are we losing beds? Is there a particular part of the state that these are closing? And are there other ones opening somewhere else?
Yeah, so those numbers are always tricky, aren't they? And we have talked about this in KDAD's probably in their presentation, especially over this last year. They come to Bethel and they show you what those closure rates are and where they are. And I think you see in our situation report that when you net the beds that we've lost, it doesn't look as bad. And the reason why is because you have a lot more instability with some of the more smaller residential health care and home plus types of places are opening and closing. On the nursing home side, you'll be able to see that we have lost beds more than we've lost licenses. I don't know if that makes sense. You have a lot of nursing homes that are staying open, but they're either delicensing a bunch of beds and have whole wings closed off. We have nursing homes who technically still are open and have a license, but they have zero census. So it is a lot more complicated when you look at that. So we tried to make it look fair, a fair representation, but as far as we could tell, 35 for sure we're opening and closing around the state. And so our concern is about beds a lot of the time, of how many of those we're losing, and we have lost quite a bit, and I think that's in our situation report as well. And then the other part of your question about, is there parts of the state that are, shifting and changing? It really is all over the place. Obviously, rural places have a lot harder time than urban, but all of our members, whether it's urban, rural, all across the state, are telling the same story about having whole wings shut down, not being able to take admissions, and even seeing waiting lists as well.
And the primary reason for this is workforce?
Primary is workforce, yes.
Okay. All right. I have one more then.
Anyone else for Rachel? Nope, go ahead.
Okay, then I'd like to ask Craig Knutson. And while you're coming up, on page 4 of your testimony,
Yes.
Am I on the right person? Was this yours?
Yes.
Yeah. So I can't tell on this chart what it's measuring.
Okay, that measures the per capita investment in individual and family supports. And it really measures where we're putting our money relative to other states. That chart is not to say that Kansas doesn't invest in IDD services. What it says is that we aren't investing in individual and family supports and supported employment. Nationally speaking, we're about average in terms of our investment per capita on supports and services. We just invested in our provider networks and institutions. About 98.5% of our total expenditures goes there and not towards individual and family supports and supported employment.
Okay, and so where was this drawn from?
That was drawn from State of the States. It is a national data service that looks at different measures of intellectual and developmental disabilities and how states measure, their utilization of services.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Sure.
Well, and I'm just going to tag along with that a little bit, because there was Representative Ballard and I were having discussion on that chart. It's somewhat misleading, and I think we have to be very careful of what we're showing people, because every state does it different.
Yeah.
So how we calculate and how another state calculates is apples and oranges. It's not apples and apples.
Right, and one of the things we'll see when we do the IDD Modernization Task Force is a longitudinal study of how Kansas invested their money. And we can see that if you look back over time, say 20, 30 years, we used to invest in those type of supports and services, and we just kind of drifted away from it.
Okay, Representative Carpenter.
And that was my question. Could you get me how you gathered those stats?
Well, like I said, I gathered those from the State of the
Okay,
State.
well,
It's part of the national data source that the councils use when we're doing our federal reports. And its stats are compiled right now. It's through the University of Kansas. It used to be through the University of Colorado, but KU just recently got the contract, and they collect the data from the different state agencies like KDADS and KDHE.
Well, there should be a link or something that goes to that.
Okay.
Okay. Can you get that to us?
I can do that.
All right. Very good. Thank you. Thank
So
you,
if you'll
Madam
just
Chair.
get that to Rita, then she'll take care of it. Representative Ballard, I believe, has a question.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
No,
someone
please.
else? Okay.
You answered my question.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nick Wood, please. Thank you, Nick, very much for your testimony. I'm interested in when you talk about the crisis exceptions. Would you expand on a little bit more? And I think you mentioned the comment about the adult IDD, in that they could be incarcerated, but actually they can't stand trial.
Yes.
Okay, so would you just cover that a little bit more in detail for me, please?
Right. So Kansas, I'll just start. Kansas has a waiting list, and states have some flexibility in how they manage their waiting list. It's sort of been a topic of study just in fairly recent years. It's sort of hard to nail down because just the nature of waiting lists, if you have a long one, it's really hard to tell how it's being managed, how people are moving forward. Some states, it's first come, first serve. Other states, it might be according to some type of an assessment. Both have their problems. In Kansas, we're more or less first come, first served, and that so it moves chronologically, except that we build in a crisis exception process, and how we've defined that in our waiver per our agreement with the feds is someone can get a crisis exception if they have law enforcement contact, contact with Child Protective Services or Adult Protective Services. So that's what we do in Kansas. Crisis exceptions are, known to everyone here, not a good thing. That means that there's a major event in this person's life. Even though they then can access waiver services, it might not be enough for that person to keep them in home and community. The part about civil commitment gets at an issue that we've had in Kansas. It's been identified actually for a long time, but the legislature held hearings on it in 2009 and 2012, and maybe even before that. But I participated in the one in 2009. And at that time, the legislature said, we acknowledge this is a problem in our civil commitment statute. So what can happen is if I'm a person with IDD, I'm accused of a crime. It could be something serious. It could be something fairly petty. I'm not competent to stand trial. My attorney tells the judge that. In our civil commitment statutes, that judge and the prosecutor can have me sent to Larned for what they call competency restoration. Usually that sort of thing has historically been applied to someone who, maybe has had untreated schizophrenia for a number of years. The idea is that they would go to Larned for competency restoration, get treatment, and then perhaps be evaluated to see if they're competent to stand trial. When it's a person with IDD, their intellectual developmental disability is not going to change. They're not going to be restored to competency, and they can be sort of trapped in this cycle of indefinite incarceration, is how it's been termed. And it's been recognized as a potential violation of their 14th Amendment rights. So that being said, there has been sort of progress made. The Office of Judicial Administration put together a committee, a council. There are judges, attorneys from around the state. The county attorney from Pawnee, which is where Larned is, who participates in a lot of these civil commitment trials, was also a part of it. They came up with what we feel is good language to be able to address this gap in our civil commitment statutes. We have a bill draft. In fact, it was heard in Senate Judiciary 2 years ago, 2019. The problem is we have an issue. So if someone who historically or traditionally right now is sent to Larned, if they don't go to Larned for competency restoration, then what? For people who, it's not a serious offense, they just need more support. Maybe they've been sitting on the waiting list for a long time and they've got some kind of, challenging issues that they're facing. They need that kind of support. We can provide services to them. For people who have more serious and challenging behaviors, the question is what exists in Kansas. So when we talk about behavioral health services, crisis services, you heard last year from KDADS talking about crisis stabilization units. That's where states across the country that are getting a handle on this, that's where they're moving to. So you've got a continuum of care for those folks.
Okay, I thought it was complicated. It is. The reason why I asked that is that I knew that we had a hearing in 2019, but the other thing is, it's just if it's a violation, it's really a violation of a federal right, and that's why I wanted to be very specific about it, because it's not. We cannot be in violation of a federal, and if you can't stand trial, and yet from a state point of view, we have to treat whatever that illness might be, okay? I will talk with you more about it because we may still be in violation of the federal right.
We probably are, Representative. I think you're right, yeah. So.
Yeah, and I don't want to sit here and say, I know it, gee, that's too bad. We got to do something about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any emergency service, I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
Are you done? I didn't want to interrupt.
No, I'm not going to emergency services, but
okay,
ahead, yeah.
Now I've got something for Nick. You made comment on kids with IDD issues going into foster care. You got documentation on that, Nick?
So I haven't seen a SNCNAN report in a number of years, but I know that DCF keeps these statistics. I am going off of the trends as I understood them probably 8 to 10 years ago. there was a regular, I just don't think that it is significantly improved, and it's mostly from talking with agencies. Just met with KDADS a couple of weeks ago where we're talking about the problems caused by kids falling in a gap in services. But yeah.
How about if you do us a favor, get with DCF and get current numbers and don't, because it's, yeah, you know, I don't like to hear this is happening and then here it's 8-year-old information.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. I would love to. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm kind of anal on those types of things.
Okay.
Okay. Further questions for Nick, anyone? All right, seeing none. Go ahead,
you.
Representative Ballard.
Thank you. I just have one more, and this will be for emergency medical services. Thank you again for your testimony. I want to follow up on this because in our social services budget, this was a heavy topic that we discussed. And, you know, because of, I think, if I have it correct, Representative Carpenter, until we increased the pay a little bit, you hadn't really seen a raise since 1992.
I believe that is correct, yes.
And, you know, I find that almost appalling. That
Correct.
we would go that long, and yet it's county health so much is demanded and with emergency services. Also, if you're out of your jurisdiction, you pick up somebody, you can't charge for that run, or, I mean, it got very complicated. But again, tell me what it is when you say you need a increase. Is it in a specific area that you need it more, or just overall, or do you need some of the rules changed, excuse me, changed in terms of how you can build and then collect?
Sure, we need a little bit of everything, but right now what we're talking about is how we bill and what we collect, because we, you know, a department doesn't have the same leverage for an insurance company as a hospital system would. So to contract, like for our department, you know, we can't really contract with Blue Cross and Blue Shield and be able to set something that's a little bit more favorable for us. So, and then when it comes to Medicare, Medicaid, obviously, you know, the rate increase that we got brought us up to 60% of Medicare, but we're still lagging quite a ways behind. So, and it is different when you're talking about a ground ambulance versus an air ambulance. And I think that maybe where you're talking about, because especially with like the privates and with some of the air, so the rules are a little bit different for them. So they will have, you know, the contracts that they can bill with, but then they also have the ability to do things that we can't do. But for us, we typically mainly respond in most counties in your county or in your jurisdiction. Now, if we go outside of our jurisdiction and because there's something significant going on and they need more ambulances, we certainly respond to those and we can bill for those. So it doesn't, our billing doesn't end at our county, but it is per patient, per call. So does that answer your question?
Maybe I didn't ask it specifically because I don't know exactly what to ask. I just know that with the emergency medical services, what I have heard, and when we had testimony, is it is complicated with the billing.
It is.
Now, I don't remember if you go to a particular destination, but you don't provide any services, you can't bill for it.
Okay, I think I know what you're asking. So we have to get payment. We have to transport somebody to a hospital to get payment. So I think that's what you're asking. Yes. So, but you know where the system is flawed is we can treat people at their home and keep them from having to go to the hospital, but we don't get paid for that. So that's one of the flaws that we have. Another issue that we're seeing now, and that what we're seeing in our community, is for mental health. If we transport somebody to a mental health facility, we don't get paid for that. But we can take them to the hospital and get paid. And the hospital's not where they need to be. So that's other issues that are coming up.
Thank you. That answers. Now we have another part of that story.
Representative Carpenter.
So Medicaid and Medicare don't pay you? Do the private insurances pay you if you do services in the home to keep them from being transported?
Some do and some don't, and it's not at the regular rate that we would if we're a transport. So some do and some don't. It depends on the insurance company.
Thank you. Could you get us some more information on that, or I'll get a hold of your lobbyists and get some more information, your comparable rates to private pay versus Medicaid? And it's been a while since we looked at that last year, but
absolutely,
it would be helpful to have some more information about that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair, can I proceed? That is really important because, I was really concerned when we had testimony before. Because if you call and then you go out and you do this and you can't be reimbursed, then you're losing money. But then is it private pay or is it Medicare? And I'm not sure. Maybe there's some people are about how this can, but it does create a problem for delivery of services.
Oh, absolutely.
And so part of that is if you're a smaller service in a smaller county, you may not be able to respond because you don't have the funding or you're not going to get paid for it, where a larger community could absorb part of it because maybe they can get it from their county or they can get it from another source, but you may not have another source.
Correct.
And so then that puts, in my mind, the Kansan or the customer that you're trying to serve at a disadvantage because they may not be able to receive those services.
Oh, absolutely. And where it creates a lot of difficulty for them is we can take care of them and keep them in their home. And some services will do that and just say that our county understands that we're going to have to accept this. And because that's what we have the ability to do that. There are other services who can't, because they need that revenue. And when you're talking about ambulance services that have bake sales to buy equipment, they're going to transport these people because that's what they need to do to survive.
Thank you. You answered my question because some counties are desperate to have the funds in order to be able to serve the people there.
You're correct.
And I think the state should be assuming more responsibility in that area.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, and Representative, remember, it's complex in that whether it's Medicaid, Medicare, or private insurance, they're all different.
Yep.
You have one company in Medicare, for example, that has a $200 copay for airlift. All the others don't.
Right.
Now look at the expense of an airlift versus an ambulance. So it's complex, so be careful what you wish for out there. There are budget constraints, whether we believe it or not. So,
Madam Chair.
okay, now don't go too far, because now you've thrown us off schedule, but that's okay. I'm just going to blame it on you and Representative Kincannon and Representative Carpenter.
I'll take the blame because I really needed to know this response.
No,
and thank you,
absolutely.
Madam Chair. And I am careful what I ask for. But then if I'm not the one asking, I'm only asking on behalf of a constituent.
I love you too. Just smack me, okay. Representative Kincannon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, for you.
Nope, she's got a question for you.
Just, sorry.
I tried.
Just to follow up on some of the other questioning. Do you know if other states, if Medicaid pays for those kinds of ambulance runs in other states?
Yes, they do in some states. And really, I think Sarah, Sarah Furtick would be able to help us more with that. Hate to put you on the spot.
Yeah, we'll talk to Sarah about it then when
absolutely.
she gets up there. Thank you.
Then I've got, I believe, Representative Megan Lynn and then Senator Petty. And then we're done.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was
Lunch just got shorter, I'm just telling you all.
Well, Representative Kincannon asked one of my questions, so that's great. So you mentioned that transportation to a mental health facility is not reimbursed. What is the difference between that and a hospital? What is it that makes it not reimbursable?
Well, in the government size, especially like with Medicare and some of those, that is considered an alternate destination. And for us to be able to transport someone, we have to take them to the closest, most appropriate facility. And that is typically, it's hospitals.
Mostly because they're usually closest.
Well, yes, and medically appropriate. So I don't think that the times have caught up to, the laws have not necessarily caught up to the times, if you will.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Petty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have no questions for you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have a question for Heather Braun. Heather, thank you for being here today, and thank you for bringing up the CHIP issue. Could you help us remember what this correction costs?
Yeah.
Or what this correction costs the state?
Yeah, so the budget proviso they added to the fiscal 2023 budget was $1.4 million, or which included nearly $400,000 for SGF, and that was to estimate. An estimate was made this would benefit about 550 kids, and so that's how the costs broke down for the state.
So, and the biggest part of it, but the money that, most of the money that for CHIP comes from the feds. Is this correct?
That's correct.
And then the second thing about this issue, and I will say, I think this is a really important issue. I worked with you on this last year, and I hope to see us move forward again this year. You brought up about the fact that with the public emergency winding down and the redetermination, how's that going to impact our families?
So they, number one, first what they're needing to do right now is they're needing to make sure their kids' contact information is updated with the state, or if they are one of the few parents, caregivers that qualify for Medicaid, if they're below that 38% federal poverty level, or they're in the pregnant caretaker, the pregnant category, they need to make sure their contact information is updated with the state. So when the state starts that redetermination process, and I'm sure you'll be hearing later from KDHE about this, I think it's on their agenda, but they're going to need to be reaching out to these families to ask for income proof again. Sometimes this can be done automatically through some state systems, but other times they're going to have to ask for more follow-up information. If any point in that process, the communications channels break down for a number of reasons. Sometimes it can be someone has moved, their contact information has not been updated, but what we are most concerned about is if the Postal Service doesn't deliver a notice, if something comes through the mail and a family overlooks it. I don't know about you, but I have a hard enough time keeping up with my own mail, let alone, these families who sometimes they're working 16 hours a day to feed their kids, to send their kids to school, and they go to bed and get up the next morning to do it. So they may miss something, or they get it. They open it up, they send the information back to the state, and things still break down. And so there's just a lot of concern with national partners we work with and a lot of other stakeholders that families will be negatively impacted by what is ahead. I mean, it's a return to how things were in the past, the procedures, but we know from research that when lots of these redeterminations happen at once and in a short period of time, kids are caught in this. It just happens. And we want to raise this concern and continue to raise this concern with everyone.
And just as follow-up, is that 72.2% of children ages 0 to 17? I mean, I know that's a nationwide figure, but are we worried that that could be that high in Kansas?
Yes, I do not have a state breakdown. No state breakdown was given in that research study, but we are concerned it could be that as high here.
Thank you, Heather.
Thank you.
My other question is for Tanya Dorff, Bruner from Oral Health, Kansas.
Hello, Senator.
Hello,
Excuse me.
Tanya,
Hi.
thanks. I'm so glad to see that the 3.5 that we invested last year, the services that are mentioned in here. But I did want to ask you, you mentioned in your testimony about the dentures. And so is there an estimate of what would have to be the increase for dentures to be covered?
That's such a good question. And Director Fertig and I have had that conversation multiple times, and I think you've had that conversation with your staff multiple times. I don't think there is a really good estimate yet because it's a little bit hard to figure out. There's to the modeling of it. So it might be a question for Director Fertig. I'm afraid to even say a number and be wrong. So we're probably in a similar ballpark. I think, is that a fair? That's maybe fair-ish to say. Similar ballpark, might be a little more than that. It was $3.5 million for the original initial services. It may be in that ballpark or a little higher.
Gotcha.
So,
Okay. And
all the, with all the qualifications.
with the qualifications, it would be.
No, I'm just saying, I'm not gonna commit to that number, but it's in that ballpark. So, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you. That's helpful. And then my last question is for Mike Burgess. I'm sorry. Hi, Mike. Your testimony about that $15 million to increase and equalize the rates for personal care services, I'm just curious as to when we talk about this, is because that doesn't necessarily mean that if a person is approved for a certain number of hours of services and then they go over that, would those services then actually be at that same rate, or would it go down to the reduced rate?
Well, and that's a great question for situations, and it depends on the individual situation too, whether they're agency-directed or self-directed, and there may be others who are, the FMS providers may be better, or the KDADs better equipped to answer some of that, because there are situations where somebody may be able to have, because they're limited to a block of funding, and so for whatever reason they had unused hours, they may be able to adjust it a little bit on the other end, but it's still within that. Or the worst case scenario for somebody who self-directs, the person works additional hours and ends up making a lower hourly wage because they worked additional hours and the overall money is capped. And so if I'm getting at what your question.
Right, it seems to be an issue that comes up often with self-directed, that even though we do an increased rate increase, that if they go over the hours, or you're still going to go down to a lower pay for the person if they work more hours over what they are capped at.
That certainly, I mean, and again, I think there are others that can go into the weeds further and more specifically on that. With the 15 million, that would help bring up the rate for, the situation like the PD waiver. So I know one of the other conferees with his situation, that they were able to do he was able to negotiate that, but that waiver didn't receive the same increases as others, and so I think the rate was it $10.90 or $11.90 an hour. The 15 million would help increase that to where the IDD waiver is, and that was kind of the peanut of what the request was, because there's rate disparity across the waivers, and then there are other situations like individuals that self-direct versus agency-directed. There are additional disparities there. I wasn't really trying to delve into those weeds, but just globally, if we can increase the rate to where the IDD, that would make a difference for a lot of individuals, including some of the conferees today.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Representative Carpenter, I almost forgot you.
Thank you. Well, that is true. What Mike's talking about is we did raise the ID and the DD, but the PD, the autism, the others are also lower, and they did get a 7% raise this last year. It was in the budget to raise that rate, but ID and DD got a larger raise, so just FYI. My question to you is, Number two, make a significant investment to increase HCBS waiver slots to reduce waiting lists for HCBS waivers. We've heard everybody up here has talked about workforce. We can't even move anybody off of the waiver list. It's all about the workforce, is it not? Do you have some magic bullet there that you're keeping secret to allow us to do that? Thank you.
The short answer is no. I don't have a magic anything, unfortunately. But part of it, I think, is just adding those additional with some of the other things that you've done with the rate increases and some of the other changes that have happened. We haven't invested in those waiver slots, and I think. This is an important piece, and it very well may be a situation where some of the folks are going to have a hard time moving on to services. But until we add the slots, I mean, we can't. It's a chicken and egg problem, and I appreciate all of the other things that you've done in the past to help increase and address some of the capacity challenges. But I think we are also at a point where we need to move into the slots to help folks on the waiting list, because they as some of the conferees have talked about, for a lot of folks, it becomes a crisis waiting list. I mean, they're far more likely to end up having a crisis and begin receiving services than they are for their slot to come up. So
I don't disagree with you there, but I think that a lot of our problems are just around workforce. I mean, we hear that with nurses, we hear that with direct support workers, all that kind of stuff. It took me about 3 years to figure out that was the biggest problem with the ID and the DD waiver was, even if we took that wait list, we couldn't serve those people. And that's, I think, I'm saying that that's a good thing, but it's all about the workforce.
It is. I mean, and that's why, again, I know there's a lot of pieces to the solution. I think one of those pieces will be adding capacity for the slots. That isn't, the one. I mean, it's not a magic solution like with your first question, but I think it is an important step to begin to help with that. And I think, having peeked at your agenda for the upcoming committee, I think there's going to be some great discussions that happen over the course of your meetings. And as you hear, from those families who are either on the waiting list or receiving services, there are a number of things that can be done to help them be able to get what they need, or get at least be significantly better than they are today. I mean, if you talk to the families who are on the waiting list, they're not getting what they need. I mean, and it's a tragedy, unfortunately.
Okay, I would say committee, if you've got further questions, if you get them to Rita, and then she can advance them to any of our conferees out there, and then they can respond back to them, because I know that there's a lot of them, and not everyone on here will be on the IDD committee that is on Wednesday. And as you can already tell, it's going to be a pretty intensive and long discussion. So we're going to go ahead and move on forward. Committee, now we have a presentation by our long-term care ombudsman, and that would be Carrie Bacon. Welcome to committee, Carrie.
Thank you. I'm Carrie Bacon, and I'm the KanCare ombudsman. And I appreciate the opportunity to talk with the committee about our office. I'm going to make this kind of short. I know you need to catch up. There is some data information I want to just go through. Our initial contacts are still down, and we still say that that has to do with the PHE, and don't ask me again what that's, it's public health, thank you. I just lose it. I use it and I lose it. Okay, and then the second one is that our office responded to calls within 2 business days about 91% of the time this last quarter. And we're closing cases within 2 days about 78% of the time. So hopefully that helps give you an idea of the work we're doing. We also, I wanted to give you an update on our office transition. It became official on July 1st, and I say official, we were doing lots of things to transition up until then, but budgetarily we transitioned at the beginning of the fiscal year. So we are now an independent agency attached to the Department of Administration. A new thing that we created in second quarter was a grievance process for our office. I, for some reason, had never thought about creating that. We had somebody ask about it, and I was like, yeah, we should have one. So I worked with KDHE, and we now have a grievance process, and it's on our web pages, along with the other resources that we have. KDHE has been working to create some additional information on the new, we call it the new applications. They were put out about a year ago, and starting in October, November of last year, we worked with KDHE to help put together additional information so it's easier to understand and fill out. And that went on the website during second quarter. And it's not under our part, although we do kind of list it, and we send them over to the applyforkancare.com, and that information is there. We talked with the 3 MCOs in June about ways that we can work with them to provide more information about our office to the providers that they are contracted with and to their members. And those were very good, productive conversations. We were pleased with that. And then finally, we are going to start sometime in fourth quarter working on a new software system for our case management process. People understand case management better than when I say, we call it internally our online tracker, because that's where our staff and volunteers fill out the information about the people that we work with, and that's where we get all this great data. With the process of switching to become an independent agency, the tracker that we currently are using has limited time. The KDADS has had that, but are not going to be able to support that ongoing. And the IT people that we're now working with don't have programming people. This was a homegrown software process that was created, and it actually has kind of met its capacity in some different ways. I'm more limited in some of the reports that I can do and that kind of thing. So this is a really good thing that we are going to create this new tracker or software management program. And so I just want to let you know that's coming. I don't anticipate it will be done until sometime maybe second quarter next year. But I wanted to make you aware the reports when they come out will look a little bit different, and we may have some additional information we can share with you at that point. I conclude my testimony and be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions for Carrie? Carrie, just going through some of the attached data that you've provided for us. If on page 12, I was just trying to understand on your data priorities, what does this chart tell us?
So the reason we have this priority piece is that in the tracker we currently use, we don't have a way to say, oh, go back and look at this when it's not done, but we need to keep track of it. And so we're trying to figure out how to manage that. So I have someone who on a weekly basis goes through these cases that are still open and tells me we need to go back and look at this one. But this tells me a little bit more information about them. Are they home and community-based services issues? Are they long-term care? Is it an urgent medical need? Urgent has kind of become a catch-all for those ones that I know I need to follow up on, but it may not be urgent, but I need to keep track of it. Those kinds of things. So that gives you a little bit of information about why we do it. This one I think will go away when we have the new system, because it will have a calendaring system built into it, so it will remind us when we need to go back on a person-by-person basis.
So it sounds like we're going to get a little bit more breakdown of the data we've been receiving to get a little more detail when
I'm
we want
hoping
to.
so, yes.
Okay. All right,
Yes.
committee, are there further questions of Carrie? All right, seeing none, thank you very much for being here and
Thank
your
you.
patience with us. All right, next but not least is the presentation on Medicaid Inspector General Stephen Anderson. Welcome to committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm pleased to appear today and talk about the Inspector General's office. I am Steve Anderson. The IG's office continues to oversee a number of complaints that's ever increasing involving fraud, waste, and abuse and illegal acts, involving KanCare, Medican, and CHIP. The majority of these complaints come to us from DCF. Other sources do include concerned citizens, other law enforcement agencies, oversight agencies, and our hotline that's run through the Attorney General's office. My testimony includes just a real simple chart, but by example, in 2019, we received 227 complaints. 2020, we jumped to 650. 2021, 1195. And here we are in 2020 as of September the 16th, 1048. Using some rough math, we should hit over 1,400 complaints this year before this calendar year is expired. So it keeps us quite busy, and that's an awful lot of complaints. The IG's office is also busy with audits. We are wrapping up our audit concerning eligibility determinations of Medicaid recipients that have moved out of the state of Kansas. The draft reports being prepared should be transmitted to KDHE for response, and we plan to have the final report published before the next meeting of this committee. The audit covered the period from January the 1st, 2019 through December 31st, 2021, and sought to answer the following questions. Basically, does KDHE have an effective system for tracking Medicaid beneficiaries that moved out of the state? Were reports from the Public Assistance Reporting Information System, otherwise known as PARIS, used effectively and timely to identify Kansas Medicaid beneficiaries that were receiving Medicaid in other states? And there were capitation payments properly recouped from MCOs for Medicaid beneficiaries that had their eligibility terminated? We've also initiated another audit involving eligibility determinations for Medicaid recipients on the TransMed program. Our audit will cover individuals again from January 1st through 2019 through December 31st, 2021, and we'll look to answer these questions. Does KDHE have an effective system for processing and tracking determinations of Medicaid beneficiaries on the TransMed program? Has KDHE adopted a single TransMed period of 12 months in lieu of the 6 months period? Are there Medicaid beneficiaries on the TransMed program that have been in the program for longer than governing regulations allow? The third audit we have underway involves a performance audit of Medicaid beneficiaries with multiple identification numbers. Our audit will look from January 2019 through June 30th, 2020, and we'll look to answer these questions. Does KDHE have an effective system of tracking beneficiaries with multiple Medicaid identification numbers? And does KDHE identify capitation overpayments, and are they following contracts that are in effect for recoupment? We also are continuing to look at the issue involving Medicaid beneficiaries not reporting financial windfalls, particularly winnings from the lottery. We've been getting records from the lottery thanks to a change that was made statutorily. We've identified 9 individuals who have not reported lottery winnings, and we've opened investigations on those people. In a recent one, we had a winner who won over $730,000 and did not report that to KDHE and should have. I'm grateful that that my office was authorized 2 additional auditor positions. That's why we were able to open those other audits. They started employment on June 13th of 2022 and have immediately started making a difference because the audits were able to open, and they're helping out on investigations as well. They were critical to our ability to fulfill our core mission of conducting audits and performance reviews. I would ask that the legislature would consider addressing an issue of increasing the state's capacity for Medicaid eligibility fraud investigations. This is by either amending my statute to expand this directive, or providing additional resources, or providing resources to combat eligibility fraud in other agencies. This area has been ignored for several years and should be addressed as soon as practical. There's an audit report reference. It's audit report 20-02, and the link for it's in my testimony. It's good reading. To place this in context, this is for fiscal year 2021. We screened 943 complaints involving eligibility fraud. not just overall fraud, but just eligibility. And then in fiscal year 22, which has ended, this increased to 1,285 complaints that involved eligibility fraud. Appreciate your time this morning. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions.
Committee questions? Representative Concanon.
Thank you. So thanks for this testimony. The request you had on the eligibility fraud, I mean, how much more staff is needed for that?
I'd like to have, if I could have 2 investigators and an analyst, it'd be a total of 3 FTE would be perfect.
3 FTE?
Yes, ma'am.
And we could put those in your office?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Senator Petty.
Thank you, and thanks for your presentation. But when you talk about eligibility fraud, what does that fraud complaint, what does that actually include?
The complaint we receive? They're typically anonymous complaints. Sometimes we get them from neighbors, we get them from providers. They really cover the full spectrum of situations. A complaint will oftentimes tell us about, for example, somebody who has that is receiving caretaker medical, and but they live in a $600,000 house and they're driving a $90,000 car, and we know for a fact they have great jobs, but yet the mom and the kids are all on caretaker medical, receiving full Medicaid benefits, when clearly they're not eligible. That's an example of those type of complaints. We received a complaint about a woman who was on pregnant woman care, and she had provided false documentation to be qualified for that when in fact she hadn't. And she included a letter that was forged from a medical practice. She forged the letterhead as well as the doctor's signature on the letter, and was cleared for pregnant woman coverage when she wasn't pregnant at all. Those are the sort of things. Those come from providers and other sources.
You mentioned on the cover page of your testimony about that majority of complaints were submitted by the DCF.
Yes.
Is that correct? Is that correct in most areas, or is that just varies? Does that pertain to those numbers that you provided on the back page as well?
Yeah, one of the reasons they come through DCF, it's kind of a quirk of how things are set up. If people contact the clearinghouse to attempt to report fraud, they're routed to the DCF hotline, and they are the gathering house for all of those complaints. So naturally, they come through that source, but they can cover a myriad of issues. But that's the quirk of how things are passed through the clearinghouse. As they're pushed over to the DCF hotline, they process them and then send them to us for examination.
So because they come through the clearinghouse, and that's why they would be coming through DCF?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, so it may not be DCF issues. Did you have something? Will, did you have? Representative Carpenter.
Thank you. Just a very quick question. How are you coming with the lottery?
We're getting records on a monthly basis now from them, and it helped identify those people I referenced, particularly one that had over $700,000 in winnings. But we are getting those, and we've opened investigations, and part of it is my staffing thing would help if I had investigators that I could put on full time. Right now, it's splitting my time and taking audit time to work on those investigations.
Very good. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
So what kind of recourse have you been able to do with some of those?
Do we
have any success stories?
One of the success stories, we submitted a case down to Crawford County for an individual who was on caretaker medical that clearly wasn't eligible. She's awaiting her preliminary hearing. We anticipate she'll be prosecuted because not only did she have Medicaid fraud, but she also had food assistance fraud. There's a two-headed monster there. We're awaiting the outcome of that. Other people we've reached out to are still in the phases, so we haven't successfully completed anything yet, but it's coming.
All right. Committee, are there further questions? I think we'll look forward to the detailed report that we're going to see next month then. So.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, committee, guess what? We got back on schedule. Very good. Are there any pressing questions, though, of anyone that's still out here that you'd like to get answered before we leave? Representative Concanon.
I do, for the Inspector General, I do have just a quick question. What's the size of your staff now?
I have 6 people.
6, okay.
3 auditors, 1 analyst, myself, and a secretary.
So you don't have any investigators?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else have questions? You said you had none earlier, Representative Reese, but go right ahead. Okay, just for you, Representative Reese.
I'm not quite sure whether you'll be able to answer this question because I could then ask it later in the afternoon or tomorrow. This is about the non-emergency medical transportation that is now part of the value-added benefits for the 3 MCOs. Is that correct? Is that how you understand it?
So and again, I may have to defer to Director Fertig to give more information, but essentially, if I understand it correctly, non-emergency medical transportation is allowable under the Medicaid state plan for any services that are covered in the state plan. I'm getting a nod, so all right, I'm on the right track. So that would not apply to the value-added benefits. If somebody was going just for a cleaning, they wouldn't be eligible, but if they were going for a filling, they would be eligible.
Okay. I've heard from consumers that that is true, that the transportation is provided. However, it could be only once a month.
So it's
Do you know what the conditions are?
I don't, and so I would have to phone a friend on that one, and I don't, she may have to phone a friend too. I'm not certain, but I don't think I know.
I've had fillings before, and sometimes it takes more than one visit.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, so you're saying that you can only access it one time per month? Okay, I don't know that.
I'd like to know what the conditions are, because I'm being told by consumers that there are some conditions.
Yeah. It's something I'd be happy to look into and talk with our colleagues. Okay. Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. Thank you.
Sorry. Stay there since you opened it up, and I'll be quick, though.
Oh, you're fine.
One of the things you talked about was we need to think in terms of funding dentures and partials, okay? Sometimes people think of dentures and partials as more cosmetic, and that's probably the farthest from what it really is. So how are we marketing that in terms of it's absolutely, well, you tell me why. I mean, I found out from the dentist why, but tell me why dentures and partials should be included.
It's really, and I talked a little bit about it in the testimony. I'll back up even a little bit further. We know that, I think the data in our report card this year said nearly a third of older Kansans have lost 6 or more teeth. And 6 is really important because once you start losing 6 or more, the function of your mouth is just not quite there. So we know a third of older Kansans are facing that. It affects people, especially if people have comorbidities like diabetes. It's a really serious issue. You can't, if you don't have teeth, whether they're partials or dentures or your own, you can't eat healthy foods. You can't eat, fruits and vegetables. There was a story, and you all have maybe heard me tell this story several times, but several years ago I answered the phone when we get consumer calls for help, and somebody called and said he had dentures, but they were broken, and he'd been gluing them together, and they wouldn't stay together anymore, and would really like help getting dentures. And as we talked more, it turns out he also has diabetes, and therefore he wasn't able to keep his diabetes under control because he couldn't eat fruits and vegetables. He was just eating soft food. So it's a nutrition issue that really gets to overall health. So certainly I put something in there about smiling is, part of dignity, and I think that's really important, but it's the overall health piece that's far more important.
Well, I just wanted to just draw a little more attention to that because, the other part what you just said about the smiles, but it also has been a big factor in depression because part of it is people don't like, we'll just use us as an example. If we don't like something, when we're looking, we try to make that correction. And for them, you can't smile. Right. The other thing is you almost put your hand over your mouth, and it's all kinds of things, and then that's the stress, and then all of that. So I think we just need to bring that up too, that it's not just a cosmetic thing, but it's extremely important for your physical as well as your mental capacity.
Absolutely.
Thank you,
You've said it well. Thank you.
Well, and I think, Representative, one thing to always kind of keep in mind is that, Medicaid is an insurance product that we're dealing with, and private insurance deals with some of those same issues where dentures aren't covered. So it's a balancing act. So it's out there for a lot of people. Are there any further questions? Representing Concanon. You're fine.
Thank
Lunch
you, Madam
isn't here
Chair.
yet.
Okay. I've been hesitant to ask.
Not for me.
Not for you.
Okay.
Well, no, I don't think it's for you.
You're off the hooks, what she's telling you, hon.
Well, I've been hesitant to ask this question because I'm not sure who to ask it to. But, so if someone could address this, I'm going to ask it. So we're talking about the workforce, the in-home workforce, and some of these are individuals, some I understand are employed by agencies. And I guess I'm wondering if those people have benefits. And if there was a chance that they had health care benefits, if we would expand Medicaid, would those kinds of things benefit the in-home workforce? Anybody?
Yes. It's my opinion.
That's a quick answer.
Why don't you step up here a moment? People are afraid to answer that.
Well, I'm the one that dives right in.
How does that benefit the workforce shortage?
So people who are the ones applying for, that we're actually getting to work for the personal care attendants, those folks are low income, and they're the ones who would benefit from getting medical help. I mean, if Medicaid expansion is like off the table, what if somebody else mentioned it today? I can't remember who it was, but the comment was, do health benefits just for in-home workers. And you could have somebody working full-time at a lower income job that maybe can't get health benefits, but they'd maybe be willing to do 10 or 15 hours in addition so that they could have health benefits. I mean, there's definitely something to take a look at there that would be an incentive. That's my opinion.
And thank you. That's exactly where I was kind of going with that. So if we're not going to expand Medicaid, is there a system that could be set up that these people would, that are willing to do the in-home work, maybe would take that job rather than the job at McDonald's that offers health insurance? So,
yeah.
All right. Thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I think it gets somewhat complicated in that not everyone translates benefits into being part of their wages. It's a difference between people today versus people, yesterday. It used to be you walked into a job and you didn't look at just the salary. You said, okay, what are all the benefits? And if the benefits were up here, the salary could be right there. It didn't have to be clear up here. Today, people want the salary up here, and they don't necessarily consider the benefits as being a part of it. So it's kind of a mixed deal. But I think I'd have to kind of disagree with Carrie on the Medicaid expansion piece. No. No, let's have that debate another day, because we're just, you and I will just go in deeper. So, and I don't really want to go there today because we got so many other things to do.
Agree with what Jessica
So,
said.
well, I know that she agrees with you, but I don't.
And
that's okay, and that's all right. We can have disagreements. Are there any further questions of our folks out here? Didn't we have someone that, was it you, Representative Ballard, that may have had something for Sean, that was a further question that maybe Sean had Sean, no, he's back there. Yeah.
No, I'm good.
You're good? Okay. All right. Well, guess what? Then our lunch got just a little bit longer. Our lunch is not here yet, but for those of you that had planned a lunch, because we decided to be able to bring lunch in because we were going to shorten it, We are recessed until 1 o'clock. Yeah.
Till one?
It's 12:05. 12:05.
Uh-oh. You
Either Beverly, is she on? I don't know. No? I think she's in Hawaii. Hildebrand is supposed to be on. I don't know where Stefan's at. Okay, first up, committee, we're going to have the Kansas Department of Health and Environment, and we have Secretary Janet Stanek before us. So we'll apologize as we are eating in front of you, and hopefully
okay.
we won't embarrass ourselves or you. So
No,
welcome
no.
to committee.
My update's brief today, because I want to make sure you're getting what you need related to the KanCare update. So I would just say I've enjoyed my time at the agency now, 10 months, and basically have met with all of you, and we're moving right along. I'm happy to be working in the KanCare program with Sarah, Chris, and others, and collaborating with KDADS and Dr. Howard and her team. I'm going to take the part of the request in my update for the home health reg update per Representative Landwehr's request, and then I just want to introduce you to our medical director that we onboarded here, and Dr. Donapudi, so she can say hello. You can put a face with a name. So I just touch on slide 4 there on the Medicaid matters. Some of the things that we've been focused on that Sarah and Chris and others from the agency are going to touch on in more detail. The HCAP, which the Healthcare Provider Assessment Improvement Program, which we've all been waiting on. We have some good news there. I just say we've collaborated well with the HCAP committee as well as Kansas Hospital Association, and we're working in alignment with them to get that over the finish line. The waiver discussion, which we'll go into more detail about. We have some decisions to make there, and again, we've been working with KDADS to talk about what our options are and what's best, and that'll of course go up in front of you all today. I have worked on collaborating not only with KDADS DCF in our leadership team, but to pull the program together. Medicaid's a big program, and it's split in multiple ways, yet we are working together on many fronts, and so we've started those meetings, but also we've been able to now, after a couple of years, bring the face-to-face individual leaders from the MCOs with our respective leadership teams from KDHE, KDADS, DCF, and meet and have some discussions about more high-level strategies and things and where the program's going. So I've enjoyed that. You'll hear a little bit about our community health worker initiative. There's a lot of interest in that. We do have community health workers throughout the state, but how they might tie into the Medicaid program more formally. And Sarah will go into that. And then there's obviously been a lot of discussion about the PHE, Public Health Emergency Termination. I can assure you that you're going to hear that we have a solid standing and where we stand related to our communications plan, our engagement with partners and so forth. And so I think hopefully people will leave here a little more rest assured that we have a plan, but it is a concern, and I understand that. I do have our attorney here, Brian Vasquez, who is working directly on the home health reg matter that starts on slide 5, But KSA 65501, these home health regs and the evolution of where we found ourselves today with implementing something that was started back in 17, and there's been, basically they were a broad set of regulations to use that the survey team for KDHE, which was modeled after a Medicare structure, were to use. So there were examples included that, specified the credentials for who could write an admission note, plan of care, discharge summaries, et cetera, and then requirements for training for the workforce and health testing. fast forward, and I'm going to keep this high level because you have a lot of detail in the packet related to some definitions and so forth. But we do recognize some of the partners we have, some in the room today, were raising concerns fairly quickly once those regs were passed, as well as the HCBS providers, because the new requirements potentially led to more cost for compliance. For example, the use of healthcare professionals to use an RN would cost more for oversight of HCBS and so forth. And there were some devil in the detail things, I guess I'd high level summarize that to mean. So we used our discretion knowing these went into effect, but we are not necessarily enforcing some of the areas of concern because we needed to get more information and try to work out a solution to how we could successfully implement the regs. You'll see on the following pages what the legal definition in statute and elsewhere from page 6 through about page, let's see, 10 of all the services and what they mean and the things like home health services, what it's defined as, supportive care, et cetera. I will not read all of that because it's in there for your reference, but I will tell you what steps have been taken and where we're at with this right now, which is I think what you really want to know. We had 3 virtual meetings held in June with stakeholders, a large stakeholder group, to receive all the suggestions, and we received those suggestions in writing as well for amendments to the May 222 home health regs that went into place. So that was completed. The amendment is being drafted and reviewed. It's internally being reviewed by an internal KDHE committee. That's been completed. We're consulting with KDADS on amendments to receive additional comments and amendments, and that's ongoing. And then our consultation with stakeholders and providers to review the draft amendment, and we anticipate this late this month or early October. That's what's next. And so we're not going to go ahead and put anything forward for an amendment until we get that feedback. And then what we would do is once we have that documented, we would start the regulatory promulgation process with those amendments, anticipating around October, and we know that's going to take about 6 months to implement because of the process we have, just with any reg change and amendment. So it's got our full attention, I would say that, and I think that in some of the written testimony we've even seen today notes that there is some collaboration going on to fix things. So I'll end it there and ask if you have any questions, and if I can't answer, I'll have our attorney get up and answer for us.
Committee, are there questions for the Secretary? Senator Fagg.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I didn't see that. Sorry about that.
All right.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for your presentations, Madam Secretary. I was just wondering, you're fairly new on the job. What's the biggest thing that keeps you up at night, worrying about what we got going on in Kansas? And is there anything as legislators that we can help with that?
Well, I'd say I'm going to bring up what everybody else is. It's workforce. Recruiting and retaining workforce for us to carry out our work and to help all of these providers and other, not just the providers and environment as well. That's a concern. It really is. I would say, we could probably take our respective list of what's going on in environment. You're already aware of water. It's not in anyone's control, anything like that. So I wouldn't even say I have worries other than how we're going to keep the train moving without the right resources. Does that help?
Right resources, you're talking about human resources.
Yes.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
okay. Thank you.
Committee, further questions? All right, seeing none.
I'd like to just finish up by introducing our medical director for Medicaid, Dr. Sridevi Dhanapudi. You want to come up here? And she joined us in June, and I just wanted her to meet the committee. She's going right to work with our team, and then I'll leave it from there for you to carry on the meeting. Thank you very much. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me be here. I've been here for just a little over 90 days, so even newer than Secretary Stanek. And family medicine physician by background and training, but have been working in the administrative space for a number of years now with quality improvement, performance improvement, utilization review, pharmacy. So I'm happy to come on board with the team and work in the spaces that we can to try and keep making things better for our state and our constituents.
And you came to us via, how'd you get to us? Where'd you come from?
Well, so I have worked with Secretary Stanek previously at our local health system, Stormontville Health.
Okay.
And so that's what my last position was.
All right. Any questions for her? All right, seeing none, we'll welcome aboard, and
Thank you.
we'll look forward to working with you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, it looks like we have home and community, the home and community-based services regulations. Sarah, is that you?
Actually, Secretary, was there more that we were going to talk about on the home health regulations, or was that included in your?
That was the home health. That was it, okay, all right. Thank you. Yep, so KanCare update, is that you, Sarah?
That would be me.
All right.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, committee, good to see everybody. Let's see, we have a roadmap slide. Is that being pulled up? Okay, thank you. Slide number 13, that's where I'm going to start. There it is. Okay, just a quick roadmap of where we're going to go. We have a lot of information to share with you today. Under my section of this slide, the last bullet under me, overview of KanCare 1115 waiver and other managed care authorities. Madam Chair, with your okay, I'd like to save that until after Tanya Palmer's discussion, so we save some extra time for that.
That's fine.
All right, so we'll go ahead and move to slide 14. So the first thing I wanted to update the committee on is the Healthcare Access Improvement Program, or HCAP. That's how we pronounce that acronym. So a bit of background on the HCAP program. It has been in Kansas law for over 10 years now. It's essentially a program where the state imposes an assessment on hospitals in the state. We use those assessment revenues to draw down federal matching funds, and we use those federal matching funds to increase the amount of money we pay hospitals. And it's meant to help ensure access to hospital care for Kansas residents. So in 2020, the legislature passed legislation to increase the size of this program, to increase the amount of the assessment and basically maximize the amount of federal dollars we're able to draw down to support Kansas hospitals. The legislation stipulated that those changes would only take effect upon approval from CMS. The state has been advocating for approval from CMS since 2019 in advance of that legislation, and we are making headway. So for 2 years now, I've been coming in front of you to say we're continuing to advocate, continuing to advocate. In early June, we got some wonderful news, which was that the biggest hurdle we would need to clear to implement the 2020 legislation, we managed to clear. And that is that CMS finally agreed to amend the KanCare Section 1115 waiver to accommodate the increased spending that would happen under the expanded HCAP program. That was the major holdup in getting this program off the ground in its revised form. So we got that good news in early June. The third bullet on this page shows you some of the other outstanding approvals that we still need with CMS. Nothing is simple when it comes to Medicaid, so I wish that was one and done. It's not, unfortunately. We have a number of other approvals that we're still waiting on from CMS. We have a Medicaid state plan amendment to implement the new program. That's under CMS review. Breaking news that came in after we submitted our slides late last week, the tax waiver, that has been approved by CMS. So they had to approve the way we had the assessment structured. That approval came in, I think, either late on the 22nd or early on the 23rd. So just a couple of days ago, we got that good news. Then we also have what's called a Section 438.6C preprint, which essentially goes into the nuts and bolts of how this program works, the mechanics of it. And then we have MCO contract amendments for all 3 of our MCOs, outlining what their responsibilities would be under this new plan. So we still have some approvals left. We have asked CMS for a July 1st, 2022 effective date for the program, so they know that's what we're working on, and we're crossing our fingers that we hear from them in the next month or so that all of the approvals have come in. It's been really a Herculean lift by our team to put this together. We've worked hand in hand with the Kansas Hospital Association. They've provided some invaluable resources and outside assistance, and the MCOs have been really, really integral in this work as well. We couldn't really do this without them, and they've been right at the table with us, being very helpful. So I'm cautiously optimistic, Madam Chair, that maybe next time I show up, at least, well, ideally all of those remaining approvals will be checked off the list, but I hope to have more by the time we come back. Next slide, please. So an update on,
Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Back to HCAP for just a minute. So refresh my memory, 3% inpatient, outpatient.
That's right.
Bringing down, what was it?
Sure.
300 million.
Sure. So, Madam Chair, under the old version of the HCAP program, hospitals were assessed a 1.83% tax on inpatient revenue. The revised program would apply a 3% tax on net inpatient and outpatient revenue. So increasing the amount of the assessment dollars that the state would collect, and therefore the amount of federal dollars that we could draw down. So that's how we did that. And it will be, our current program generates a little over $100 million a year. This will be closer to about $300 million, and maybe even a little bit more than that once it's fully off the ground. So this is huge for Kansas hospitals.
And how much did they raise our budget neutrality by?
I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, Representative Carpenter, but that was the holdup. We could not afford this spending under our current Section 1115 waiver until they amended it in June. I will say that it was kind of an actuary to actuary discussion on how much per member per month it got increased, but I can give you those exact amounts if you like.
I don't mean to bore the committee with that dry stuff. Thank you.
Yes, so that was wonderful news.
Discussion's going to happen a little later as well.
All right, moving on, the Medicaid postpartum extension update. As you all know, you agreed to fund a policy change to Medicaid eligibility that allows us to keep postpartum women on the Medicaid rolls through 12 months after they've given birth, which is fantastic. Previously, we used to terminate them from Medicaid eligibility around 2 months postpartum. So with that extra 10 months, you've got more time to take care of your behavioral health needs, make sure that you have all your postpartum appointments done. So that was a wonderful policy change. We required 3 different Medicaid state plan amendments to implement that change, and they were all approved in early August with an effective date of April 1st, 2022. If you're wondering why we picked April 1st, 2022, that's because that was the earliest possible date we can make that policy effective under federal law. And so that's what we were funded for, and that's what we went with. And so what we've been doing since then is to figure out, well, what can we do to make the most out of those 10 months? And Dr. Denapudi, who you just met, that's one of the things that she's been working on since she's been with KDHE, trying to figure out opportunities to really drive some improvements in maternal health outcomes. So she's had a number of discussions with the KDHE Public Health Division, finding out where those challenges are, how Medicaid can help. So that's part of an ongoing discussion. At the bottom of this slide, I highlighted 2 quick things that we're doing as part of, figuring out how we can maximize that postpartum experience. Number one, we realized pretty quickly that it didn't make sense to have a limit on the number of maternal depression screenings in that postpartum period, that our previous limit didn't really make sense if you've got 10 more months. So we went ahead and removed those limits. We want to make sure that if you're 8 months postpartum and you might be experiencing symptoms, that you can get screened for that. And we didn't want to have an artificial roadblock to getting that screening for possible care referrals. And then we've also been working with our Title V partners in the KDHE Public Health Division. Their role is to kind of fill in gaps for folks who have no insurance coverage and things that Medicaid won't pay for. So we've been talking with them to see if there's some kind of common sense partnerships that we could do, if there's something that Medicaid should do rather than Title V, and trying to figure out how to maximize federal dollars in between those two programs. So we'll have more as we dig into that a little bit more. Next slide, please. So we've heard a bit this morning about the $3.5 million appropriation to expand access to adult dental services. So we had a meeting in May, and we talked with Oral Health Kansas, we talked with chief medical officers, dentists, other stakeholders, the MCOs, to figure out how we're going to spend that money. And as Tanya Dorff Bruner mentioned earlier, we decided to focus that coverage on building on the value-added benefits that the MCOs are already providing. So bite wings, cleanings, exams. And so we figured out that we could use that $3.5 million to cover restorations, so fillings and crowns, periodontal services, so deep cleanings, that type of stuff. And then a service called silver diamine fluoride, which is a topical treatment that arrests tooth decay. Once you apply it, the tooth stops decaying. So kind of a nifty service, pretty cost effective. So that's how we were able to build upon that. To us, it made more sense to focus on the preventive side to help folks keep their teeth, then focus on the back end and when they, you need to have teeth pulled. So as Tanya Dorff Bruner alluded to in her testimony this morning, what we have now is kind of a cobbled together package of Medicaid benefits that are available to our adult beneficiaries. Each of the 3 MCOs offers a value-added dental benefit. That's something, I'll go into this a little bit more, but value-added benefits are services that are not covered by Kansas Medicaid and we don't pay for. This is something that the MCOs pay for out of their pocket. So they provide some adult dental there. We have some base Medicaid coverage now, and then we also provide some emergency services on the back end as well. So if someone arrives in an ER with an infected tooth that needs to get pulled, we'll pay for that, for emergency care. And we've created a summary. There's a link on this slide. We've created a summary, kind of a one-pager describing what is currently available for adult Medicaid beneficiaries, because we realize that would be a little confusing to piece together all those different areas. Next slide, please. We also heard a little bit this morning about the appropriation for emergency medical services rates. And what we focused here on this slide is to help you kind of understand the impact of what that appropriation did. So it was about a $10 million appropriation, and we were directed to set EMS rates at 61% of 2021 rural Medicare rates, with the exception of ground ambulance mileage, which would be set at 100% of the 2021 rural Medicare rates. And in the middle of this slide, we highlight kind of how low the Medicaid rates were before these increases went into effect in July. So, before the ground mileage increase, we were at $3 a mile. That was 26% of Medicare. Particularly bad was specialty care transport. This is when you have a patient that needs to get transported between 2 facilities and they need specialized care during that ride. We were only paying $80 for that service. That was 11% of Medicare. And our air ambulance rates were also very low relative to Medicare. They were at about 25 and 22%, only paying $800 for an airlift. So wanted to kind of highlight there how big that was to raise these rates in some instances from 11% of Medicare all the way up to 65. So we anticipate having more conversations in the EMS space. I think as you heard this morning, it can be a little complicated with EMS reimbursement. All right, next slide, please. All right, an update on our STEPS program, which stands for Support and Training to Employ People Successfully. This is a pilot program that was included in our Section 1115 waiver, and it's a voluntary employment support pilot for up to 500 members. To be eligible, you either have to be on one of the HCBS waivers, or you need to be SSI or SSDI recipient with certain behavioral health diagnoses, more severe behavioral health diagnoses. We launched the program in July of 2021, so it's been live for a little over a year now. And in January of this year, we had our first participant attain competitive integrated employment. So happy to report now we've got 36 individuals in the program. That's been up from February and April. So we're seeing a slow but steady increase in the number of folks who are opting into this program. Most of them are on the IDD waiver wait list. We've got 9 of them currently in the behavioral health population. And so far we've had about 172 referrals to the program. So we're hoping to build on those successes. The folks who are participating in the program, we're hearing wonderful reviews from them. They really enjoy it. And then we also included a link for more information on that program if you like. Okay, moving right along, community health workers, as the Secretary alluded to in her comments, one thing that we're looking at is partnering Medicaid with the KDHE Public Health Division to figure out how community health workers could be incorporated into the Medicaid program. I've got a little screenshot here on the lower left from the Kansas Community Health Worker Coalition describing what it is that they do. And they essentially help connect folks to services, whatever that is, whether that's medical, whether that's food bank services, whether that's transportation, whatever it is that's getting in the way of that person achieving better health outcomes, that's kind of what they're there for. And we've been working with the United Methodist Health Ministry Fund and some other stakeholders to figure out how we can fit the CHWs into the Medicaid model. Our MCOs, I believe each of them employs community health workers, and we're looking to see where else that might help in the Medicaid system. Next slide, please. Oh, thank you. An update on the public health emergency, or PHE. So this is the COVID-19 federal public health emergency. It's currently set to expire next month on October 13th, 2022. Early in 2021, HHS sent a letter to each of the states saying that they will give states 60 days notice before they allow the public health emergency to expire. 60 days out from October 13th, 2022 was the middle of August. That came and went. We didn't hear anything, which was kind of the state's cue that they are going to be renewing the public health emergency for another 90 days. So they haven't officially announced it, but we're quite confident that they're going to be renewing it, and then the new expiration date would be in the middle of January. And while the public health emergency is in place, there's special Medicaid eligibility rules that we have to comply with. So we're not allowed to terminate anybody from Medicaid coverage unless they pass away, move out of the state, or call us and say, I don't want to be on Medicaid anymore, please turn off my coverage. Other than that, we have to keep them on the rolls. And in the middle of this slide, you can see what the impact of the PHE has been on the Medicaid rolls. So pre-PHE, February 2020, we had about 406,000 folks on the Medicaid rolls. At the end of July 2022, we had about 523,000. So quite an increase. Nationally, most states have seen between a 20 and 25% increase. And that's simply because we're not terminating folks as we normally would. Also, during the public health emergency, we've been allowed to draw down 6.2% additional federal dollars to help pay for the increased Medicaid rolls. And the last bullet on this slide shows you what the cumulative impact of that has been. So through the end of June 30th, 2022, we've drawn down 656 million additional federal dollars, an average of about $66 million a quarter throughout the PHE. So if the public health emergency is extended again into January, we'll be allowed to draw down that extra 6.2% through the end of March 2023. So that'll be about another 66 million that we'll be drawing down. Next slide, please. Thank you. So talking a little bit about MCO value-added benefits, this has come up a little bit today in the context of dental services, but essentially these are extra benefits beyond what Medicaid normally covers, and they're paid for by the MCOs. And under our contract with the MCOs, we encourage the MCOs to offer value-added benefits. We do not dictate what they are, but we do approve their roster of value-added benefits. And these are services that you can only get through Medicaid managed care. We could not pay for these services by ourselves as a state. And so we've included a link here on this slide of a list of each MCO's current value-added benefit options. There's also a supplemental document. I'm going to hold it up as a visual aid that we compiled. Hopefully this is in your materials. It's a listing of each MCO's current value-added benefits and utilization through July of 2022. So we've got a different page for each of the MCOs. This was just way too much to cram on a PowerPoint slide, so we thought we would have that as a supplemental. But each of the MCOs, you know, spends over $1 million, so usually several $1 million annually on value-added benefits, so it's quite a benefit to the state. And we give an example here on the bottom of the page of each MCO's dental value-added benefits, and the print is a little bit small, but you can kind of see what each of the MCOs offers there. All right, next slide.
Sarah, just a moment. Senator
Sure.
Petty?
Sarah, I just want to ask a question about the dentures, since I noticed that all three of our MCOs do cover dentures. And then we were having this conversation earlier today with Tanya about that very issue. So how would that impact what we would be covering?
Sure.
If we made that change?
Sure. If we started paying for dentures? Okay. So Madam Chair, Senator Petty raises a very good point on the dentures. So, you know, each of the three MCOs offers some sort of denture value-added benefit for their members. It might be limited to HCBS participants. And so there is one avenue to access dentures for certain members of each of the MCOs. We also, internally at KDHE, we have allowed the MCOs to cover dentures through what's known as the in lieu of services policy. And the in lieu of services policy basically means that we will let an MCO pay for a service in lieu of a more expensive service. So where it's medically appropriate. So if you have a member whose health is deteriorating because they don't have any teeth and they're not able to chew and they don't want to eat pureed food, Medicaid will let the MCO go ahead and pay for a set of dentures for that individual to avoid more costly care if their condition were to deteriorate and they'd end up in the hospital. So that's kind of an example. It wouldn't be, the in lieu of services policy allows MCOs to pay for dentures where it makes financial sense and where it's medically appropriate for that member, but it's not part of base Medicaid coverage. So in terms of trying to figure out what it would cost to add dentures to base Medicaid coverage, this is kind of what Tanya alluded to, that's a little complicated. So we would need to kind of assess the utilization of the MCO value-added benefits. So if they're already, if the MCOs decide, hey, we still want to cover these even if you cover dentures, you know, obviously there'd be an overlap there. We wouldn't be having folks with two sets of dentures. And then also kind of figuring out the in lieu of services policy, what's already being paid for. So that's why it's a little complicated to figure that out. We also don't have a really good feel for the need for dentures in our non-elderly adult population, someone who might be covered through pregnant women coverage or caretaker medical. You might be 40 years old and need a set of dentures. We don't have a really good feel for what that level of need is. So we need to study that a little bit more. But yeah, you're right, Senator. We would need to take that into account, figuring out what the cost would be if we wanted to add that to base Medicaid coverage.
Thank you.
Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the bottom of that chart there, I struggle with acronyms. What does NEMT mean?
Non-emergency medical transportation.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. The other thing I might ask here, on the top one, the pharmacies, percents of denied benefits, 67, 58, 44. Are a lot of those taken care of by, I mean, they're not totally denied. They may use a different drug or something like that. What page are you on? 22, the one that's, Well, I saw it on the chart. Sorry. I just saw it on the chart. I thought we were there. Anyway, so are a lot of those, sorry, committee, are a lot of those like, generic drugs or something like that? Is that how those work? Surely we don't have 67% denial and nothing ever happens.
Sure. So if, Madam Chair, if it's okay with you, before I get to Representative Carpenter's question, can I give a little bit of background on this slide? Is that oh, okay. Thank you. It's fine. Representative Carpenter's just living in the future. It's okay. So this slide number 22, is actually inspired by a question that Representative Lynn asked back in April. We give data on denied claims and the volume of claims that each MCO processes, and she had the question, of these denied claims, how many of them are later approved? How do you know? And so we put that question on the MCOs, and as with everything Medicaid, it's more complicated than it sounds. So each one of the MCOs did their own research project to help try and answer that question, because it sounds so simple, but there's all sorts of tracking mechanisms in the claim system. So if you don't have the same claim number, or if you don't use the same claim number to resubmit a denied claim, they might not know that those two are linked at all. So each of the 3 MCOs did their own kind of research project to try and answer that question, and this is what we've come up with. So Aetna has reported that on average, typically about 24% of denied claims are later resubmitted by the provider, and of those resubmitted claims, about 18% results in an action other than denial. So the other ones would just be denied again. Sunflower looked at their data on provider requests for reconsideration, where they say, hey, Sunflower, can you please reconsider your denial of this claim? And they looked at March 2022 data and indicated that the MCO reversed its decision in about half of provider reconsiderations related to claims disputes. And then United has found that in an average month, about 9% of claims that were initially denied were subsequently paid. So it's a little bit different, but they're all looking at slightly different information to try and get at the question Representative Lynn had, which is how many of these are later eventually paid. And Representative Carpenter's question on the pharmacy side, historically, pharmacy claims are going to be the most frequently denied for the very simple reason that pharmacy is a point of sale service. So you show up at Walgreens to fill your script. If for whatever reason your eligibility information hasn't processed in time for that sale, it's going to get denied because it's showing you're not eligible. How many of those are later? You know, if they come back the next day and fill it, I can't tell that from this data, but I think that's typically what's going on with those pharmacy denials. There's not necessarily a matchup in all the information that the pharmacy needs to pay it right then.
Representative Carpenter.
Sorry about that. I think we had that discussion at the last KanCare meeting, actually. So, and I've slept a couple times since then. So thank you.
Well, because I think, Sarah, what we've kind of, at least my experience has been when I receive calls from different folks is it's a lot of times it's a coding error or it's a new provider not quite figuring out how to code, and that creates a lot of denials out there.
Sure, absolutely. It's quite complicated. I am not a coding expert by any means, but one thing to bear in mind with these denials is that under federal rules, the MCO is not allowed to correct a claim. So if there is a coding error, if the provider submits incorrect coding, the MCO can't say, that's all right, we know what you wanted to say, let me correct that for you. They have to deny it, and then the provider has to resubmit it. That's a federal rule. So,
so would it, and perhaps this is not a question that you can answer, but would it be your belief that these are not necessarily high numbers?
I think so, on the whole. Some providers might disagree, but on the whole, the edits that the MCOs have in their claims payment systems, they follow federal rules, they follow state rules. And I think on the whole, they're highly accurate. The fact that a claim is denied does not mean it was denied improperly. It could have been very properly denied. And what we've seen is that the MCOs are willing to overturn a denial where it makes sense and where that was, they made a mistake. They're willing to do that. So, yeah, I do think on the whole it's fairly low.
Might be interesting at some point to compare denials on this versus denials in the private sector. Yeah. Okay.
I'm not sure I want to touch
You're
that one,
fine.
Madam Chair.
I didn't expect you to respond, Madam.
All right. So the last couple of slides that I was going to share with you, Secretary Stanek asked us to provide a little bit more robust information to the committee on the MCO financial piece. So typically we show you a slide with information from the most recent NAIC filing for all three of the MCOs, talking about their net revenues that they get from the state, what their total hospital and medical losses were, and then their net income and their profits. So the Secretary thought it would be more helpful to you all if you saw more of a pattern rather than a snapshot of a single quarter. So instead of showing you one slide here, we're showing you three. So we've got one for each of the MCOs showing their NAIC filings for the third quarter of 2021 through the second quarter of 2022, or in state parlance, basically state fiscal year 2022. And you can see one thing that I noticed here, the slides kind of speak for themselves. One thing that I thought was pretty interesting is that the total average profit before income tax for all three was pretty steady. And Madam Chair, that concludes my portion of the presentation. If there's any questions, I'm happy to take them. Otherwise, I'll turn the microphone over to LaTanya Palmer.
All right, committee, questions? Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I kind of hate to open this can of worms. I'm not even sure that this is the appropriate time, but we did hear testimony earlier today about folks that hadn't received no services that they were supposed to be provided. So we pay a per member per month fee and we pay a capitation rate. So they're paid no matter what. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Whether they provide any services, whether that person costs them one dime or $100,000, they're paid.
That's correct.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, then maybe we take that one step further, and this isn't going to make anyone happy in this room, is then that brings us back to, because we do know that the biggest reason for not having the services, correct me if I'm wrong, you're the chair of that committee, is the workforce issue. So then the question becomes, then we're paying for something we can't deliver. Is that correct?
I think there's a nuance to that, Madam Chair, which is that the rates we pay our MCOs are actuarially sound. And when we set the capitation rates that we pay the MCOs, our actuaries look at historical trends. So if you have a trend of folks in a certain rate cell not getting, the full scope of services in that rate cell, the amounts we pay the MCOs are going to go down accordingly. So, and with capitated managed care, this is something that I had to wrap my brain around as well when I first got involved in Medicaid. But Representative Carpenter is right. These are risk-based contracts. We are paying the MCOs to cover the full cost of care for each of our members. So you might have a healthy 6-year-old who doesn't see a doctor or get any medical care for 4 or 5 months. We're still paying him for those months. Or that 6-year-old could suffer an injury and end up in an ICU for 6 months, and suddenly it's a $2 million hospital bill. We're paying the exact same amount to the MCO no matter what. So in the actuarial rates, they do look at past history. So there's no long-term incentive for an MCO to deliberately shortchange or deprive its members of services because their rates are going to go down based on that lower utilization. So in other words, everything kind of comes back to bite you under a capitated managed care system.
All right, thank you. Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sarah, thank you for your presentation. I was just wondering, you go through a lot of stuff about this. How many women have babies that Medicaid pays for?
Oh, I'm trying to remember this information from when we talked about it at the during the session. I want to say somewhere between, in a typical year, maybe 13,000 to 16,000 women, I believe, end up with pregnant women medical care. I could be wrong on that. I'm trying to recall. Mm-hmm.
Back on the 500 eligible KanCare members on the STEPS program, we're 36. When a person gets on that, do they stay on it because it's just support and training? How long do they stay on that? Is that something we help them forever, or how does that process work?
Well, they can. That's a good question, Senator and Madam Chair. The folks who participate in the STEPS program can continue to participate as long as they're Medicaid eligible and as long as they choose to. They can discontinue that program at any time, but they do have to be Medicaid eligible.
Unless there's 172 referrals and we've got 36, right? What's the difference in those two? People just didn't qualify?
Sure. That's a good question, too. And Madam Chair, we did get some referrals from individuals who didn't meet eligibility requirements. So, for instance, for the behavioral health population, you have to have certain qualifying diagnoses. I think schizophrenia is one of them, bipolar disorder, and you must be on SSI or SSDI. So we might get a referral for someone who has the diagnosis but not SSI or SSDI. So occasionally we do get a referral from someone who's not eligible for the program. Sometimes our staff will talk with the individual to assess their interest in the program, and they might say, you know what, not for me, not right now, I'm not interested. So it kind of depends on individual circumstances. Mm-hmm.
You know, Sarah, I might just, and I'll come back to you, Representative Lynn, is that, you know, looking up here, and I thought that number was higher, but it's not, but it's 42% of, let's see, Medicaid is a major public source of financing health care services. So 42% of pregnant women have Medicaid at the time of birth in the United States. Now, I don't know what that Kansas number is, but it's pretty substantial.
And it's pretty close in Kansas. I want to say it's about 45% here.
Yeah, somewhere right around there. And then the odds are that those children then are probably eligible for CHIP after they're born. And we're at, being I don't have that budget, what, 250, 275 on CHIP?
1,000?
No, our cap.
Oh, well,
poverty rate.
As Heather Braun alluded to earlier, well, no, that's true. We did get a budget proviso. We're at 250% of the current FPL.
Right. Yeah, I'm not getting into the year thing, but
Sure.
what our 250 is.
250% of the
Right.
federal poverty level.
Isn't that because of the fact that we're under
We have a budget proviso. Yeah, so that's good for this fiscal year only.
Right, on the year deal, but I was just looking at what that cap was, because I think we started out with CHIP originally, when it was S-CHIP, it was like 200%, and then we raised it, and I bet that was in '08 that we raised it to 250.
Probably,
And that's
yes.
probably where that '08 year got put on there. I might be to blame for that. Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Given that you can't terminate Medicaid eligibility due to the public health emergency, does that mean that the pregnant women, once they've reached those 12 months, are still on indefinitely until this emergency is over?
Yes, Madam Chair, that's an excellent question, and the answer is yes. So, and actually that proved very, very helpful in figuring out whether it would make sense to do the postpartum extension, because we had kind of a real live experiment to see what that looks like. When you keep folks on for 10 extra months, what services do they access? What new diagnoses do they have? So yeah, even if your only on-ramp to Medicaid was pregnant women eligibility group in April 2020, you're two plus years postpartum, we are under the federal public health emergency rules. We're still keeping them on currently.
So if I may, how many women then should once this emergency ends, do you have a number of how many will be removed from that?
Sure. Madam Chair, I believe Tanya Palmer has a little bit of information about that in her slides, but yeah, we're carrying about somewhere between 100 to maybe 130,000 folks on Medicaid now that we normally wouldn't be, absent the pandemic specific eligibility rules.
I think that'll come in the, public health emergency fund.
Yes. I don't want to steal her thunder.
I guess I should get my mic on. It's a slide that concerns all of us because we've been talking about it for a while now. Representative Reese.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question about the maternal depression screenings that are being done. Are those screenings being done by a physician, or is it another medical staff person? Do you know?
That's a good question, Madam Chair. I know physicians can do it. I'm trying to remember what other providers are allowed to do it. I know behavioral health providers are. I believe APRNs, PAs. I'm trying to remember who else is able to deliver those screenings. But it's more than just physicians.
Because I'm wondering about if there's data that we could go to that confirms that it's actually being done. Because I'm looking at national data, and nationally it's more on the shoulders of the physician to do the screenings, and they're not being done on a consistent basis. So there's issues around that right now, and also that showing research women having symptoms of depression, after a year of giving birth. So at least for these 12 months, we're able to ask them. And then, Madam Chair, and this next one's just really, I guess, a comment, and I can ask the MCOs later. When it comes to the dental coverage, one of them is the periodontal, i.e. planing and root scaling. So if you have gum disease, you're actually having to have your teeth scaled every 3 months. But when you look at the slide for the MCOs of what they're offering and that value added benefit, it's really twice a year. So there's a contradiction there, a little bit.
Madam Chair, that's a good point, Representative Ruiz. We need to take a look at make sure that that's made clear, because those services, as periodontal services, are now part of base Medicaid coverage. You don't have to go through MCO value-added benefits for that. But that's a good point. We want to make sure we're not confusing anybody. Lauren, did you hear that? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Committee, any further questions of Sarah before we let her off the hook? Wait, we were kind of easy on you today. What's up with that?
I'll be back after LaTanya. I'll be
Oh,
back.
I think it's later that we get to really give you the tough stuff. Okay,
I'll be
I'm
back.
just checking. All right, Tanya, come on down.
Hello, good afternoon.
Welcome to committee.
Thank you for having me. Tanya Palmer, Director of Eligibility. Happy to be here and stand before the committee. My presentation begins on slide 26, starting with an update on our application processing. Then I'll provide an update on our staffing as it relates to elderly, disabled, and long-term care processing. And then end with the preparation activities that we are planning for the eventual end of the COVID-19 public health emergency. Next slide. Okay, so we're currently sitting at about 4,015 applications in-house, and about 10% of those applications are over 45 days. 48 of those applications, about 1%, are in active status, so they are ready to be processed. It's just a matter of our staff getting into those cases and processing to finish the eligibility determination. And then about 9% of our aged over 45-day applications are in pending status. So these applications are waiting for more information in order for us to continue processing eligibility. And this is usually information that's needed from the household to verify information reported on their application. It also includes individuals who declare that they are disabled, but they have not been determined disabled by SSA. So there's a process to get to a presumptive disability determination so that we can make the financial eligibility determination. And it also includes those cases that are awaiting a care score. We've heard some of the other conferees talking through the delays in care scores. So I want to make sure to mention that we are working very closely with our partners at KDADS. They have been very attentive, and I'm sure they will speak to some of the improvements they have implemented and in the pipeline to assist with that effort. Next, we'll talk through our clearinghouse staffing. And this slide is specific to the recruitment efforts that we began when KDHE insourced elderly, disabled, and long-term care processing from our then contractor. We currently have 38 vacancies, so operating at about 88% capacity. This is an improvement of about 10% in comparison to April, so our last Bethell presentation. KDHE, we piloted a small program to attract individuals throughout the state of Kansas. We are heavily dependent on our people resources, so we recognize the need to aggressively recruit and be creative in doing so. So we are recruiting individuals throughout the state of Kansas, allowing a remote option, and so far we have seen a great return on that, and our hope is to be able to keep that trend and also to retain those individuals. Next slide, please. So now we'll get into preparation activities for the eventual end of the COVID-19 public health emergency. We understand that this is a topic that is on the forefront of many of your minds, as well as our mind as well. We are continuing to plan for the eventual end of this declaration, and Sarah gave a good overview and background information about this PHE declaration and its impact on the Medicaid program. The declaration was last extended in July 2022, and as Sarah mentioned, we're expecting that it will get extended again in October 2022. We do not know when it will end, but we know that we need to prepare for the eventual end. So what this means is that we have not discontinued benefits for individuals enrolled in Medicaid except for very specific reasons. And this is in accordance with Section 6008 of the Families First Coronavirus Act and the policy provisions that's included within that act as it relates to Medicaid. We have also not sent renewal forms out to our members, requiring that they complete those forms and return them as a condition of eligibility. Typically, yearly, we send out renewal forms to members. They have to some of our members, they have to complete that renewal form. We look at the form, take the information from the form, and determine whether or not they are eligible for continued benefits. During the PHE, we are not sending out these forms. We are continuing benefits in accordance with the Families First Coronavirus Act. So when the PHE does end, we will have a large amount of renewals that we will need to process. We are continuously monitoring CMS guidance to stay abreast of any changes in the federal policy that will impact our operations. Internally, we are conducting refresher trainings for our staff on processing renewals, trying to stay ahead of that learning curve that individuals sometimes experience when they're processing something new or they haven't processed it in a while. So we believe that'll help with our efficiency by conducting those trainings on renewals as well as refresher trainings. And so we know that individuals some individuals will not qualify for KanCare based on KanCare eligibility rules. There are also those who may lose eligibility for loss of contact. So this is when they do not respond to our letters, our requests for information, and that can be because we do not have updated contact information, or maybe they missed the mailing that we sent. So our goal in our planning, one of our goals is to mitigate these discontinuances that are avoidable, and this touches on one of the points that Heather Braun mentioned. So what we are really working towards and trying to mitigate is making sure discontinuances that are avoidable. And our way of doing this is to make sure that we have updated contact information for our members. We have deployed messaging on various, on our social media sites, as well as our KanCare site, encouraging members to contact us to update their contact information. We've also made an update to our IVR system within our KanCare phone line, and this includes a direct prompt for members to provide us with updated contact information. So previously, there was not a direct prompt for members to select to update their contact information. We hope that making this change will make it easier for our members to identify what prompt they need to select and stay on the line, and allow us to make that update address change or contact information change update. Next slide. Recently, we've
Tanya,
also...
just a moment.
Yes.
Senator Petty has a question.
Okay.
Tanya, I just had a question. I know that this is a moving target about what the PH, what is it? The PHE. But I noticed that you said in here that how that's going to have you're going to be faced with a large number of eligibilities. So is it not possible to just start now before you actually know when this is going to end? Or do you have to wait till that date certain?
That's a great question. We are conducting renewals, and I'll try not to explain it and make it complicated. We are going through the process currently of the renewal determination, and our renewals fall into buckets. So some of our individuals are eligible to be what we call passively renewed. So the individuals that we have, the information we have on their medical case matches the checks and balances that we do with interfaces or other sources of information. So we do renew their coverage. Those that we are not processing are those where we do send the form out to the member. And this is because our systems found discrepant information for the most part. So we made the decision to just go ahead and continue benefits for those individuals so that we do not risk discontinuing these individuals in error. And also, we talk about discontinuances, but the policy, the federal guidance also does not allow moving individuals to what they call lesser coverage. So our way to mitigate risk of having quality errors related to the guidance is to continue the benefits for those individuals and not require that they provide the form back.
But at some time, are they going to have to, unless they're under that passive category?
Yes, you are right. Yes, Senator, they will have to return the renewal form back after the PHE ends.
Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It sounded like most of the renewal is done over the phone, or at least updating contact information.
Updating contact information.
Are you able to provide forms? You said you want to collaborate with providers and such. Can you provide those forms, just written forms that they can mail in or that they can do electronically?
We do have an electronic option, which is the first bullet of this slide, that allows our members to update their contact information through our public-facing website, and then also our KanCare IVR system. And then we're looking for our partners and stakeholders to help us share the message, but those are our main forms of communication right now.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I just worry about the issues that we had with the Department of Labor, and I want to make sure that these individuals can easily contact you.
Yes, and that's a very valid concern. So our goal is to allow various, I guess, modalities for individuals to report those changes. Of course, they can send us a note, mail it, fax it, let us know that their address has changed. We would definitely accept that as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Tanya, question on page 27, and maybe I'm confused between two numbers, and then what Sarah was talking about earlier is the Medicaid eligibility issue that we're struggling with. Is this 10%, is that with our MCOs, or is that 10% with our our seniors? Which
That
are
is
in-house with
10%.
KDHE?
Yes, yes, Madam Chair, that is 10% overall. It's not reflective of any specific bucket of work.
Do we have a breakdown of that, of what this might be in the, with the seniors versus the rest of Medicaid?
Yeah, let me look at the chart right next to it. Over 45 days, active and pending. So for elderly and disabled, it looks like it's about 12%. And for long-term care, about 15%. So it would be the chart to your right, the bottom chart.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Slide 30, continuing with preparation activities underway as we prepare for the eventual end of the COVID-19 public health emergency. We have implemented a chat feature on our public-facing website, KanCare, allowing members to update their contact information through that chat feature, and those updates feed directly into our eligibility system. We implemented that change around August, so just a month or so ago, and we are seeing some responses come through. As of last week, we had about 215 address changes and about 125 phone number changes. So that's more than we had prior to that implementation. And so we believe that as the word gets out a little bit more about this feature, that we will see more changes come through. We're also engaging in dialogue with our community partners. We've participated in more than 60 outreach events since June of 2022, just sharing information about our unwinding plan, our mitigation strategies, and where we can use help in spreading the word. These discussions have been largely successful. We have 30 or so outreach staff, so KDHE staff in the community that help spread this message. And then Chris Wertz and I also engage in conversations with various community partners with the goal of getting the message out, and also to identify where we can collaborate with various partners. So we share the message as far and wide as we can, participating in different enrollment events for schools, and then also with boots on the ground with our outreach staff. We are very thankful and also depend on assistance from the community, our community partners, stakeholders, associations, to help us in spreading this message, so increasing our risk. So very thankful to those that have expressed an interest, such as Community Care Network of Kansas, the Kansas Head Start Association, and also our partners at KS at the Department of Education. They're assisting us with spreading the message and increasing our reach. So I mentioned earlier that there are individuals who will no longer qualify for KanCare based on eligibility rules. So this is separate from those whose eligibility would be at risk for loss of contact. So KDHE not having updated contact information. The other group would consist of those whose eligibility would discontinue after the public health emergency ends for no longer meeting KanCare eligibility rules such as age, income, resources, etc. These individuals may be eligible for a health plan that fits their budget through the federal marketplace or the federal exchange. To help point members in this direction, should they choose to go that direction, we have updated our discontinuance notices for these individuals to include the phone number and website where they can locate local navigators who can assist them with applying for insurance through the federal marketplace, again, should they choose to go that route. And then finally, we wanted to provide some idea of numbers. We're expecting around 100 to 125,000 individuals may lose eligibility when the PHE ends. And this would be over 12 to 14 months after the PHE ends, so it's not instantaneous discontinuances. These individuals would have gone through a renewal, and we would assess with the renewal whether or not they are eligible for continued benefits, and then if they are not, discontinue at that point. And then again, some of these individuals may be eligible for coverage through the federal marketplace. So another goal is continuity of coverage. If it's not through KanCare, then our hope is that these individuals may be eligible for coverage through the marketplace, and so we want to make them aware. This concludes my presentation, and I am happy to stand for questions if there are any.
Committee, are there questions for Tanya? Senator Petty.
Thank you. Tanya, I'm back on page 28, where you talked about the clearinghouse staffing.
Yep.
And you went over the, numbers of staff, the ongoing hire and vacancies. I just had a question about what's been the turnover rate? I mean, I know you're working hard to, to fill vacancies, but what's been the turnover rate that you've had within the clearinghouse staffing?
That's a great question, and it's not a number that I have in front of me. We are able to keep a large majority of those that we hire, and our goal is to retain those, of course, but we do have some turnover. But I don't have the numbers in front of me, but they've been low enough that we've been able to see some gains, but I'm happy to get that information if you'd like to know it.
I was just curious because I know there has to be a training and,
Yes.
that's involved with when they come on. So if you've got a turnover rate, even if it appears on the numbers that you're full, if you don't have a qualified staff, it's not very helpful.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely, a possibility. Eligibility is complex, and we know that individuals put their best foot forward and can give great references. So we have seen that we've been able to keep a vast majority of individuals that we have hired. Again, there's some turnover as any agency would experience, but we've been able to see more gains than losses.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Committee, further questions? Representative Reese.
Madam Chair. Tanya, I have a question about just the application process. Okay. Is it quicker or is it quick? Is it quicker to process the application if it's done online versus going to an office?
Okay, it's a great question. Applications are, in general, as you know, processed in the order that they are received. The online application does typically get into the workflow a little bit quicker. So there may be a quicker opportunity for it to get into the hands of an eligibility worker, but overall, our applications are processed in the order that they are received. I hope that helps.
Yeah, because I'm just kind of wondering about the accuracy of the person that is filling out the application, whether it's more accurate. Maybe there's less questions about what is put down versus, typing it versus handwriting.
Yes, that's a very good point, Representative. The application, the online application is dynamic, so it kind of leads you into the next question that you would need to answer based on your previous response. So that could be, a benefit for some members. It may seem a little bit less overwhelming versus looking at the pages of our paper application, but in general, they're all processed in the order that they're received, and there's pros and cons to both, but based on the members or the applicant's preference.
Okay, thank you.
Yep,
Thank
you're
you,
welcome.
Madam Chair.
Committee, further questions? Nope, seeing none. Tanya, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I'll hand it back over to Sarah.
Here it comes. Here it comes. I feel it. Okay, yes, Sarah, go ahead.
All right. So second part of my presentation today is to give the committee an overview of the KanCare 1115 waivers and all the Medicaid managed care authorities that exist. So every Medicaid program has to have a source of federal authority. So every state Medicaid program, you have to be able to appoint to a provision of federal law that authorizes the state to do Medicaid business in the fashion it's doing Medicaid business. That's what we're talking about when we're talking about Medicaid authorities. And there's a couple different ones in federal law, pros and cons to each. But we'll start with talking about the KanCare 1115 waiver. A Section 1115 waiver under the Social Security Act is one kind of federal authority that a state can choose to operate its Medicaid program. And that is how KanCare has operated since its inception of 2013. We have been under a Section 1115 waiver for the KanCare program since January of 2013. The first 5-year waiver term expired at the end of 2017. The state got a 1-year extension. And then the KanCare 2.0 1115 waiver has been in effect since January of 2019. And collectively, this is the authority under which we operate Medicaid managed care in Kansas, which collectively covers 95% of the Kansas Medicaid population. So under an 1115 waiver, CMS agrees to waive certain requirements that would normally apply to a Medicaid program. And the purpose of that is to allow the state to experiment, to pilot new ways of delivering Medicaid. And if you go back in time to 2013, KanCare was new and novel and a pilot because for the first time the state was planning on wrapping in the long-term care population and HCBS waivers into managed care. So it very much was a pilot back in 2013. Section 1115 waivers are good for 5 years, and our current waiver is set to expire at the end of next calendar year. So we are on the 4th of 5 years of our current 1115 waiver. And in exchange for the flexibility that a Section 1115 waiver model provides, CMS attaches a condition to that, which is your 1115 waiver cannot cost the federal government more than it would if they didn't grant the waiver. And they call that budget neutrality. It has to be budget neutral to the federal government. So back in 2013, when the first KanCare waiver was granted, CMS had to determine that allowing Kansas to operate this KanCare mandatory Medicaid managed care program can't cost the federal government more than it would if we didn't let them do it. That's basically what they had to do. There's a lot of very dry actuarial information that goes into calculating that, but that's essentially what they're looking to find out. So when a CMS grants a Section 1115 waiver, they calculate what they believe is your budget neutrality cap. So they determine what they think they would be spending on your Medicaid program if they didn't grant you the waiver, and then you're not allowed to spend any more than that throughout the lifetime of the waiver. So I refer to it as set it and forget it because that's what it is. They set it for a 5-year period, they won't change it. And if over the course of a 5-year Section 1115 waiver, the state does overspend, we are liable for every dollar above those budget neutrality caps. So you hit your spending cap, and then after that, it is all SGF. You cannot draw down any more federal dollars, and if you have to return them to CMS. Any federal money over the spending caps, you have to return all that money to CMS. So it's a big stick that they have and a big consequence if you overspend. Next slide, please. So I also wanted to draw a bit of a contrast here because we know this is some technical stuff that we're talking about, an 1115 waiver. We get asked all the time, what does this have to do with MCO contracts, and are they one and the same? And the answer is no. On slide 32, we're showing you kind of a comparison of the two. An MCO contract is what outlines the state's expectations of the MCOs, and it governs that relationship. That's where you put, priorities and goals and how you expect the day-to-day operations of Medicaid to go. It's not tied to the Section 1115 waiver at all. Those two things can be detached. In contrast, the 1115 is what governs the state's relationship with CMS. The state sets a bargain and they accept the flexibilities that an 1115 waiver grants. We also agree that if we overspend, we will return all the extra money to the federal government. And it doesn't really affect providers or beneficiaries except to the extent that under an 1115 waiver, you're subject to federal spending constraints. And sometimes that can interfere with what you're trying to do. So, Madam Chair, if you like, this is all very highly technical. I'm happy to go through unless there's any questions so far on these first two slides. Otherwise, I'm happy to keep going.
Committee questions? Nope, you're fine.
Okay, thank you. So moving on to slide 33. So knowing that our 1115 waiver is set to expire at the end of next calendar year, the state has been looking at what other sources of authority are available to the state. So like I said at the top, there are a couple different sources of federal authority that a state can use to institute a managed care program like we have now. There's something called state plan authority, where essentially the state writes a state plan amendment and it gets incorporated into the Medicaid state plan, and then that's it. It's there until the state decides to take it out. There are some populations that through a simple state plan amendment you can have enroll in mandatory managed care. Pregnant women is one of them. So right now we require pregnant women to enroll in managed care through Section 1115 authority. If we wanted, we could do it through a simple state plan amendment, and the effect would be the same. When it's under your state plan authority, there's no spending restrictions there. The state can spend however much they want, and there's no federal spending caps associated with it. There's also something called a Section 1915B managed care waiver, and this specifically allows states to have mandatory managed care for more populations that might not be allowed under state plan authority. And they can grant it for a 2 or 5 year period. We've seen states that have mature managed care programs be granted a 5-year waiver at the outset because they've already proven they know how to do managed care. There is no budget neutrality requirement for a 1915B, but you do have to demonstrate that the waiver is cost effective. And this is the same requirement that we have for HCBS waivers, where you have to prove to CMS that it's not going to cost them any more to grant the waiver than to function with Medicaid without the waiver, but you're not at risk for having to repay the federal government if you overspend. So similar test to what we have with an 1115, but then there's no hammer at the end at the risk of repaying the federal government. Next slide, please. So we have been monitoring where we are on budget neutrality for quite a while. I know I have been speaking to this committee since February of 2021 about this topic because, to be perfectly frank, when I first came on into this position in July of 2020, one of the first topics brought to me was the fact that we were already in a tight spot budget neutrality wise, and this was going to be a problem for the entire duration of the 1115 waiver. So we've been keeping a very close eye on it. We have worked with CMS to try and gain some flexibility. We asked CMS in 2020 if there would be any grace or any negotiation in light of the pandemic. You know, could you maybe reopen our budget neutrality caps to account for the pandemic? The answer was no. So not even a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic is enough for CMS to reopen those spending caps once they've set them. We did, however, successfully advocate for a technical correction. We thought CMS made 2 errors when they set our spending cap. We lobbied for that for, oh boy, that was easily a 6-month, and they finally granted that back in spring of 2022, which was a lifesaver because it added about $390 million in cushion to our budget neutrality caps. We would be overspent had they not done that. So that was pretty critical. However, during the 2022 legislative session, the legislature made some historic, much-needed investments in Medicaid, and that totals $513 million through the end of next calendar year. So it's tough to balance these 2 things at the same time. We have to stay under our federal spending caps. We also have a lot of work to do in investing in Medicaid, and those 2 priorities are kind of at loggerheads constantly. So we've been able to buy some additional budget neutrality cushions through things completely outside of our control. And without getting into the actuarial nuances of this, if our population has lower acuity, basically meaning that their needs are less, they're using fewer services, our per member per month capitation rates go down accordingly, but that's kind of outside of our control as essentially an insurer. And then there's, you know, let's see, on the 4th bullet on this slide, the most recent analysis we have from our actuaries said that we will come in at the end of next calendar year about $200 million under our spending caps, assuming a whole lot of things go in a particular direction. And they reassess that about quarterly because it really changes. If we take a turn for the worse and we have a lot of hospitalizations for COVID, cold, flu season, what have you, we could eat through that cushion pretty quickly. And so what we've been hearing pretty much uniformly from legislators, we've been hearing this from stakeholders, we've been hearing this from providers, is that there's a concern that our current 1115 waiver model is standing in the way of investments. You all may recall in 2021 when we were talking about the CCBHC legislation, we had to phase that in over, I think, 3 fiscal years. The reason why is if we did it all in 1 year, we would overspend our budget neutrality caps. So even though that's what the state wanted to do, we couldn't do it because of the structure that our Medicaid program was under. It also got in the way of the HCAP program, the Hospital Provider Assessment Program. That is the reason why we have not been able to implement legislation that you all passed in 2020. So we're kind of to the point now where it seems like KanCare is not a pilot program anymore. It's not an experiment. It's the way we've been delivering Medicaid services for almost 10 years. And the pilot program model seems to have outlived its utility. And what we're hearing is that, you know, we want to make sure that artificial external federal spending limitations aren't hindering the investments that the state wants to make. Next page, please. So we have to submit an application to CMS by the end of this year to tell them what we want to do. Yes, Madam?
Sarah, I'm sorry, I should have stopped you on that last page.
Sure.
On the nursing home growth, you're showing a 2.5%. Is that what we're doing now?
I'm trying to remember where we are now. Yeah, that 4th bullet there, Madam Chair, shows the assumptions that our actuaries used to figure that out. And they said 2.5% growth rate for HCBS and nursing facility costs. And I think they based that off of the appropriation that was done last session that required KDADs to rebase nursing facility rates. I think that's what that was based off of. I would defer to KDADs as to what their year-over-year growth on the nursing facility rates are.
Okay, yeah, because I'm just curious on that because we're about halfway through the baby boomer stage. So. That's just escalating. Okay.
It sure is, yes. And we've also heard a lot earlier today about the IDD wait list. You know, a lot of us will be here on Wednesday to talk more about that. And as long as we are constrained by the federal government on how much we can spend on that, it's going to be something we have to continue to talk about, and it can continue to get in the way of making investments in Medicaid. Next slide, please. So we are required to submit something to CMS by the end of the year to renew our 1115 waiver or shift to another source of authority or a combination of authorities. So what we want to do is get lots of input from interested parties. And so we're going to be hosting, KDHE and KDADS are going to be hosting a series of public information sessions in October. We've got kind of our tentative schedule here for virtual sessions and in-person sessions. We're going to have 10 of them across 5 cities. And there'll be more information forthcoming once we get all those details kind of pinned down. But, you know, I would, before I pause for questions, one thing that I would go back to is, I think it was on the slide number 32. What we're really talking about with the 1115 waiver is what type of relationship the state government wants to have with CMS. And the type of authority that you operate your Medicaid program under doesn't affect the day-to-day experience of beneficiaries or providers, except to the extent that your federal spending caps allow or don't allow investments in the program. That's really it. And one analogy that I've tried, it's an imperfect analogy, so forgive me there, but to try and keep it straight in my head, the analogy I use is pretend you're setting up a small business. You're trying to figure out what legal structure you want to operate your business under. Are you going to be a sole proprietorship? Are you going to be a corporation, LLC, LLP? Your customer is not going to know the difference. If they go into your store and you're an LLP or you're a sole proprietorship, your customer isn't going to know the difference, but your choice impacts the way you interact with the government, like what types of taxes, you know, structure you have, that type of thing. That's the best analogy I could think of, where in this case, the 1115 waiver would be the structure that we choose to set our Medicaid program up under, and it would govern the relationship that the state government has with the federal government. And Madam Chair, I'm happy to pause there for questions.
Committee, are there further questions for Sarah? Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Sarah. I was wondering, the federal government offered a carrot, you know, for us to expand on Medicaid.
Mm-hmm.
In your opinion, why would they do that? Because that's going to cost them a lot more money.
Madam Chair, I wouldn't pretend to speak on behalf of the federal government.
Just from your perspective, you're going to know a lot more about that than we are. I'm just saying that's a lot of money.
Sure, the
And I'm just trying
90%
to
federal
understand
match for Medicaid expansion. Mm-hmm.
And if you,
In my experience, Madam Chair, in my experience working with the feds, they tend to incentivize things that they want states to do. So it's one thing to tell states you have to do X, Y, Z and not give them any extra funding to do it. It's something else to provide a carrot and say, we think this is a good policy choice for states to make. We're going to help make that policy choice easier for you. So that would be my guess, Madam Chair.
okay, I just, that would be your guess, okay? Because the federal government's spending a lot more money doing that. So that's, trying to understand the logic to some of this. Thank you.
You're trying to put logic and federal government together? What's wrong with you, Senator? Committee, are there any further questions?
I could, but I'll pass.
Why don't you just go right on ahead, Representative Ballard? Okay, any further questions? All right, seeing none, Sarah, thank you very much. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
And I only cackled at you when you came up, so that was good. Okay. Now, I appreciate the patience of KDADS and apologize. We kind of got off kilter here a little bit. So will it be Secretary Howard up first?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary Howard for KDADS. pleased to be with you today. As with Secretary Stanek, I'll be fairly brief. We have a fairly extensive handout for you today, and I have my Deputy Secretary, Scott Bruner, and a number of my commissioners with me as well to work through those. You know, I really just wanted to highlight some priorities and issues that my team will get into a little bit deeper. But certainly some of the areas that we have been focused on, page 2 of the slides, you know, the continued work on the 10% FMAP enhancement for HCBS services and those spending plans associated with that. Commissioner Penrod will talk more about this, but we have executed the Workforce Recruitment and Retention Bonus Program. $51 million has been distributed to the MCOs, impacting about 28,000 direct service workers in the state. That was our top priority from those resources. It was a really heavy lift on a lot of people's part to get there, and we're really proud to have gotten to that place. We've also, as I think an earlier conferee today may have mentioned this. We've also executed a contract for the IDD waitlist study, and we're excited about that. Also some important work and planning going on with regard to some work around an implementation plan for Employment First. So again, lots of activities related to that $80-some million in total that the state has received and will receive from the 10% FMAP enhancement. You know, we continue to work hard in this first year of implementation of the CCBHCs. As you know, we had the first tranche of CCBHCs come on board last May and last July. It was also very exciting this week because our federal partners at SAMHSA just awarded some new planning grants related to CCBHCs, and folks in Kansas should be very proud. Our CMHCs across the state received 13 grants related to planning for CCBHCs, 10 new awardees for planning, development, and implementation, and 3 continuing grants. So about $12.6 million in the first year, and those grants are multi-year grants. We also, as a state, used to participate in the Money Follows the Person program. Some of you who've been involved with the KDAD's budget or the KDHE budget for a while are familiar with that. But we, in working collaboratively with KDHE, kind of decided to re-up that, and certainly our stakeholders are very pleased. And we were very pleased as a state that on August 22nd, we received notice that we received $5 million for a 16-month planning grant from CMS related to Money Follows the Person. Really, again, helping those individuals who live in an institutional setting who want to move to the community. So we'll be beginning some stakeholder meetings in the next month surrounding that, but again, very excited about that. You know, a few more items that you'll hear more about today. Those of you on the Mental Health Beds Committee, you know, we're continuing to work hard on what the possibilities might look like in terms of those mental health beds in Sedgwick County, and we're thankful for the Mental Health Beds Committee that we're able to work with and collaborate this summer. You know, workforce has already been mentioned. I think, you know, Senator Fagg asked my colleague at KDHE what was perhaps the biggest issue on her mind, and certainly on my mind. I mean, across our service systems, but including our state hospitals, huge focus and emphasis on recruitment and retention of staff. Deputy Secretary Bruner will talk more about that, what the impact has been of the 24/7 pay plan, and where perhaps we haven't seen as much impact as we'd like to see. And then frankly, an awful lot of our work over the last few months has been implementing the new budget items that you were so gracious to approve for us in the last legislative session. Number of rate increases, some of the work related to forensic modernization. So a lot of things on the plate, a lot of things happening that my team will get into in a little bit greater detail. You know, I do want to acknowledge the conversation this morning and related to the backlogs related to the care assessments. We are working hard to work through that. There are some improvements that we've seen. Deputy Commissioner Drew Atkins will talk in greater detail, but we've worked very hard to bring on temporary staff, to authorize overtime of our staff. We're looking at partnerships in the future, perhaps with the AAAs to expedite that. And frankly, as we work through that, we'll probably be coming back to you and talking to you even more next session about some ways to just make that a more streamlined process going forward. A lot of states have automated the process. Ours is pretty paper-driven, things coming in on email, things coming in on faxes. A number of states have automated the care pass-our process through really web-based pieces where facilities could enter their information, some automation of decisions. So we're looking at those things, again, not to the exclusion of the work we're doing now to work through the backlog, but I think as we think about the long term, there are some better ways for us to do that work as a state, and there are some models that we can follow around that. As I said, Deputy Commissioner Atkins will talk a bit more about that, but I'm really thankful for the collaboration and collaborative work with KDHE and our partners at KDHE as we work through that, as well as the trade associations and the facilities as we work through those issues and get that wait time down. Those are really the topics I just wanted to mention right now. I'm happy to stand for any questions you might have for me now. I'll also be here at the end after my team has gone through some of these topics in more detail.
All right, thank you, Madam Secretary. Are there questions for the Secretary? As Representative Kincannon said, not yet, Madam Secretary, but I'm sure we will have some for you. We never let you off that easy.
I will be here, so thank you. The next person to present on the KDAD side will be Commissioner Penrod to kick off the rest of the slides.
Welcome to committee, Commissioner.
Good afternoon. My name is Amy Penrod. I'm the Commissioner of Long-Term Services and Supports for KDADS, and I'm going to start my presentation by talking a little bit about the nursing facility program. So just as a reminder, the nursing facility program provides oversight of change of ownerships, reimbursement rates, rate setting, and the quality care assessment program. On slide 6, just as far as updates, that we still have one facility in Topeka that's in receivership. That is down from the 22 adult care homes that were taken into receivership over the last few years. The nursing facility cost reports have been completed and reviewed. The nursing facility and NFMH rates for fiscal year 2023 have been finalized. The notice has been published, and the rates have been sent to nursing facilities and providers. And then also a major work endeavor of recent is in conjunction with the Governor's Recovery Office, we are administering the $15 million in ARPA funds that were allocated by the 2022 Legislature. Those funds are to be distributed to the nursing facilities. Currently, nursing facilities are completing their beneficiary agreements that are needed prior to payment. We are experiencing some challenges with the federal SAM.gov website and the provider's ability to register for a UEI number, which is required prior to being able to distribute payments. So we are working with them through that, trying to help them with any frequently asked questions and any tips and tricks to be able to get that money out just as soon as possible. On slide number 7, you'll find our nursing facility Medicaid monthly average caseload. And then slide 8 and 9 are regarding the Promoting Excellent Alternatives in Kansas Nursing Homes, or the PEAK program. PEAK is a recognition program.
We're actually seeing a decrease in caseloads?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, over the years, there has been a decrease in the amount of nursing facility residents. You'll see, though, between quarter 3 and quarter 4 of state fiscal year 22, there was a slight increase.
Okay.
The PEAK program is a recognition program and a pay-for-performance Medicaid program designed to support adoption of person-centered care practices in Kansas nursing facilities. PEAK is back in full action, working with homes. It has resumed full activity after a reevaluation of the program. Currently, we are working with over 50 homes, foundation-level homes, on person-centered care education. Throughout the month of September, there will be 6 mentor home experiences held at upper-level PEAK homes throughout the state. These are some of our most popular and effective trainings. This summer, we did complete the first drafts of all new PEAK materials, which will be released in January of 2023. The revisions include a new format and improved content, and this is thanks to a lot of work and collaboration with the PEAK Advisory Group. The PEAK Advisory Group welcomed 10 new members and continued working on the very first Person-Centered Care Conference that is to be held on October 25th of 2022. The conference will be held at K-State, and the advisory group initiated the conference, has been heavily involved in planning it, and it will be designed and is designed for all staff in nursing homes: direct care, housekeeping, laundry, dietary, leadership, so really a comprehensive program. The PEAK team is also currently analyzing a qualitative study done with direct care workers across the state to learn what their experience working during COVID was like for them and what recommendations they have for leadership. Next, I will move into home and community-based services. On slide 11, the enrollment numbers for August of 2022. As you will see, we're serving over 9,000 individuals on the IDD waiver and have a wait list of 4,814. On the physical disability waiver, we are serving over 6,100 individuals, and we have a waiting list of 2,414. And as Secretary Howard alluded to, we have several projects that we have been working on and will continue to work on in calendar year 2022. The 10% FMAP enhancement projects, which I'll highlight a couple of those projects here in just a moment. As Secretary Howard also mentioned, the Money Follows the Person grant. We continue to work on our final settings rule compliance, as well as several waiver amendments across the 7 waivers that will allow for virtual delivery of some certain services, as well as the continuation of paid family caregivers and some quality performance measure updates for the waivers. In addition, we are also working with CMS currently on the autism and SED waiver renewals. So as we had mentioned, the 10% FMAP enhancement projects, the highest priority project was that workforce recruitment and retention bonus program. We did launch that program on March 28th and began taking applications. Overall, we received 212 applications that benefited or will benefit 28,574 direct service workers. And the total spend there was $51 million. That money was distributed to the MCOs at the beginning of August, and the MCOs, thanks to their partnership, were able to distribute that then to our providers, who then could make those bonus payments and retention payments to the direct service workers. We do have our sequential intercept model workshop is scheduled for November 9th and 10th in Lawrence. And then, as the Secretary mentioned, we are beginning to meet with stakeholders regarding our Employment First project, which is also a key project for us with the FMAP money. I'd like to take a moment just to highlight one particular FMAP project that we're really excited about, and that is the waitlist study. There are, as I said earlier, over 4,800 Kansans on the waiting list for intellectual and developmental disabilities. Unfortunately, much is unknown about the folks on the IDD waiting list. The state can track basic information like their age and residence. There's not really a process right now established to gather information about their current needs or their anticipated needs during the next 5 years. Further, a significant number, as was mentioned by a conferee earlier today, a significant number of people are moving off of the waiting list because of a crisis. And I think we can all agree that experiencing a crisis as a mechanism for accessing services is not ideal for the individuals in crisis or their families. And additionally, crisis enrollment makes it difficult for CDDOs and provider organizations to plan for effective supports. So we definitely need a monitoring system to keep track of the needs of individuals on the waiting list, and it will be critical to have that information to effectively serve and plan for services for individuals on the IDD waiver. So the waitlist study has a few goals, but the overall impact here is to collect data so that the state can make data-driven decisions as we move forward with reducing or eliminating the waiting lists. We also want to use that information to support capacity building, as that is a key element in solving the waitlist issues. And then ultimately, by building that capacity, reducing and or eliminating the waiting list, we will be improving outcomes for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. So ultimately, the benefits of the project would be the ability to document the needs of people coming off of the waiting list and potentially identify and prevent crisis situations leading to immediate service needs. The ability to predict service needs at the system level currently and up to 5 years out, so that planning for appropriate services over time can be implemented. We want to track important trends, including health or employment status of people on the waiting list. That will also help us better understand their support needs. We want to monitor and understand the support needs of individuals on the waiting list to inform planning and reduce the number of people in general waiting, and also to anticipate those crisis situations. And then generally being able to make data-informed decisions about system funding needs. So with this study, the state will be better equipped to make data-driven decisions. Providers will be better able to develop data-driven strategic plans. And I am proud to announce that KDADS is partnering with the Kansas University Center on Developmental Disabilities for this project.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when new people sign up on the wait list, will you start to track all of this data from the onset? I mean, I'm going to guess you gather this when they first get on the wait list, but then it just doesn't get updated on a yearly, or will there be a plan to keep those updated?
Correct. That is the goal then, is to collect that data on a regular basis so that we can use it to predict into the future and really help with that, not only that individual's needs, but more predicting also the system capacity and the system needs.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just might add that the folks from KU will be at our committee meeting on Wednesday so that our committee meeting can have some input. Our committee members can have some input about what information they also believe that we need for the wait list. And I think one of the things I'm sure you meant to put on here, but the level of services that they are asking for or would require is very, very relevant. So anyway, that's all. Amy and I are on speed dial. It's one catastrophe for her to the next. If she had caller ID, I'd never get to talk to her.
I do. You're in my contact list, so yes.
I was going to say, she's always been very good about responding. So, Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The 4,800, over the last 10 years, that number's been increasing. Is it going faster, slower? You know, what was it 10 years ago?
I can get you some of the information from kind of trending over time. I think the rate is of the waitlist growth might be a little bit higher now than, say, 10 years ago, simply because we're just struggling with that capacity. When we do have folks that need services, whether it be by crisis or we have some turnover and we're able to offer waiver enrollment to individuals on the waiting list, they don't come around as quickly. We're putting more people onto the waiver with crisis as opposed to being able to offer them space due to attrition on the waiver.
All right. Further questions? All right. Seeing none. Thank you very much, Amy.
I just have a couple more things.
That's fine.
Okay. One thing we're really excited about is the money follows the person. And as the Secretary indicated, it is a 5-year cooperative agreement between CMS and the state of Kansas. And the intent with MFP is to provide people currently residing in an institutional setting the choice and resources to receive services and live in the community of their choice. So earlier this year, CMS announced an opportunity for states to re-enter the federal MFP program. This opportunity was widely championed and supported by our stakeholders. And so KDADS did submit its application to reestablish the Money Follows the Person grant program on May 31st. We received our award at the end of August, and that award is for almost $5 million. To begin a 16-month planning and implementation period. So because of the interest of our stakeholders and their dedication to this, we'll be spending a good portion of that planning and implementation period working with them to figure out how we can best implement this new opportunity in a way that will help us allow more individuals to return to their home or community. A update on the final settings rule on slides 18 and 19. I did just want to give you a quick update that as of September 16th, we are 90% compliant. Out of those settings that are engaging with us, we are at 90%. Several of those settings that aren't yet deemed compliant, I believe, are awaiting some determination from CMS. They are reviewing a few of those settings, and once we have that information, we should be able to bump that number up even a little bit higher.
Representative Ballard has a question.
Okay.
I think she's going to back up a little bit.
I'm going to back up. I was thinking you were going to talk a little bit more about money follows the person. All right, so basically we have received the grant.
Yes, we've received the notice of award.
Okay. Now, we have had difficulty with money following the person. That's one of our biggest concerns that people say, when we closed our mental health facilities, the money was going to follow. The money did not follow. So the question is, does money really follow the person, or just this grant that you received, that will be following the person?
So what this grant money will allow us to do is to identify individuals that would like to move from an institution into the community, and then provide them the resources, the financial resources, and maybe the case management and support that they would need to go from an institution to a community setting. In some respects, the money follows the person is a little bit difficult way to name this, because unless you are closing a bed behind someone, you're not able to take that funding and move it with them. So most of our institutional settings, I think, would have a bed would be refilled by another individual. But this funding gives us a unique opportunity to help reestablish an individual in the community, maybe pay for living expenses, certain types of living expenses to get them reestablished at home.
Okay. Does this include the possibility of KNI, or does this exclude the Kansas Neurological Institute?
I think right now it would include that if we had folks that were interested.
Okay. Now, we still have like a moratorium against going there unless your services cannot be met in a community. Then they're making exceptions in order to allow people to come in.
There is a gatekeeping process for both of the ICF, the state ICF IIDs, and in fact, that applies to all ICF facilities in the state. It just evaluates their need and ensures that an individual is being served in the least restrictive environment possible. But if an individual needs services at the level that KNI or Parsons would indicate, there isn't anything that would stop them from being admitted other than potentially space considerations at the actual space and staffing considerations at the hospitals.
My last question, Madam President. Now, with this 16-month planning and implementation period, will you be...
Called her Madam President.
Oh, did I? I was doing a meeting yesterday. Sorry about that, sweetheart. So.
Just like to insult me, that's all it is. No, that's a demotion.
Oh, now if I really.
She knows it.
Now, if I really wanted to insult you, it wouldn't be that way.
Don't go there, girl.
Oh, you would do it for me? Thank you. See, I have allies. All right, so.
You think I don't? Go ahead, get back to the meeting.
You messed up my thought. So that 16-month planning and implementation period, how will people know that this grant money is available?
That is part of what we will be working with our stakeholders to design. We have a lot of ideas. We've gotten a lot of input up to this point, particularly as we were trying to, prepare for our grant application. But we really want to take this first little chunk of time in that planning period to bring those stakeholders back together and say, okay, how do we want to set this program up? Initially, a lot of the thought is that we would contract with community-based providers that would establish a methodology or a system for being able to do outreach and assist individuals in the case management to bring individuals home. That's my initial thought based on the feedback we've received so far, but it is certainly our intent to get a lot more feedback about the program design.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Ballard. Further questions? Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Is this only if those services cost less in the community of their choice?
No, no. It's if they currently reside in an institution and they would like to receive home and community-based services, and they can be served safely in the community, we would.
So would the money that would follow them only be the amount that we would have spent had they stayed in an institutional setting?
It would be for this particular program, it is just this grant funding. It is right now I'm not sure if it will be renewed or not, but it's about $5 million that we will then be able to spend to have entities provide case management. And do household expenses. I don't know if security deposits are allowed, but sometimes that's the type of expense that we'd be thinking of, things to help people get reestablished in the community. It wouldn't so much be, this particular initiative is not going to be as much about moving money from one program to another. This is the pot of money we'll be using.
So would the grant pay for resources anywhere that person chose to live, regardless of what services are available in their area?
They'd be transferring from an institution to a home and community-based service waiver. So it would be whatever services were available on that waiver that they qualify for. A lot of times frail elderly waiver or physical disability waiver.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Committee, further questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you.
And then my final slide, I was asked to provide a little bit of information about self-directed and agency-directed HCBS services. This slide kind of outlines the differences between self-directed and agency-directed services. Self-direction is based on the belief that a person with a disability should be empowered to make decisions about the services they receive and the individuals who provide the services, that they have control over the type of support they receive and kind of the who, what, and when of service delivery. Agency-directed services are delivered by a provider agency, and that provider is responsible for hiring, training, and scheduling the direct care workers. For individuals that self-direct, they hire, train, and schedule their own direct service workers. Individuals that do self-direct utilize the services of a financial management services provider or FMS provider to handle the administrative tasks such as payroll and background checks. So I included a little table. This is just the physical disability waiver, and this is just personal care services. So you'll see the first line is agency-directed personal care services. Those pay at a rate of $3.76 per 15-minute unit. Personal care services under self-direction pay at a rate of $3.31 per 15-minute unit. In addition to that, PCS, self-directed PCS, that individual will also have financial management services for which that financial management service provider would be paid $127.54 per month. So there is a little bit of a difference in the pay rate between agency-directed and self-directed, and then you also have the FMS cost that goes with that. That concludes my testimony.
Representative Carpenter.
Amy, what question am I going to ask?
Neutrality.
Child care?
I'm sorry?
Or child care money?
Oh, the child care money?
Yeah,
That is being administered by Department of Children and Families.
I know.
Okay.
And they didn't talk about it.
We haven't
Anyway.
heard them yet.
Yes.
This is Jan.
Oh, you have to come up to the microphone, Jan.
Okay.
Okay, you took me off guard. So this money is being passed from DCF to KDHE, and we are administering that money. I did not have an update on other than kind of the Medicaid port things today, but do you have a specific question? Because I didn't know this was the forum to update on that.
Just more when it's going to be distributed.
Yeah, it started to be distributed already. There's been about 9,000 applications out of the roughly 23,000 that we expect. The process takes a little longer because of the way we have to load them into our system, but we are loading and getting staff ramped up to continue the process, and I can get you specifics on how many have been distributed so far. I know another 200 to 400 are going out this week.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Committee, further questions? Okay. Now we're ready for our next one.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
Madam Chair, members of
Tell
the
us who
committee.
you are.
Drew Adkins, Assistant Commissioner of Behavioral Health. I will also say we'll start out with psychiatric residential treatment facilities, and if I don't know the answer, there's probably somebody behind me that does. So the current MCO wait list as of September 15th was 58, which is 110 down from the previous report. And of those 58 individuals, 24 were in foster care, which is down 27 from previous numbers. The current number of PRTF licensed beds is 424. 157 of these beds are not being used. The current census total is 267, 76 of which are foster care youth. KDAS continues to meet with the MCOs and DCF weekly to review some individual cases. They continue to make good progress and continue to look and analyze referral data from catchment area and CMHC and determine if SED waiver services are being applied for. And there will be further information presented later from Commissioner Braun on this.
Continue.
All right. So an update on the Hayes Children's Psychiatric Beds. KDAD's contracted with KVC Hospitals, which is now known as Cambridge Children's Mental Health, to open and maintain operation of a new PPH facility in Hayes through June 30th of 2027. The new Camber Hayes facility will be in Hayes, Kansas, and services will begin in January 2023. Facility will have 14 beds. There was a $250,000 lead grant from the Dane G. Hansen Foundation to kick off the capital campaign for the project. KDAD's provided $2.5 million in additional grant funding to Camber to assist with the relocation of Camber Hayes psychiatric residential treatment facility services. This new facility will participate in the State Institution Alternative Program, the SIA program.
I'm going to go to Representative Carpenter, then Representative Concan, then Representative Ballard.
No, she may ask mine, just a minute, go ahead.
Okay, Representative Carpenter.
Yes, just very briefly, I see on here staffing shortages and COVID-19 protocol shrinkage. That's a new one for me.
That's a new one as far as an update goes. I might see if Commissioner Brown.
What does that mean?
I might see if Commissioner Brown wants to speak to that, but that's my understanding as to why the beds are being restricted and not staffed.
I knew we had staffing issues, but I wasn't sure what COVID-19 protocols are.
Protocol shrinkage, Mr. Brown.
Yeah, so generally when we're referring to that, it's because of the fact that oftentimes the hospitals and the PRTFs have to set aside beds for incoming patients that can be quarantined. And so there's not as many beds available.
Is that because you've had, I'm sorry, Representative Carpenter, but that's because you've had to isolate?
Yeah, potentially. So when a new patient is coming in, they're tested, right? And if they're positive, they need to be isolated from the rest of the patients.
So they may, if I understand it then correctly, you may have 5 beds sitting off over there, but only one patient in those 5 beds in order to keep that one individual isolated from the rest of the population.
Yep, that's correct.
So that's what you consider the
That's what
protocol shrinkage.
Yep.
Representative Concanon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So is this a brand-new facility then that's being built? I guess I didn't realize that there was going to be a capital campaign, and is it brand new or is it being renovated?
It's renovated space. It's renovated space.
This is Commissioner Braun again. And the facility itself will be a new facility, but the building is being remodeled. So the building is the former telecom building that was out there where they did call center work, and it's being changed into a hospital.
Okay, thank you.
Let me follow up on that.
Representative Ballard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think that was because we did not have any PRTF beds in that geographical location.
Private psych hospital beds.
And that was part of the problem, that we didn't have it. So that's why it's relocating it there, because we.
Well, so the facility is going to be a new facility. It'll have private psych hospital beds and PRTF beds. And they're moving the PRTF beds from their old facility in Hayes to the new facility in Hayes.
Okay, that's what I want.
Yep.
Thank you.
Further questions? All right, proceed.
All right. Going to slide 24 to talk a little bit about certified community behavioral health clinics. The Secretary spoke to this. We are excited that we can say we have certified 9 CCBHCs to date. We continue to work towards onboarding and readiness for the next schedule of community mental health centers to become CCBHCs by July 1 of 2023. We are happy to report also with the help of KDHE that our Medicaid state plan amendment for CCBHC services has been approved by CMS. And our KDOT staff, our CCBHC program staff, will start baseline reviews of the first 9 CCBHCs in October. And this will be for technical assistance and also performance assessments. And just some updates continued. According to some MCO Medicaid or some MCO claims data, there have been 127,264 CCBHC service claims from centers since our CCBHC Go live date of May 1st in 2022. Our KDOT's BHS staff and leadership staff continue to work on implementing the model, including working on necessary regulations and policies that coincide with sustaining the program.
Okay. Are these the original 9 that we had up there, that we had scheduled?
Yes. The first 6 in May.
Uh-huh.
And the latter 3 there in July 1.
Okay, and they're all certified now?
Yes.
So does that mean they're receiving the new enhanced rate?
Yes, that does.
Okay. And then we're doing how many next year?
We're doing 9 again for the target date of July 1, 2023, and then the following 8 out of the 26 community mental health centers that following year for July 1, 2024.
Okay. Just one more. So what would be the cost to escalate them all in 23 or in 24, 23?
I don't know that I could speak to that, but I'm sure that we could try to take that back and see if we could get that.
Okay. Representative Carpenter.
I realize this might be hard to, but how would that compare with what those, just the CMHCs had been doing, 127,000? Is that double what they were doing in claims, or is it?
That's a good question. I'd have to follow up on that just to know, but I would assume that it's more, but that's just my assumption, and I can get that information for you.
Be great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep,
What
definitely.
happens with assume, right?
What's that?
You know what happens with assume,
I
right?
don't. I've got a lesson to learn, it sounds like.
Yeah, you don't want to go there.
Okay, that's good. Well, let's
So
just
don't-
act like I didn't say
Don't
that.
assume, just tell us you don't have it.
I do not have that, Representative Carpenter.
Something tells me that number's higher, so that's why I'm wondering. Okay, go ahead.
All right, if there are no other questions on CCBHC, I'll talk a little bit about CARE, our client assessment, referral, and evaluation.
Wait a minute, I've got another question.
Okay.
So do we have, okay, with these CCBHCs, which we're holding at a much higher standard, do we have services because of workforce issues that we are not being able to provide 24/7?
I won't assume.
Well,
I
right
will.
around, there's somebody there that's shaking his head.
I will tell you with, and I'll let him answer this too if he needs to, but we are getting ready to go out in October to look at the baseline reviews, and that will give us the bigger picture about what they're struggling with, the centers themselves, especially those first 9 and then the next 9 that we're going to work with. There have been conversations of workforce shortages, but not as much before we started this process in CCBHC. So I don't, I guess that's a long way of saying I don't know if we know yet, but that's something we're going to look at.
Okay, do we have the ability to perhaps join forces with some of our other mental health folks out there? Let's take the clubhouse models, for example, that we have out there. Would they be able to pick up some of that slack in our workforce if they were to join forces with the CCBHCs? Would that assist them?
I don't think anything would prohibit. Something tells me that peer support services, those types of services that they could look at, I don't think anything is going to prohibit them from hiring or coordinating with them in their service delivery and their implementation of the model, no.
Okay, you think or you know?
I will double check that and get back to you.
One thing that you'll find out about us, and I'm not just picking on you, I pick
Sure.
on everybody equally. Ask Secretary Howard, I've picked on her for a lot of years. But I also pat her on the back when she does a great job, which she does a good deal of the time, is I think that we need to be joining more forces with others that we have working in the mental health arena and become more partners. That may help us, and if Representative Carpenter can jump in on this, with some of our workforce issues in some of these areas. Instead of saying, well, I am this, and you're that, so we can't work together.
Absolutely.
Because I think that's just kind of, to me, it just doesn't seem to mesh properly out there.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So KDODS is continually recruiting temporary workers and assistants from current BHS and KDOD staff to work on both the Medicaid and non-Medicaid nursing facility admission assessments that are still pending entry into the system. We're very thankful for our partners at KDHE, the eligibility staff, working to provide communication to our internal and external stakeholders about the CARE nursing facility admission process. KDODS is thankful for the collaboration also of the nursing facility trade and professional associations and all the other stakeholders involved. We also have recently hired a care coordinator to focus solely on communication and administrative duties pertinent to care, and hopefully will work proactively with vested internal and external stakeholders.
Committee, further questions? All right, seeing none, we'll look forward to you at our next meeting.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, looks like Mr. Bruner is up next. What can we do to, yeah. Representative Ballard said it, I didn't even have to, Scott.
Madam Chair, it's late in the day. Don't feel like you have to make any special treatment for me or. but I'm happy to answer questions as you have them. I'm covering for Commissioner Lacey Hunter on the survey and certification side. She's at a national conference that's been delayed, and a great opportunity for her team to engage with their counterparts around the country. So I'll do my best here. On the first, my name's Scott Bruner. I'm the Deputy Secretary for KDADS. I work with the state hospitals and our survey and certification group. On the first slide, we wanted to give you an update on the implementation of Senate Bill 453. This is a bill that was passed last session to make some changes in the certification process and training process for certified nurse aides. That, again, was Senate Bill 453. There were some other conference amendments that were added as well, but I'll talk about the parts relative to CNA training. In that bill, you made adjustments to the types of nurses that could be instructors in those CNA courses to include licensed practical nurses that are in good standing with the Board of Nursing, in addition to registered nurses, which were already part of the law. We've updated our course materials and applications to incorporate those instructors, LPNs, as instructors. So as a course sponsor is developing a course and authorizing it and asking for permission to launch it for students, they can add LPNs to that list as instructors under the authority of that bill. Registered nurses still have to evaluate the skills of the CNA as they're moving through the process to get their certification. That's in the current law. It hasn't changed. They do have a 1-year requirement to have worked in a long-term care setting or providing care to the elderly and chronically ill to do that, but that was already in the law. The law also said that if you're a CNA and you're not making progress towards completing the full 90 hours of training, that you needed to do that, and we've implemented that element as well. That was already pretty much our practice, but we're following up. And then finally, the other change was to allow hospitals, hospice operators, and PACE facilities to be course sponsors for CNA courses. We're still working on getting that implemented. We've asked some questions of our federal partners that approve the training program, training approach, to make sure that those are all allowable locations. Again, we think there's a path through that. We're still asking some questions and getting clarity, but that is moving forward, and we hope to have a complete answer for that and full implementation by before you come back for the session, or maybe the next time you meet in November. On the next slide, just kind of updates that we've shared with you in the past about we do allow some flexibility or continue to allow flexibility if you're operating a CNA or CMA course, that to use simulated labs, if that's a struggle getting into facilities. We are still getting some reports that can be a challenge. So that continues. It's granted on a case-by-case basis, but we haven't denied any as those requests have come in. On the next slide, again, just to keep you updated on kind of the federal environment around COVID-19 and flexibilities that have been authorized. At the end, we've operated the program under several 1115 temporary waivers during the pandemic that let us use temporary aides in nursing facilities and make some adjustments in the amount of training. All of those went away within 60 days of April 17th, so over the summer. There was one flexibility that was still allowed. CMS told us on August 29th that we could extend some of the training waivers and allow temporary aides to work or make some other adjustments in the training program for CNAs if we had an individual request, or we could authorize within a county if COVID was particularly high, or in that county or a particular facility was having a hard time identifying a training course and getting that completed. We haven't had any of those requests, but we're prepared to, we've talked to the trade associations about if you hear of a facility that's having a hard time or a particular county that's problematic, to let us know. That hasn't happened, but it is still one of the flexibilities that's allowed. On the next slide, just to give you a little data on courses, we've done this the last couple of Bethell committees. Working from left to right are the standard 90-hour CNA course, and the blue is from 2020. The middle column, which I think is gray, at least on mine, and then green is to the right, that's 2022. And the kind of lighter shade is what happened in the second quarter, and then the total bar is where we've been through the middle of the year. But so for that 90-hour traditional course, we're a little bit below where we were last year, but above the prior year in terms of the number of courses that we've approved. And then as you go across, there's a 75-hour CMA course. You can see we're up a few, 12 or so, 13 from the prior year. Home health aid and CNA refreshers are a little bit off, but in comparable numbers to prior years. And again, that's approved courses. So that in terms of students, that's on the next slide, number 32. Which shows the number of initial CNA, certified medication aid, and home health aid certifications that we've processed through the second quarter. And again, you can see we're a little bit below where we were last year at the same time for that initial CNA certification. But the other numbers are certainly in the right range. CMA is a little bit off as well, comparable numbers. And then on the next couple of slides, something that's new for you. We're trying to show the number of courses that are approved around the state by region. So the first map, that's 2022, so current courses that are authorized out of the 522. You can kind of see, again, I apologize for the numbers being a little hidden by the color, but around the state where those courses are offered. And then at the bottom, just kind of summarizing it by those same colored regions where they are distributed around the state. And then that's valuable to look at when you compare to other prior years. So next slide, number 34, the title is wrong. I've got a couple of updates to do to the slides that some things I noticed that were wrong. But so slide 34 is actually 2020 approved courses, 638. And then on slide 35 is the 2018 approved courses, 577. But again, you can kind of see if you pick a county and map the number of courses that have been approved over time. Again, just a different way to look at the data. And again, helpful to us to identify if there are some gaps or counties that seem particularly underserved by courses. And then the last slide about kind of certified nurse aid courses is on slide number 36. And looking at the same three time periods, 2022, 2020, and 2018, and in terms of the reasons for courses being canceled. And you can see in 2020, there were 19 courses that were canceled because of COVID. That's the green column, and we don't really know what the COVID reason was, but that was the reason provided. In 2020, there was a data error that caused a cancellation. That was the high point there. For this year, the lowest number has been low enrollment, and you can see that was 27 courses were canceled because of low enrollment. So far this year, that was 39 in 2020 and 36 in 2018. So lots of activity going around CNA training, and we've talked about in this committee before about the importance of that to the workforce for long-term care and other settings, but certainly making good progress through this calendar year. On the next slide is our regular update on the reductions in antipsychotic, inappropriate antipsychotic use in long-term care facilities. It's the data that you've asked for as a regular update on the number of individuals that are served in nursing facilities that are receiving an antipsychotic compared to the number that are eligible. And again, just to get a sense of the number of those that are inappropriate use, and you can see the percentages by MCO there across the bottom. And happy to talk more about that if you have questions. Or on the next slide, still talking about survey and certification. We are have been back up for a while to doing normal survey activities on both our certified long-term care facilities and state licensed facilities. And I do have a correction to make on this slide as well. We're trying to give you just a glimpse at kind of the number of surveys that happened over the last time period. On the left-hand side is for nursing facilities, what kind of surveys we're doing. And in the little box there towards the center of the page, we've done 109 and found 216 deficiencies in those 109 surveys. And then there's, in very small type, the top 10 deficiencies that were cited on the nursing facility side. On the other side of the slide are for state licensed facilities, where we also do surveys, similar kinds of data about the top 10 deficiencies. The box, I believe, is incorrect because it's the same numbers, and unless we were extremely precise, I don't think it's the exact same number. So I'll get that updated and bring it back to you tomorrow. But that's the kind of survey activity that we're doing. On the next slide, again, I think this is new information that we haven't shared before, but for complaint allegations, if we get a call through our abuse and neglect hotline, and then we go out, we do triage those complaints to figure out the severity and whether we need to go on site and do an investigation or can do something over the phone. I wanted to show you for 3 months, or the last 3 months, over back to 2018, how many complaint allegations and investigations we've done over that time period. So in June this year, we had about 720. July was around 680 or so, and in August it was 790. And again, that's down a little bit from prior years, but kind of on the same general number of allegations or surveys that we've conducted based on complaints. The next couple of slides do need to be updated because this just changed on Friday. Well, not the first one. On slide 40, as you know, the CMS required nursing facilities to be vaccinated, fully vaccinated for COVID-19. You can get exemptions from that. We're not surveying that as the state of Kansas, but it is a federal survey requirement, and that is going in some facilities around the state have been in their regular survey have had this evaluated. Actually, the performance has been really good in nursing facilities. We get a report back from CMS for facilities that they've surveyed for this requirement, for vaccine requirement, and the reports have been very few deficiencies cited for that reason. So we think the participation is good, or facilities are documenting everybody who's been vaccinated in their buildings, which is great. On the next slide, that's where there's an update. So again, we've talked over time about visitation and testing in nursing facilities, and have I think said the last couple of times that we've waited for this guidance to be updated. It was updated on Friday, last Friday, and so the CMS and CDC both have changed the direction on mask wearing in nursing facilities, requirements for routine testing over time. And so we'll, as that information comes out and circulates, one of the other things we've done as a state is make sure that our guidance to state licensed facilities is identical or as close as we can get it to match as skilled facilities. So as we update, as nursing facilities find out about they can reduce mask wearing if they don't have high levels of community transmission in their county. We'll mimic that on the state license side to keep things equivalent. That'll probably be later this week or first part of next week before we get all of that done. But that is changing. Again, visitations allowed. Facilities should mostly be open. And again, with this new guidance, mask wearing should be only required in settings where in a county where there's high rates of transmission.
Scott, we got a question.
Oh,
Senator
sure.
Petty.
Thanks, Scott. This is just back on slide 40, that the last two bullets there. So Kansas will lose, or has lost, or is going to lose? Is that $348,000?
Probably should have it say did lose.
Okay.
So we identified that amount for CMS. We negotiated, kind of identified on the base, the amount of work it would take to do that survey relative to the federal share that we draw for survey activities, and that was the amount, or the difference for not doing that work. And it's part of our, it's a reduction to our award or what we have available to draw down to spend.
And that was due to your department not doing the work, or the facilities not doing the work?
We're not doing that survey activity. So with the CMS survey guidelines, tell our survey team to go out and look at certain things. One of those is that vaccine requirements, and we let CMS know that we weren't going to do that element. And so now CMS is doing it. It still happens just by CMS surveyors. And then the dollar amount for that difference in terms of the labor is that $350,000 or so.
And then the last bullet, the CMS citing 24 facilities.
So through federal, I guess it'd be because we haven't completed federal fiscal year 2022, but there have been 24 facilities have been cited for not meeting that requirement. There have been a lot of facilities that have met it, and those are the ones that I referenced. I forgot to read that slide. So there were 24 that got some citation for not having all of their staff vaccinated or not having it reported that they're vaccinated.
That's outside of this financial penalty.
Yes.
Okay.
The financial penalty is ours, is a state, to the state.
To the state?
Yes.
Because all that is, Scott, is that's what they would have paid us had we done the work.
Yes.
That's all it is. And we said we're not going to do the work, so they're not going to pay us that money.
It would have cost us to do that. Would it have cost us $348,000 to have done that as part of the survey? Would it have cost us that?
We would have asked CMS to pay us for that, to do that work, to do that element of the survey.
We would have asked that amount of money?
Yes.
And since we weren't asking for that, so.
We didn't survey, so.
Let me start over.
Okay.
We
Let me
develop
ask
an annual budget for our survey activities that says we have 50, X number of surveyors that are going to go out and survey our 326 certified facilities. And we provide that budget back to CMS and say, this is what we estimate for this federal fiscal year. When the decision was made to not do this particular activity, we said, out of all of that budgeted work, we're not going to do this one thing, and tried to figure out, well, how much time would that take? How many surveys would that involve? And do that math. And that was $350,000 less than we had budgeted. Less than we had budgeted for the fiscal year activities.
So we took $350,000 out of the request, or we had already requested that, and then?
CMS removed it from they authorized an amount that we can draw down, and they reduced that amount that we had available to draw from.
Thank you.
Representing Concanon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Scott, are we fully staffed with surveyors?
No.
How short are we? And then are we like up to date with, is that every 18 months we're supposed to survey?
Every year, the performance standard is to get to, I have a friend who's listening as well, so she may chime in. We're close to our performance standard, but we're just right on the border of it of about, I think it's 18 months on our interval. And I can't remember, I will check and get back to you on the number of surveyors that were down. I think it's in the 13 to 15 range that were short.
Okay, and then
I'm sorry, 33 vacant federal surveyors.
33 vacant?
33 vacant, yes.
Okay.
And 32 are, we have a total authorized of 65, and 33 of those positions are vacant.
Wow. Okay, and on page 39, you have the complaint, allegation, investigation surveys. So when there is a complaint, there's a survey every time?
There's an investigation completed, and some that may be on site, some may just be by telephone.
Okay. And are those the same surveyors?
It can be. We have a call center team that takes the calls, triages them, and does that initial investigations. Some of then, if the allegation is severe enough, we refer it to the regional survey teams, and they may go out and do something on site or do a further investigation.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions, committee? Proceed.
I'm reading the message from my friend. She says, every complaint is triaged and assigned a priority, and one of those assignments is to have no action completed. So we didn't substantiate the complaint, and we didn't investigate. So these are the ones that we did, an investigation. I like having the friend available. That makes me sound really smart sometimes. Testing and visitation, did that one. Slide 42 is just another, it's a little more technical for us to have all of our surveyors vaccinated. That's been updated as well by CMS. On slide number 43, there was a question this morning about closures of long-term care beds and on the other side, beds that have been opened. I think the question was about facilities, but over the last Bethell, we provided this data, so I wanted to update it. So on slide 43, these are closures of beds over the last 5 years. Again, for each bed type. So the first one on the left-hand side is long-term care unit. Those are long-term care beds inside hospitals. NF is nursing facilities. ALF is assisted living. But anyway, so these are ones that are where we have been notified or based on their license, a bed that a bed's been closed relative to the prior number. And then the columns are years back to 2017. So if you look kind of to the, as you go across, there's certified skilled nursing facility only beds and dually certified. Those are the two main categories. And you can see there was a large spike in 2019 of dually certified beds that were closed. And sometimes that's closed from one licensure type and changed to a different licensure type, but it's not available in the type that it's authorized. So that's what's on slide 43. On slide 44 is the same bed types and years, but the number of beds that were opened or added. And probably, I think from the discussion this morning, there's some difference in their total beds may be about the same, but the types of beds are shifting from skilled nursing facilities to assisted living facilities, which are different levels of care. So that's important. This doesn't show you anything about geographic distribution as well, but we have looked at that to see if there are beds closing in one part of the state and opening in another, where there'd be then kind of a mismatch of where the service needs are. But large number of assisted living beds opened, large number of HP, which are home pluses, which are smaller living facilities. Certainly not the same as a skilled nursing facility or a standard nursing home. If there aren't questions yet about that information, I'll go on to the state hospitals.
Go ahead.
Still Scott Bruner, still Deputy Secretary, but not talking about state hospitals. So on slide 46, just give you a quick update on the 24/7 facility pay plan. This slide just kind of goes through the elements of the pay plan. Again, it's been in place for the better part of 6 months or so. On the next slide, 47, it started appearing on employees' paychecks in January of 2022. For the fiscal year that we've completed in fiscal 22, we received $9.6 million from the Spark Committee to fund those costs. And then for this fiscal year, you've appropriated between the different sources or between the different types of incentives, it's about $18 million for that purpose to get us through fiscal year 2023. And so in terms of impact, on the next slide, number 48, this is one I need to correct because the titling is not right, but the trend is the same. So we track every week the number of vacancies, terminations or resignations, and number of filled positions by what we call our direct care classes, which are the mental health developmental disability technicians that provide the day-to-day care for folks, our nursing staff, registered nurses, LPNs, and licensed mental health technicians, and then our safety and security teams. And those are the ones that were primarily affected by the 24/7 pay plan. So this goes back all the way to 2020 and shows the number of vacancies at the hospital level. So for each state hospital in those categories, this one actually leaves off the MHDDs, which is the biggest number. So I do want to correct that and get it to you. But what we're trying to show on this graph is where the line is drawn, the orange line, about 3/4 of the way over. That's January 1, or the pay period around when the pay plan went into effect, and wanted to see if from that point on, was there a change in the number of vacancies. Again, we need to add the MHDDs back, and I'll bring that to you tomorrow. But you can see for Osawatomie State Hospital, which is the blue line kind of in the middle, they've stayed about the same. There's a level change. That's because there are a few more positions authorized. The bottom two lines are KNI, the Kansas Neurological Institute here in Topeka, and Parsons State Hospital. They've stayed about the same, but Larned's at the top with the most vacancies, and they haven't seen the line level off. It's actually continued to go up a little bit. The better way to look at that from my perspective is on the next slide, number 49, which does this by percentage of vacancy. Again, those same position classes, and this one does include all of the MHDDs, the nursing and safety and security. And so the lines are the same. So Larned's at the top. For the last pay period that's reflected here in the beginning of August, they had a 59.15% vacancy rate across all of those classes, and that's up a little bit from where we were in January. The other three hospitals, though, after that January threshold, have seen, with some ups and downs, but have seen generally a trend downward in the percentage of positions that are vacant in those classes. So we do think there's something different at Larned than the other state hospitals. They're all getting the same. Larned's actually getting one additional incentive. If you've got more than 25% vacancy, they're getting that incentive as well. So there's some different dynamic going on at Larned that we're working on, but we do think the pay plan has had an effect, certainly at Parsons and KNI, and that's important to recognize. The next couple of slides are just some efforts we've undertaken to recruit and retain staff. I won't read those all to you in the interest of time and other presenters, but even since we presented to some of you in budget committees during the session, we've tried new things with online recruiting, with going to job fairs, going to school, job opportunities of kind of any college, university, community college. It's within a reasonable driving distance of one of the state hospitals. We've got a presence there to recruit new staff, and then also doing things to retain through those folks knowing about the pay incentives. The one in particular that, just as you have a chance to look at, is slide 52. I did ask Larned, just because they've done probably the most with online recruiting and online using online tools to get applications, and just thought it was an interesting scenario to go through. Well, if you take everybody who's applied, what happened to their application? So I'll just walk through one of the scenarios. Since January 2022, they had 271 applicants for an MHDD role at Larned. Either they went through the state website, actually that shows at the bottom. 23 of them came through the state website, 44 came through Facebook, and 204 came through Indeed, which is another online job site. So we're getting a lot of applicants through those online tools. Of the 271, 123 never set up an interview. They were qualified, and were offered, but they didn't schedule their interview. Of the 148 that we did, we hired 40. 59 didn't show up for the interview after being rescheduled. Some are still pending, but so there's a big pool of applicants, and we winnow that down to the folks who we actually hire. Broadening the pool would certainly help, but we're probably going to see, we need to figure out how to change some of the percentages in there of how many applicants we get, how many we can actually then go on and hire. Some do fail the background check, but that's not a huge number. And some it's distance. They're applying for any job that's available. So, but we'll keep working on that and keep looking at these numbers to figure out if there are other levers we can pull. On slide 53, the other topic that we update on a regular basis is about the moratorium on voluntary admissions at Osawatomie State Hospital. We did lift the moratorium on January 3rd and have been admitting patients since that. We were admitting patients before, but admitting patients without the moratorium in place since January. And we talked about what our model now is census management, where we look at daily the number of patients that we have, the number of folks that are in the queue to be admitted, and then figure out whether we have enough available bed space to admit a voluntary patient. And we have admitted 17 voluntary patients from the beginning of January, when we lifted the moratorium, through September 15th. Many more of our admissions are care and treatment cases that are referred by the courts, and we prioritize those since there is a court order. But we are getting some voluntary patients in. And most days we have availability. If there's a voluntary patient in our queue, we can get them admitted. And then the other item that we update about is state institutional alternatives. These are private community hospitals that partner with us to accept patients who are eligible for admission to the state hospital. but they're getting that level of care in their home communities or close to them. We've got the list of hospitals there. We added a new in June. I think that was on our last list when we presented to all of you. But since the program started on August 30th of last year through September 16th, we've served 551 adults and 751 children that otherwise would have been waiting for or been admitted to a state hospital or KVC for children's services. The next slide shows a map of where those facilities are, along with some other psychiatric hospitals. And then the last update that I had before Commissioner Braun had a couple of updates on PRTFs is on slide 56. So our other, lifting the moratorium at Osawatomie was a key part of our strategy to move the service system forward. The SIA model was another key part of that to have more capacity for admission. The kind of third element of that was getting one of our buildings on the Osawatomie campus remodeled so that we can use more of that space for acute patients. The first step of that was a unit on B building that we needed to remodel to make it available for other patients. That's completed. We opened it for patients in July. That gave us 14 additional rooms that we can use to move patients off of the Bethell building. At the same time, or after we finished B1, we started to refresh the 2 units on the C building, repainted, did a few other touch-ups, did some work on the flooring just to get it kind of brushed up before we moved on to Bethell. The Bethell project is fully funded and well in the planning process. We've awarded the contract to do that remodeling project to a company based out of Paola. We're going to start moving patients out of the building on the 27th, which is tomorrow, so that we can get that renovation started. We're looking at about a year now to get that completed and ready for patient use. We'll try to get that date moved back or accelerated as much as possible once we get the building cleared. But we'll keep you posted on the progress of that renovation as it goes forward. And Madam Chair, that's my updates. Happy to answer other questions as the committee has them.
Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Scott, there was a proviso in the budget regarding matching the federal requirements for nurses for nursing homes.
Yes.
How are we coming on that?
We've got, what Representative Carpenter is talking about is at the federal level, a nursing facility can request a waiver of the nursing staffing requirement for a building to operate at a lower level of nurse staffing than is otherwise required by regulation. So the process we put in place was a facility that wanted that flexibility could make the application to CMS. Then CMS refers it back to us for review and approval. As far as I know, and I'm hoping my friend is still listening, I don't think we've had any requests to approve that waiver, but it is an option that facilities have if they would want to exercise it. So we're ready to approve a request, or at least look at the request if one came through, and I don't believe we've had one come through yet.
Okay, thank you. Very good.
Committee, further questions? All right, seeing none, that's good.
Well, that was pretty easy. I think Commissioner Braun had an update that he wanted to provide as well.
All right, thank you, Scott.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Brown with KDADS, and we had a request for information on PRTFs that is in your packet, and I think it looks like this. And I just wanted to kind of take a minute to go through it with you, and if you have any questions about it, I can take a question, but I really just wanted to make sure people understood what was in the document. So on the first page of that, that's just the PRTF wait list by MCO. So each MCO has a line that goes across the last 4 years, and you can kind of track that. On the second page, there's a similar chart, which basically has Aetna on the bottom and then Sunflower in the middle and United on the top, that tracks their wait list, so you can get an idea of what the overall wait list looks like when it's stacked together. And that stacked together number is the number that I normally report in the PRTF presentation. And then below that, there's a PRTF census and waitlist trends. This shows you also the number of licensed beds and the number of foster care waitlists. It also has a bar for the out-of-state census. But again, it traverses over the same time period. And then on the following page, there's a PRTF waitlist trends that shows the total waitlist and the total foster care waitlist over the same period. And then below that on the same page is a chart with the PRTF census trends. So this shows you what the current census is for the total PRTF, and then the foster care census, and then the out-of-state census is the line on the bottom. And then once you're done looking at the pretty line charts, there's several tables of data. The first one is an SED waiver prior to PRTF waitlist determination, which means that what we're looking at is whether or not the child was on the SED waiver at the time that they were referred to PRTF placement or not. And then we broke that down by CMHC and by the MCO. And then on the final far right side of that table is a combined chart that shows for all of the MCOs by CMHC. And then that continues on the second page. And then down at the bottom, there's two categories. One is unknown or out of state, and the other one is no CMHC services, meaning that they hadn't received any CMHC services prior to referral. And on this other page, the first page has it broken down in quite a bit of detail. The second one, it shows the CMHC's determination about whether the CMHC approved or diverted the patient from PRTF care. And then on the next page, there's a chart that has the SED waiver prior to PRTF waitlist determination by MCO. So this doesn't break it into the CMHCs, but just by the MCO. But all three of those are the same data, just displayed in different ways so that it's easier to kind of break it down and look at it. And then on the final page, there's some data just about the wait list and the custody status of people that are on the wait list, and whether or not they're eligible or ineligible for the SED waiver. And I'm hopeful that this will answer all the questions that you guys had about these kinds of things, but if you have other questions, I can take them.
And for some reason, I thought that Amber Hope had PRTF beds. They don't?
Amber Hope does have PRTF beds. This is not tracking the PRTF location of the child. It's just the referring agency. So each of the CMHCs is listed based on who they've referred to the PRTF. But we didn't break it down by what PRTF they went to.
Ah, okay. All right. I was looking at it wrong.
Yep.
Are there further questions? I think you just wanted to wear our eyes out, is what I'm thinking.
Well, I wanted to make sure we got the data in front of you since you asked for it. So
I appreciate it. Thank you, Andy. Okay, who do we have up next? Looks like it's MCO time. And looks like I have Sunflower up first. All right.
All right, thank you, Madam Chairman.
Welcome,
and members
Michael.
of the committee.
Remember,
I'm
you gotta
Michael
tell us who
Stevens.
you are, so everybody on the,
Yes, I'm Michael Stevens, and I'm the president of Sunflower Health Plan, and it's my privilege to be here. We provided written copies, printed copies of our slides, and I'd like to take a few minutes and run through them. This morning, we heard a lot of testimony about concerns about labor shortage and challenges with recruiting and challenges posed by compensation. And so knowing that that was likely to be a hot topic, I thought I would provide some additional information about that. And while I would not disagree that compensation is certainly a big factor in recruiting caregivers, there are other factors too that cause people to choose a certain career or profession. And I thought I'd share with you a little bit of the work that we're doing to try to help attract people to go into these kinds of personal caregiver roles, to make them attractive, to help widen the funnel, if you will, and attract more people. And so I wanted to share some of the things that we're working on. First of all, we are partnering with InterHab in a social media campaign, along with InterHab and several other HCBS providers, to help produce a series of videos that highlight the work that's done by the direct caregivers, and to try to attract, for example, nurses and other clinicians who may be tired of working in an acute care setting and would find it rewarding to work in supporting a family with disabled children. And so we're producing some videos that highlight the kind of work that's being done to help attract more people to it. Secondly, we're also working with an HCBS provider on a pilot program to try to identify technology that could be used to support caregivers in the homes to make it feel less intimidating. If you can imagine, and having seen in front of you some of examples of the members that we serve, they have profound needs, and when you are the only caregiver in the home caring for someone with these kind of profound needs, it can be an intimidating thing. And so we're working with HCBS providers and agencies to try to find technology that would support these caregivers and help them feel more secure in doing the work that they're doing. We're working on a platform for job posting to make it easy for people to apply for jobs and for agencies to find qualified caregivers. And we participated as both a participant and a speaker in a national HCBS conference in August, talking about best practices and lessons that need to be learned across the country in recruiting people into these kind of positions. And so we, along with our partners at KDHE and KDADS, and the other two MCOs, are working to try to make Kansas an attractive place for individuals to go into these kind of professions, to provide support for the people as like those who testified this morning. We also thought we would share with you some data about grievances that we received from members about inability to get staff and access to care or the quality of the care. And you can see on, I believe it's slide 5 in the handouts that you have. These are quarter by quarter the number of grievances that are filed by individuals, either about the quality of clinical care or access to caregivers or the quality of the caregivers that come. And you can see that, and Sunflower serves roughly 11,000 members in these HCBS categories. And we have 9 or 6 or 4 roughly grievances per quarter in total among those 11,000 that we serve. And so while these are very real needs, the number of people who are complaining about inability to access services remains very low. But we take every one of them seriously. If you look at slide 6, you can see the outline of the way that we respond whenever someone is concerned about inability to get services or about the quality of a provider. And you can see the actions that are taken to support the family members. That continues on slide 7 for those who are unable to get all of their hours staffed. Something else that I wanted to share that we're working on, beginning on slide 8, is called the sequential intercept model. And this is a project that we're working on with KDADS along with InterHab as well as other IDD providers. The purpose of this is to help law enforcement and help communities understand how to help manage in the least restrictive way possible IDD members who may also have behavioral health issues which cause behavior issues that get to the attention of law enforcement. And so we are providing training. If you look on slide 9, you can see that this is why it's called a sequential intercept. The idea is to provide supports to individuals in the least restrictive way possible first to avoid unnecessary involvement with law enforcement and the courts, and to help support them to returning to their best way of living. And so this is a method that has been developed elsewhere that we're now bringing to Kansas, and we've provided a number of trainings to help local law enforcement and courts and providers and families and advocates to provide a safe environment for our members with IDD to receive treatment. Next, on slide 10, I wanted to share just a little bit about value-added benefits. That has been spoken to already, and I thought I would just share a little bit based on the questions that came from the committee about how we select the various value-added benefits that we provide each year. If you look at page 11, on the left you can see here the criteria. We look at how have these benefits been used in the past. If we offer a benefit that we think is great and nobody takes advantage of it, it's not providing any value, and so we would not continue to do so. We look at care gaps. Are there ways that we can incentivize people to help better take care of themselves and to get greater outcomes? And you can see the continuing criteria that we use to select the value-added benefits, and then we monitor it, and we follow a cycle where we look at data, we try new benefits, we then monitor the usage and the outcomes from them and continue to make improvements, as do the other managed care organizations. You'll notice on the spreadsheet that was provided that the value-added benefits that we each offer are slightly different, and that's because most of these are not hard science. Most of these are experiments and trying and learning on how we can intervene and help people to make healthy choices and get the best outcome possible. And we learn and we continue to change. You can see that we continue to make revisions. In the interest of time, I think I'll jump ahead to a few of the examples. And so on page 13, one of the categories that we work on addressing through value-added benefits is to look at food insecurity. And one of the tools that we have used, value-added benefits, is through sponsorship of farmers markets. And we send staff to farmers markets. We provide vouchers to our members that they can use to purchase healthy foods, fresh produce at the farmers market. And it helps to support local farmers. It also helps our members to afford healthy food and to make healthy food choices. That's been well received. We redeemed over the last year 2,700 vouchers, individuals who came to a farmer's market and took advantage of that. Looking back another couple pages, another,
Michael?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, just on that farmer's market spotlight there. Okay, so you receive a $10 voucher. And it says serve 258 members and redeem 2754 vouchers. I'm trying to do the math.
Yes, so multiple uses of vouchers by individual members. There's not a limit that you can only go once. If you want to go to your local farmer's market every Saturday and you're one of our members, you can redeem a voucher every Saturday toward healthy food.
Oh, okay, so this is over a period of time. It just doesn't tell us what the period of time is.
It is, you're correct, it is over the last year.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So,
All right, that's what I was trying to figure out. It's like, well, if that's a month, you've got a math problem, son.
yes, no, it's basically looking at a produce season.
Okay.
Good question, thank you. Another value-added benefit that we offer is called Start Smart for your baby. That is looking at the issue of low birth weight babies and avoiding premature deliveries and trying to reduce the number of infants who end up in neonatal intensive care. And so it is a series of rewards to encourage them to get good prenatal care. They get help in the home. They get social service benefits. They get assistance with figuring out how do you migrate through all of the things that are available to me. We offer things like texting programs to remind them of visits along with transportation. We offer community baby showers and offer diapers and formula and other kinds of support to assist with healthy babies. And you can see here's a picture on page 18 of one that was done in Anderson County. And I think that concludes my remarks. I put some other data in there on quality because I think we received a request to share some quality data that's in there along with our member satisfaction survey data, and I would be happy to respond to any questions.
So, Michael, do you have information in here? You know, I think because one of the things we were looking at was on the value-added programs is, you know, they all sound great and wonderful, and we like them. But do you have data in here showing us, you know, how many of your clients are using them? What's the success rate with them? What's the health benefit? What's the, you know, how do we know that these are successful programs and that a lot of people are using them and that they're actually good programs to have?
Sure. I do not have that in the slides, but we would be happy to provide that as a follow-up.
I think it's something that, you know, we want to do a little bit deeper dive on to, you know, look at, you know, it's still interesting to explain to individuals how, for those that don't understand what Medicaid was versus an MCO today and the value benefits. And as much as we like them, it's like, as we know, any programs that we start, sometimes the idea is great, the concept is great, but you get to implement and you find out, yeah, you're only getting this many people, you're not really getting the outcomes you expected, so maybe you need to do something different. So that's what we're kind of looking at.
We would be happy to do that. For some of them, we'll be able to provide outcomes data. For others, the best we may be able to provide is a tally of how many people take advantage of it, like the farmers market food coupons. We may not be able to trace an exact outcome in terms of longevity or diet, but we believe that high level of use does contribute to healthier diets.
Right. Well, and it's just like with, you know, with your baby one, I'm sure you'd have some outcomes on that. You know, how many healthy babies are we seeing born?
Yes.
You know, and what's the outcomes on them? And then, you know, what are we doing as we, you know, as we follow some of the, because I know you have transportation for WIC appointments. So are they utilizing those WIC appointments? Are they actually making those WIC appointments? You know, because that's the thing is that, you know, the other thing we worry about is that we can have appointments out there, but if people aren't utilizing them, doesn't make any difference.
That's absolutely right. So we'll be able to provide that to IRADA as a follow-up, and You know, it's an iterative process, so there are some that might have been value-added benefits a couple of years ago that we dropped because of exactly what you described, that they just really, we might have thought it was a great idea, but if nobody does it, there's no sense in continuing it, and so we'll drop it to try something new.
Right, okay. All right, are there other questions? Representative Reese, and then Representative Ballard, and then Representative Concanon.
The little cover come off. Thank you, Madam Chair. I've one question on page 15 that describes a little bit about the farmer's market member
Yes.
voucher. At the bottom, there's something that looks like a little ticket. Do you see that at the bottom on the right-hand side?
Yes.
Is that something that is given, or is this for the presentation?
That's an example of the voucher that we provide to the member when they arrive at the farmer's market, and then they can use that to purchase whatever they want from the vendors at the farmer's market.
Because the part that's in Spanish is not a literal translation that says, all the Spanish says, if you need help with translation or help comprehending about this information, you can go look for the table, the sunflower table, but it doesn't literally say in Spanish, this is a food voucher.
That is a good catch, and thank you very much.
The other thing is regarding the transportation piece, and thank you, Madam Chair, for talking about the transportation. That was a little bit of what I was going to ask with that. And in the WIC transportation that is already listed, and enhanced transportation for some of the waiver members, or employment transportation, I'd like to know how often they can utilize that transportation. So for instance, employment, maybe they're working, the person might be working 3-4 days out of the week. Is transportation provided all those days per week, or is there a cap, or is it only once a week, once a month, things like that?
Can't afford to be tired.
I may phone a friend if you don't
Yeah,
mind
that's
to
great.
see if I can get an answer right now.
Sure.
On the transportation value-added service for employment, it's for interviews, so we do have some limitations on the specific employment reason. It's not ongoing transportation to the job.
Yeah, that's helpful to know on this data, because otherwise it just looks like you provide transportation anytime they need it, but that really isn't the case. Correct? Okay.
And I apologize, I'm Stephanie Rasmussen, Vice President of Long-Term Supports and Services.
fine.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Am I next?
That's all.
No, I think Representative Concanon.
I thought Representative Ballard was ahead of me, but
Well, you're needing to leave early, so I wanted to
yeah,
let you
okay.
go.
My question's been answered.
All right.
Thank you.
Representative Ballard, and then Representative Carpenter.
Well, I wanted to comment on especially the prenatal
Yes.
as well as the baby care. I was aware that babies of color have a much higher morbidity death rate in the state. And about 2 weeks ago, I was reading in the paper, and it's actually the African-American baby is the highest
Yep.
in the state. And so when you said this, I thought, that's interesting. Just read it, I see it in the paper. How are you promoting this so that there's more women coming for prenatal care, as well as after the baby's here? People think it's not much to do, but you should be going for checkups and you should be doing all those things. And, I can remember I was faithful. I mean, if they say come on whatever day, I was there. But I do know a lot of people are not doing that.
So for us, it begins with notification of pregnancy. And if that is delayed, that has a negative impact on prenatal care and on the eventual health of mom and baby. And so we begin by incentivizing providers to give us early notification of pregnancy. And so that's where it begins. That allows us to put in place the entire Start Smart program along with active care management and to begin reaching out to the expectant mom to provide support to her. And I'll ask Stephanie if there's more detail but you're absolutely right. We've got to begin very early in the pregnancy if we hope to bend the curve on infant mortality.
And with many of these moms, we also get them enrolled in case management to make sure that we're following along with them and that they know of the different activities that we provide. And we have community health workers that go out and engage with them with the Start Smart for Your Baby program. I will add, Representative Ballard, that we just started a new internal health equity committee to take a look at some of the areas that you just mentioned. You know, who are we not reaching and where are some of those higher risks and what can we do more or differently to make sure those members are better engaged?
I'll just add what Representative Reese was saying, though. Are these promotionals, however you do it, given in multiple languages?
Yes, they are. Plus, we have translation services that we are able to use if someone, if it's not made available in a language that someone does understand.
And after reading that, I thought, I've addressed it in several ways, but I've never been able to concretely say, and this provider covers this, and they do this, and they do the other. Why don't you take advantage of it? It's safe, it's all those kind of things. And seeing this gives me another avenue that I can promote the healthy, because it's not only the baby, it's a health for the mother as well. And since we now have the 10-week extension postpartum, that creates a bigger incentive for maybe them to pursue this care in addition to their baby. Thank you very much.
Representative Carpenter, then Senator Fagg.
Just very quickly on slide 5, resolve member grievances by category, long-term services and support. That includes all the waivers?
Yes, it does.
Every one of them? Okay. All right, very good. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. On page 9 in the sequential Intercept Model Summit deal, Intercept 3, it talks about specialty courts. From your perspective, has that been a good thing? I mean, do you see that? I just wondered if that's kind of a new thing that I've heard about, and I just wondered what your opinion was.
And actually, to be honest, I am not sure how often that's utilized in Kansas. It's just one of the areas that we'll be taking a look at in the summit, but I'm not familiar enough with it to know how often those are used.
That's fairly new, so I just was trying to get a pulse of how it was going. Thank you.
And we may hopefully learn more about that through the involvement of judges in the judicial system in the sequential Intercept Model Summit in November, because we'll have representatives from all the different groups at the summit.
Further questions, Committee of Michael? We won't see him again till tomorrow. All right. Thank you very much, both of you. Appreciate it. Okay. You said what?
It's fortunate for him.
Oh, fortunate for him. Next, we have Jane Brown with Aetna, the new and improved David Livingston. So welcome to your first time to committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is a
Well, we love David, but I think we're going to like you too. So
thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. I know we're in overtime now, so I will try to get us through. Being brand new, this is, I think, week 6. I also have Melissa Lawson with me, who's our quality director, and Chris Bierman, who is our director of community outreach. And Chris also serves as the chair of our Value-Added Benefit Task Force, which is a group that meets every month, so he can help answer some of the questions that I might not be able to help with quite yet.
Okay, don't worry about our schedule, you're good.
Thank you. So I think we wanted to start with what's kind of a member success story, because I think that's what value-added benefits really are. They add something to the member that they wouldn't otherwise have. Internally, we try to keep an eye on top member success stories, things that our service coordinators are especially proud of. Amy Holloway is one such service coordinator who recently, can you guys hear me through this? Okay. She met with a member, Mark, name has been changed, and he is on the PD waiver. Mark has obesity, arthritis, behavioral health disorder, and diabetes. Mark is an individual who needed a lot of assistance and modifications within his home in order to be able to live there safely. Amy was able to work with him, get a lot of the things changed in his house. They did a bathroom renovation, all sorts of stuff. And one of the things that she observed would be a value added to him is leveraging our pest control. So she called pest control company, they came out, they did a service. In the end, Mark is very happy. He feels very happy and content in his home, and he can continue to live there in a community-based setting. So to us, that is a huge win. And the pest service would not have happened if the pest service value-added benefit did not exist. I know you asked in the previous set of questions about what some of the numbers are around value-added benefits. And I know that there is in your deck here today a presentation material that talks about how many members received which services specifically and how much that's worth. So from an Aetna perspective, through July, we've spent almost $1.6 million on value-added services. That is basically half of Aetna's population has received one value-added benefit or another. We're very proud of that as we continue to reinvest into our members. Some of the value-added benefits that we have are things that you already heard about today, like dentures, adult dental. We also have baby showers, various maternal health programs. We also offer respite care, podiatry, transportation, home-delivered meals, asthma, and the list goes on. Aetna offers a total of 20 value-added benefits, which is something we're proud of. In terms of monitoring the member impact, for example, our gift card program, and you can see through the report shared that there's a Healthy Rewards gift card program. There's about 10 different items on there, and they all have significant financial value. But we try to align the gift cards that we offer with our quality outcomes: childhood immunizations, well child checkup, HPV vaccine series, flu shots. So when we put gift card type incentives out into the community, it's because we know that those are going to be the drivers of quality outcomes in the long term. And we see an increase in completion of diabetic eye exams, for example, related to our outreach gift cards that remind members to get those exams. Another thing that we look at is social determinants of health. We know that social determinants of health are a major contributor to the overall health care or health of an individual. So transportation, GED programs, after-school programs, healthy food programs, these are all things that we offer as a value-added benefit in order to close gaps in social determinants of health. We, in particular, CMO recently has noticed earlier in the year that our GED program did not have high utilization. It had maybe one or two folks, and so we did a lot more outreach and education in the community. I know Chris has been sharing it widely, but as a result, we've had over 60 graduates this year with their GED because we've been able to get the word out of what that program can do. I mentioned briefly also that Chris is on our task force. So we do have a task force that meets every single month, and they look through utilization, they look at data, they look to determine which programs are working, which programs are not working. They also look at what our goals are as a state and what can we incentivize in terms of behavior. And that's kind of how we come up with our array of programs throughout the year. In terms of education and receiving feedback, we're also very receptive to feedback to find out what's working, what's not working, what do people want to see, providers want to see, community stakeholders want to see. So we have a number of different listening sessions. We leverage our member advisory committee, and we intake all of that feedback when we're setting the course for the following year of what our programs are going to look like. One thing I heard in particular, which was very, exciting, and it showed that it was working, it was the member advisory committee series related to gift cards. We noticed early on when we started deploying gift cards that the program didn't have the utilization that we wanted to have. So we worked very closely with members in that MAC, in that member advisory committee, getting their feedback to understand kind of, what the barriers were so that we could eliminate those barriers, make it simple to access, and make sure that folks were getting the full use of these value-added benefits. And as a result, you can see through the data, right, that there's tremendous utilization. As far as what's ahead for us, for 2023, there's a couple of new services coming out. One of them you might have already heard about, perhaps not, but PICS, which is a loneliness app, which we've deployed. We've already have over 500 members there. We are also expanding transportation services from 10 to 12 round trips per year for things like, job interviews or other non-medical sort of trips. We are also expanding, for example, dentures to the IDD waiver members. Historically, they've only been provided to the elderly waiver and the PD waiver, but we think expanding it to the IDD waiver is going to have a tremendous benefit to our population. In addition to that, we're always looking to see sort of across Aetna, across CVS, what else is available out there that maybe we can try in Kansas. So I have a list of a couple of other things that are being tried in other states that we hope to kind of evaluate through our task force whether it makes sense here. Lead screenings, doula services. We talked a little bit about health equity. Doula services are one of the ways that we can start to close some of the health disparity gaps that are out there. In addition to that, that's kind of it for value-added services, and I can switch over to quality, or I'm happy to answer questions for value-added services now. Okay. Quality of care delivery, I know that the committee wanted to see some of the numbers, so we have our star rating here, and also the fact that we have an LTSS distinction from NCQA. We have 6 different PIPs that we're focused on from a quality perspective. The numbers in terms of our performance are within this deck on slides 9 and 10. And our PIPs right now are focused on ER utilization, influenza immunizations, food insecurity, prenatal care, EPSDT services, and the COVID-19 collaboration with other MCOs. In terms of member satisfaction, we also would like to share some of our CAHPS measurements and survey results. And just, these are things that we continue to find ways to innovate and do better with in the future, but it gives us a baseline, and the fact is we are measuring them in order to improve. Tail end, I also wanted to share some of the community events that are happening that this group is coordinating. A lot of our community events actually tie into our quality programs and into our value-added benefits. But you can see throughout September, we'll be in a couple of different places in Columbus, Independence, Lawrence, Wichita, and Garden City. I think every single month there's 5 to 8 different times that Chris and his team are out in the community sharing information, sharing about value-added benefits, and figuring out how to connect members to services. I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Committee question, Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The value-added benefits after-school program, can you kind of give me a little example of that?
The after-school program, Chris?
Sure. Thank you very much for the question. I'm Chris Bierman, Director of Community Development with Aetna Better Health of Kansas, and that should be, a description is on page 3 of your slides where it lists out our value adds. You're welcome. So basically what we do there is we work with the different organizations such as YMCAs, Boys and Girls Clubs, Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts, and then provide $50 for activities for our members who would like to participate ages 5 to 18 in those programs.
You're good.
Thank you.
Committee, are there further questions?
And actually, to round that out, for the after-school engagement program, we've had 162, instances of utilization of that this year through July, worth over $8,000.
Do you have that somewhere in your report, the numbers? And
It was a separate document.
oh, it's a separate
Yes, I believe you have it in your overall packet. And you have the lineup across MCOs. Each one of us has a page. Aetna is number 1.
Okay, I think that was handed. I think that was earlier.
I meant on the first page.
Oh, there we go. Okay, I found it. Everybody find this page?
Yes. So this is where the numbers are for 75,000, individual instances, but that's 72,000 members that have received one value-added benefit or another. That's over half of our population.
So you did have it, Michael, you just didn't know it. Okay, Representative Reese, and then was there someone else? Representative Ballard, so Reese and Ballard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It does look like your gift card is pretty popular.
It is.
What, can you describe what that would be?
Like, how does it work?
Yeah.
Well, Chris, do you want to describe? I could describe it, but I feel like you could describe it better.
No problem.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you for the question. So basically what happens is we utilize the claims data that comes to us after the appointments, that when the provider's offices send in our claims data, then we see that data come in. We automatically send information to a vendor who then contacts the member and offers them the gift card for going to those appointments.
Well, who would be a typical vendor?
We just have one vendor that we actually utilize right now, and actually we're getting ready to switch to a different vendor because just didn't feel like we were receiving the good feedback that we needed to receive. And so when will that, and Melissa Lawson actually runs that program.
Yeah, hi, so we are working with Agio, which is the vendor, and then the members have a choice of gift card that they want, which I think maybe is what you're asking.
Yes.
So it could be like Walmart, Home Depot, CVS Pharmacy, Walgreens, it could be, and there's a number of choices that they'll have to choose from.
And the amount varies depending on
The amounts vary per the various immunization or health visit or whatever.
You get more for a colonoscopy, maybe?
Well, we didn't, we changed that for 2023, yes. It was pretty small. We figured that probably wasn't a good idea. Yeah, so we've upped that for this next year.
Very good, thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Ballard.
Thank you. Since I was commenting on the prenatal and after the baby's here as well, I see you have a Redeemer Award of $75 for first prenatal visit and additional. What kind of success are you having with that program?
We would like to see a better success. One of the struggles that we have is trying to get members to notify us when they are pregnant. And so that is what this incentive is all about, to try to help make sure, put that incentive out there, that individuals will contact us and go to those prenatal appointments. And that's the whole goal of this program, is to try to increase the number of members that we learn about that are pregnant and that we can provide that service to. So we're hoping that the $75 is an incentive to, let us know.
That's a pretty lucrative one, yeah.
I see this sheet. Do your members receive this sheet with all of this on it?
Yes.
I was going to say yes, multiple yeses in
Yeah.
several places. Go ahead.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, yes, we send that out. It's in our new member welcome packet, the value-added benefit brochure. We also utilize those with the community events that we go to. Our community development coordinators are out there attending events all the time, trying to educate. And we also try to educate community-based organizations, because we feel like that if those organizations have an understanding of our benefits, then they could hopefully educate the folks that may trust them a little bit more than their insurance company, I guess, not to.
And the enrollment broker also has this information too.
Yes.
So when they're trying to select which MCO to select in the coming year, they can look to see what is available.
And is this in Spanish and other languages as well?
Yes.
Very nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think this is something that all legislators need to see so that they understand what the enhanced benefits are on our
Yes.
Medicaid program. Yeah, one sheet. We like one sheet things, just so everybody knows that.
That's why I was asking, yeah. That's why I was asking, because I mean, it's the first time I've seen them all like this, and I thought, well, members should see it, and like you say, other organizations, because they can promote and focus on it. Very, very nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, committee, further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you very much. And you're going to make a fine replacement for David, so welcome aboard, Jane.
Thank you, everyone. It's a pleasure.
Next, last but not least, is Kevin. Welcome to committee, Kevin.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you. Kevin Sparks, President and CEO of the United Community Plan of Kansas. Appreciate being here in front of you today, and especially on the topic we're talking about. If I may, on your presentation, to start out with the word choice. And I'd like to set a little context. I thought, Madam Chair, that you brought up a very good point. We need to get this in front of legislators, and they need to know why they hire managed care. But we also need to talk about choice, because you hired 3 managed care plans, and we talk about choice a lot, but we don't talk about competition a lot. And so you've hired 3 private companies to come in and differentiate themselves. And so it says the choice is yours. Choose the health plan that will invest in you. So let's flip the slide here to the consumer choice side, which is, you've got a little picture of Apple, Google, and Samsung. So we're going to take it away just a little bit from KanCare and managed Medicaid. And if I could have audience participation here, that would be super helpful. How many in the room have an iPhone? How many have Google? How many have Samsung? So each of you consciously, or your children helped you, made a choice.
What are you saying, Kevin? Come on.
Nothing at all.
How did my son call you?
Have made a choice. You chose a company, you chose a brand, and you chose maybe inadvertently chose a feature or a benefit of why you selected that company. And that's what we do in value-added benefits. We can't knock on someone's door and say, we'd like you to sign up for United Medicaid. If I did, the secretary and the Medicaid director over here would have me pretty quickly. So I cannot do that. So my only opportunity to differentiate my products is through value-added benefits and services. And so that's very, very important that we understand that context. On the next slide, we're going to substitute out Apple, Google, and Samsung, and we're going to enter Aetna, Sunflower, and United. Now, Jane, she appears to be very nice. Michael appears to be very nice. They are most of the time, but sometimes they're fierce competitors. They actually try to take business away from United Healthcare, and we've got to try to stop them. And the way we do that is to look at what the market tells us. And the market is the Medicaid members that have selected or are going to select us and use that option that we call choice. So that is the very most important thing I would like to get out today is consumers have choice and they vote. They use that choice. And you had mentioned earlier in the presentation, you know, you have low utilization on a VAB. You go out and you come out with this very great new feature on your phone. You've got a new button. Everybody's going to love it, use it. You find out in the market they hate it. And you've spent all this time developing it. You've spent all of this opportunity in order to come up with that VAB, and it falls flat. And you have 3% utilization on it. So the next slide then gets into a little bit about what we're talking about, which is creating the market around by which a member can choose a health plan. And what type of services would they like? So you have to go out and you have to talk to them. And you have to have events. And you have to work with the local community partners in the areas. And that helps you with the product design that you need. They'll tell you what you want. You just have to ask. And then you have to listen. And then you have to come back and compute a program that you can administer and one that they will use. So there's a lot of folks involved in that process. Clinical teams, social determinants of health teams, medical, finance, business operations, and marketing and member experience, the people that are in the field all the time, the doctors. And that helps create that market. But in the end, the member is in the center for a reason, and that is we want them to choose the plan based on the needs that they have. Going back on the previous slide, you will see that some of us have similar plans. Aetna has dentures, Sunflower has dentures, and United Community Plan has dentures. Well, we all have dentures. That's fantastic. Now you better look at the fine print. What does that mean? For what audience is that? For what constituency? For what waiver? There's a whole lot of opportunities there for people to make that selection. And so we're out in the field. We help those members make that selection based upon what their family needs are. Those family needs, like all of us, change every year. And so what might have been a 3% utilizer in one year, if we stick with it, which we probably wouldn't, might go to 10%. And so that's how utilization of these things changes over time. We have a product development life cycle within United where we're looking at reviewing the market data. We have Maria Wheeler, for example. She's our member advocate, and she's on listening tours right now and comes back and gives us weekly reports on what people think of our VABs and what they think of what's going on in the market. And so it's a very powerful tool, but yet very humbling. You have to be ready and able to listen to that type of feedback. We look at survey results. We also have member focus groups, and we'll ask in member focus groups, if you could only pick two, which ones would you pick? And what we're trying to do there is get down to the science of why would you pick it? And then what's the utilization that comes as a result of it? The science behind it also that the other two MCOs have brought up very well is why would we do it? In many instances, what behavior are we trying to incentivize, or what type of activity do we need to get better at? And if you go to this slide, this is a cluster of some of the things that we have on our value-added benefits. So educational advancement is a pod. Pest control is a pod. Mom's meals are a pod. Internet services are a pod. And so how we think of our KanCare members is how we think of consumers. And we should treat them that way, and we should continue to offer services that are meeting their needs. And I would venture to guess, anybody have any idea which one of these might be a high utilizer on the deck without cheating and looking at the utilization report? Yeah.
The internet services.
The internet services one. Pest control. Pest control's super helpful for folks. They're busy. You want to have your home as much as you can bug-free. So that's been a hot one. We didn't just come up with that. We had a lot of trial and error over the last 3 to 4 years before we got to that level. And then finally, I know I'm running short on time. Every year we added our third camera on our phone. We have the new benefits for 2023. So we have our new device. We have our new opportunity in the marketplace. And we'll be out talking about those as soon as we can. And then we went ahead and put two Healthy Rewards VAB success story that I won't read to you, but it's in your packet, as well as a success story around our educational benefit, where somebody was able to advance their career and take advantage of these things. So like all things, we're continually looking at utilization, looking at program and product development, and looking at consumer feedback and trying to come out with a product, a VAB, that's going to differentiate United Healthcare in the minds of the consumers in Kansas. Now, I think you wanted some utilization data, so I have the laptop up here, so I've got it. We had about 18,800 members utilize our benefits in 2019, 16,167 in 2020, 13,415 in 2021, and 14,502, so we're up year to date in 2022. The numbers associated with that have ranged anywhere between $1 and $1.5 million over on an annualized basis. So that's a little bit about the why, the what, and the how of value-added benefits and how United Healthcare looks at them. I have Heather Elliott in the room. She is the person behind the curtain. Want to make sure she gets a good opportunity to meet you all if you have any questions that are beyond my capability. So with that, I'll turn it over for questions.
Committee questions? Representative Reese, then Representative Carpenter.
Good.
Women first.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
The value-added benefits for 2023
yes.
looks really good. Looks very impressive. And you may or may not be able to answer this or not, but the nutrition and cooking classes, that it would be important to focus on foods that
yes.
you could that you could turn into a meal
yes.
that you get from food banks.
Oh, that's a great.
Because a lot of people utilize food banks, and if you don't know how to utilize,
sure,
cook them. Yeah.
But we're combating, obviously, as you guys are all aware, in deprived neighborhoods, you have a high degree of prevalence of fast food without a high degree of prevalence of grocery stores, fresh vegetables, et cetera. Sunflower talks about their garden project. I think it's really cool, and that's a great idea.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is great information. Last year, we expanded adult dental, and they were doing it for free before that.
Let's take their money back.
We should have known that. Thank you.
Very good, Representative Carpenter.
Kevin's like, I'm sorry I said anything. Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree on these value-added, the new benefits. Having a child with anxiety, the weighted blanket has been just wonderful for my child. And then thank you for the pest control as well. For someone who sees spider number 2, it's time to call the bug guy. So
yes,
I'm sure there are a lot of people out there like me who don't want that in their house.
And the weighted blanket has been very popular. But it was, again, these things it just takes time. And it takes a lot of listening and then a lot of trial and error. And I know that Edna talked about that too.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And, yeah.
Representative Ballard.
And how do you get this out? That seems to be the question I've asked all three. How do you promote this? Because, it's really cool. And when I'm looking at this, and actually when I said Mom's Meals, I was thinking a lot about that because we have Just Foods in Lawrence. And one of the things is not only providing the food, but now when food is about to spoil, they're bringing people in and teaching them how to make the meals. So you're not throwing away the food. And so that was really interesting. But how do they know, just like you explained to us, how did you have people, you say, going out, but how do they know that they have a choice, because sometimes they get pushed in one direction and yet we have three?
That's right, and that's a great question. And one of the things I would say probably three ways. One is we try to do mailers. We get a lot of return mail. We have, so we're working on getting better addresses, and we're working on getting a lot of mail processes a little bit better, working in conjunction with the state. That's one. Another avenue is digital. So we're trying to promote things either via social media, via texting campaigns that are, once people have opted into that, and as well as telephones. And so just like when Aetna talked a little bit about, when we send out our new packet, we put information in there. We also do an outbound call, and a lot of times we will talk to them about their value-added benefits as well. And then the third way would be on the ground, where we're partnering with people in each of the communities. That's the best, because then word of mouth travels a lot faster, AKA the weighted blanket was a great example of that. Mm-hmm.
Committee, further questions? You know, one of the things I want to compliment you on is the cooking classes, and I want to ask, first of all, is how do you get people there? Are you going to them? How are you going to do these cooking classes?
I think the same way. I think and Heather, come up here and keep me honest.
Because we know transportation sometimes is an issue for this population.
Sure. Heather Elliott with United. For the cooking classes, and to go back to Representative Ruiz's question, we're partnering with K-State Extension to do some of this work. And so they're helping us out with that. And also we have, one of our transportation benefits is 12 round-trip rides anywhere. So we could utilize that to get transportation for folks to go to those classes.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Well, and the reason I'm kind of excited about that is many, many years ago, I had a friend of mine that told me about a book I should read, and it dealt with a woman that was in a grocery store one time, and she noticed a person buying all these processed foods. And when she got up to pay for it, at that time, it was food stamps. And she asked her why. She didn't know how to cook. And so this woman took her aside and said, if you'll return all those, and I'll show you what to buy, I'll teach you to cook. So because, sometimes we forget what we had the ability to learn. Not everyone has that ability.
That's right.
Representing Ballard, I don't remember which one of our folks said that they do birthday parties. And she was talking about some college students that had not had a birthday party as a kid. I think she's just going to have a birthday party for these kids just to have a party. But those are big things, So I think, everything that you guys are doing out here, I want us to stay on touch. I want to know, every time that, well, not every time, but every year it's like, what are these added benefits doing? How do we know that they're really achieving? So, show us your failures. That's okay.
Oh, yeah.
Because
and what? They are epic. So, yes. Yeah.
Well, there is not a business out there that hasn't had failures, because that's how you learn what not to do. Now, Correct. If you do it twice, then you've probably got a problem. But thank you. I just appreciate this. And I do like the, I'm not trying to just brag on one person out here, but I do like this one-page sheet of a real good, simple explanation of what each one of those programs kind of do. Each of your presentations, I think, were better than what I've seen in the past. So I'm really pleased with what we saw today. So thank you very much. Are there any other questions, committee? All right, thank you very much,
Madam
Kevin.
Chair.
All right. I know that this has been a long and a hard day, committee, and I do appreciate your due diligence and your time to get through this. I was getting texts this morning as we were going through listening to our individuals, and people saying, how do you do this? And I think we're fortunate to get to hear these people's stories, and hopefully we get to come up with solutions, but they're not easy solutions. If they were, we would have already resolved them. Trust me, Representative Ballard and I have been at this since 1997. She has. I left her alone for 4 years, and I had to come back and start cleaning up after her, but that's okay.
Now, you see, if I
I had said that, you'd say I was picking on you.
Yes, I would have.
You know what, just wait, y'all. It's coming back.
Hey, if I dish it, I have to also take it. So, no, Representative Ballard and I have been very dear friends for many, many years. We've had grandchildren shared our grandkids. Oh, yeah, I know all about your grandbabies, honey. I know when your son graduated medical school. I know what your puppy looks like, and your husband loves me.
She's putting all my business in the street, isn't she?
So there we go. But I just want to thank all the committee members, and I want to thank everyone here that appeared before us today. And tomorrow will be a long day as well. But yeah, I just think there's a lot of positives that are coming out, and you know, more information is better. So thank you very much, and we are adjourned till 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Love you, baby.
We're bad, aren't we?
That's the reason why I want to be sitting right here.